Chapter 613. So many things have happened. Yin Zhaoge listened intently to Lu Feng's narration of the current situation of the vast ocean world. The people of the spirit-returning sect in Green Snake Island were all cursing in their hearts. Yes, so many things have happened. At least half of it is because of you. Thinking of the various legends regarding Yin Zhaoge, the memories that had gradually faded with the passage of time resurfaced within their minds once more. When he had been at the Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster realm that year, fighting 1 against 2, he had defeated the 2 strongest Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters of the vast ocean world, Zhang Haoqing of Water Crystal Palace, and Li Sheng of the Dragon Slayer sect, with a single move. Afterwards, he directly broke through and became the youngest Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster in history. He had killed the chief of Spirit Rhino Island Fong Can, slain the 9-fingered Dragon King Yin Chun of the Blood Dragon sect, obtained the sacred artifact the 9 Dragon Fingers, killed the chief of the Evil Shifting sect, the Heavenly Evil Feng Jingsheng, killed the evil Saint Lin Qiansheng, killed the chief of the Brilliant Thunder sect, the Crimson Thunder King Gung Hui, and heavily injured the chief of the Dragon Slayer sect, the Slaying 7 Seas Zhao Zhong. Close to half of the peak experts of the vast ocean world had been single-handedly slain by this youth before him. The situation of the vast ocean world, that had been maintained for 100 years, having undergone a heaven-shaking, earth-overturning change, because of him. After having explored the Dragon Tomb that year, Yin Zhaoge had vanished from the vast ocean world without a trace. Changli Mountain announced to the outside world that Yin Zhaoge was living in seclusion once more. As time passed unceasingly, many people suspected that Changli Mountain was intentionally putting on airs, that the truth was likely that Yin Zhaoge had perished within the Dragon Tomb. But today, that malefic star of the past had reappeared in the world, and it instantly caused everyone present to recall the past. Even the spirit-returning sect martial practitioners who considered themselves to be on Yin Zhaoge's side felt uneasy, while those of Green Snake Island were even more inwardly shuddering. Looking at Guan Jingxiong and the others who looked as though they were facing a great enemy, Yin Zhaoge's thoughts flashed slightly, while his expression did not change. He nodded at Lu Feng. "Thank you, Sect Master Lu, for telling me everything of the past. I will now head for Changli Mountain and not disturb you." Yin Zhaoge's tone was mild, but the spirit-returning sect martial practitioners were all stunned. They stood dazed on the spot. Seeing Yin Zhaoge about to turn and leave, Lu Feng's entire body shuddered. "Mr. Yin." Yin Zhaoge turned his head innocently. "Is there anything else, Chief Lu?" Lu Feng was flabbergasted, and he was almost unable to catch his breath. His hunchback was due to the fact that his spirit-returning sect martial arts training had reached a certain level, which resulted in the appearance of a tortoise's back. However, it did not give off a feeling of decadence and old. Instead, it was like a spirit turtle that was fixed in the deep sea, steady, and could not be shaken by external forces. It was just that facing Yin Zhaoge now, Lu Feng really found it rather hard to straighten his back. He smiled bitterly and looked at Guan Jingxiong and the others, who were equally confused. "Mr. Yin, what do you think?" Yin Zhaoge nodded nonchalantly. "And you can continue. You don't have to worry about me. Just now, it was me who suddenly appeared in the arena where the 2 sides were sparring. I have no intention of pursuing this matter." His words rendered Lu Feng speechless. After pondering carefully for a moment, he recalled that while Yin Zhaoge had stayed at Changli Mountain as a guest in the vast ocean world, with some fellow disciples still remaining at Changli Mountain even now, Yin Zhaoge himself was very hard to define as good or evil. While Lin Qiansheng, Gung Hui, and Feng Jingsheng, big shots of the devil path, had died at his hands, Nian Chen, Fang Qin, Guan Yu, and Shen Shircheng of the righteous path had not shown mercy either. The 9 Dragon Fingers of the Blood Dragon sect were still in Yin Zhaoge's possession even now. This person's way of doing things seemed to be that whoever provoked him would be dealt with by him, not caring at all which camp the other party belonged to. Since that was the case, with his disciple having offended him just now, Lu Feng should really rejoice in not pursuing this matter. A bitter smile appeared on Lu Feng's face. He had really been thinking too much in thinking that Yin Zhaoge would help them deal with Green Snake Island. Those of Green Snake Island now reacted as well, all feeling incomparably fortunate. Guan Jingqiong's tense face relaxed as she inhaled deeply, cupping her hands towards Yan Zhaoge. It was this old woman's junior apprentice niece who offended Mr. Yan. This old woman deeply apologizes. That middle-aged man beside her, who had attacked earlier, was also sensible, as he hurriedly bowed and apologized to Yan Zhaoge once more. Those of Green Snake Island gazed at Yan Zhaoge and the spirit-returning sect martial practitioners as they slowly retreated, retreating into the bewildering maze sea. Those of the spirit-returning sect could only watch on helplessly. The situation just now had already been disadvantageous to them. If not for Yan Zhaoge's appearance, it would have been them who had suffered a loss. They would naturally not dare to pursue an attack now, having their plans disrupted. While those of Green Snake Island felt despondent, they felt even more rejoiced and relaxed. As Feng Yunsheng, Fu Inshu, Si Kongqing, Ying Longtu and the others saw this, some appeared puzzled while others appeared thoughtful. Those of the spirit-returning sect were filled with awkwardness as they looked at Yan Zhaoge, unable to speak. Lu Feng regained his wits, not mentioning Green Snake Island at all, as he instead summoned his disciple who had attacked earlier, apologizing to Yan Zhaoge once more. Traveling from the bewildering maze sea to Changli Mountain's directionless sea, you just happened to pass by my spirit-returning sect's flying turtle sea. If Mr. Yin doesn't mind, how about we travel together? Lu Feng said smilingly. Yan Zhaoge smiled mildly. It's naturally fine. Overjoyed, Lu Feng led Yan Zhaoge and the others along. As they walked, Yan Zhaoge asked nonchalantly, observing your sect in Green Snake Island, while the martial arts of your two sects are active and passive, yin and yang, hard and soft, they are actually interconnected in many aspects, seemingly originating from the same source. If I am not wrong, they should both originate from true martial's lineage. Is that so? Lu Feng nodded. That's right. Our sect's founder and the founder of the Green Snake demonic race were once related. The two unearthed a legacy site of pre-Great Calamity times together. After a period of conflict, they each obtained half of it. Our sect obtained the tortoise elephant of true martial, while Green Snake Island obtained the serpent elephant of true martial. This was no secret in the vast ocean world as Lu Feng sighed. Our sect inherited the legacy of true martial, upholding righteousness within defense, warding off evil and suppressing devils. We really cannot bear for the legacy of true martial to fall into the hands of evil and crooked sects to be used for evil. All these years, the other portion of the legacy has already been distorted beyond recognition by Green Snake Island. Every time our ancestors think of it, they all feel deeply pained. This old man is no exception. We have always hoped to be able to cleanse the roots of the legacy, not letting down our ancestors of pre-Great Calamity times. Over the years, the two sides had frequently clashed, having also captured the other side's young disciples. Still, their peak, most essential legacies had never been exchanged. Having been a transcending mortality martial grandmaster for many years, Lu Feng had often analyzed this. While the legacies of his sect and Green Snake Island added together were only a small portion of true martial's legacy, if he could combine the two, he would probably be able to immediately break through into the martial saint realm. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Yan Zhaoge nodded. His expression did not change in the least, but he extended his hands, entering a fist stance. Yan Zhaoge immediately retracted this fist stance. However, in Lu Feng's eyes, it shocked him to the point of dizziness as he very nearly fell headfirst into the sea. Mr. Yan. The old man was unable to speak properly as he stared fixedly at Yan Zhaoge's hands. Yan Zhaoge, however, placed his hands behind his back once more, walking forward as though nothing had happened. Chapter 614. Yan Zhaoge looked as though nothing had happened, as though he had not felt that there was anything special about his actions just now. But when Lu Feng saw it, he almost fainted. Mr. Yan, are you also a descendant of the true martial lineage? Lu Feng said excitedly. He could not help but feel agitated. While Yan Zhaoge had only adopted a fist stance earlier, seemingly ordinary, in the eyes of an expert like Lu Feng, It had seemed to contain infinite profundities. It was a simple stance, but it seemed to have merged the essence of both the spirit-returning sect and the Green Snake Island into one. Just looking at Yin Zhaoge's earlier fist technique, Lu Feng even felt the bewildering fog before his eyes grow fainter somewhat, as he felt himself getting somewhat closer to the martial saint realm. This was like a clap of thunder that shook Lu Feng until he was dizzy. The old man's usually hunched back abruptly straightened at this moment, as he looked fervently at Yin Zhaoge. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change as he inwardly laughed. The Jinwu Emperor was also known as the Profound Heaven Emperor, the Jinwu Devil-Rinsing Emperor, and the Devil-Rinsing Heavenly Lord. He was a legendary figure before the Great Calamity, one of the peak experts of Taoism. The inheritance he left behind was called the True Martial Fist Scripture. It contained movement yin-yang, hardness and softness, and contained boundless grand Taos that were extraordinary and profound. Although the Jinwu Fist Scripture did not contain all of Jinwu Great Emperor's knowledge, it was definitely the martial art that had the most in-depth description of the unique skills of the Jinwu lineage. Before the Great Calamity, the martial repository of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace had a collection of them. Yin Zhaoge was also proficient in the Xuanwu Fist Scripture, just that he had spent most of his time on even more powerful supreme martial arts, like the Peerless Heavenly Scripture and the Cyclic Heavenly Scripture, as well as Broad Creed Mountain's direct lineage Clear Chi Profound Art. As for the Jinwu Boxing Scripture, he was only familiar with it and had not really practiced it. Even the transformation of the true martial manifestation was a combination of the Heavenly Snake King Fist and the ocean-dominating fist of the demonic fists of the six spirits. It only took the artistic conception, not the principles of the fist. However, the Peerless Heavenly Scripture was the Tao sect's top great Tao wondrous art, and it was adept at simulating other supreme arts. As Yin Zhaoge's cultivation and strength had been increasing day by day these past few years, with the Peerless Heavenly Scripture having merged with the Xuanwu Fist Scripture, at the very least, it was not difficult for him to gain a basic understanding of it. Unlike the Northern Ocean clone, who had already attained the body of a martial saint when it had been refined, his original foundation in martial arts being firm, as it would be inconvenient for him to switch to other martial arts. It was not difficult for Yin Zhaoge, who cultivated in the Peerless Heavenly Scripture, to study the Xuanwu Fist Scripture. Therefore, although he had only assumed a fist stance just now, in the eyes of a veteran like Lu Feng, he had misunderstood that his true foundation was that of the true martial lineage. Feeling the fervor within Lu Feng's gaze, Yin Zhaoge smiled, shaking his head as he said, "Chief Lu misunderstands. This Yen is not of Xuanwu's direct lineage. It was only by coincidence that I received the guidance of a longtime friend of mine." Lu Feng took a deep breath and calmed down slightly. "May I know where the senior is? Please don't misunderstand, Mr. Yen. We're both of the true martial lineage. I just want to pay a visit to a senior expert." His heart jolted slightly. If Yin Zhaoge was not someone of the vast ocean world, his seniors were likely not in the vast ocean world as well. Yin Zhaoge said, "This is inconvenient. This uncle of mine does not like to be disturbed." Lu Feng sighed as he looked at Yin Zhaoge with a beseeching gaze. Yin Zhaoge's fist stance just now had allowed him to witness the profundities within, yet had also been hard-pressed to analyze. The thing that his predecessors, himself included, had yearned for all these years had been placed right before his eyes at this moment. Yet it seemed so close yet so far away, yet so unreachable. At this moment, Lu Feng's heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. Yin Zhaoge said, "What this Yen has learnt of the Xuanwu lineage is merely the tip of the iceberg. Without that uncle's approval, it would not be easy for me to transmit it. I believe that Chief Lu can understand this." Lu Feng smiled bitterly. Arts cannot be transmitted lightly. How could this old man not understand that? Looking at him, Yin Zhaoge smiled. "I wonder if Chief Lu would be interested in sparring with this Yen?" Lu Feng was taken aback for a moment before he immediately reacted. "I would be delighted. Please give me your guidance, Mr. Yen." The two halted. Many of the people in the surroundings had yet to react. Yin Zhaoge had retracted his fist stance just now, Most people had not been able to comprehend the profundities within. However, seeing Lu Feng's solemn expression, the spirit-returning sect disciples could not help but feel nervous. "Please guide me." Saying thus, Lu Feng's figure abruptly shrunk, his originally tall frame becoming much smaller. However, as he moved, his aura instantly became even more retracted and condensed. From Yin Zhaoge's perspective, Lu Feng's body seemed to have shrunk greatly, yet his aura seemed even greater as it seemed connected to the heavens and penetrating the earth. A massive spirit turtle appeared around Lu Feng's body, enveloping him entirely. The spirit turtle was incomparably massive. As its 4 legs strode within the seawater, they resembled 4 divine pillars that stabilized the sea. The great sea, which had still been surging with great waves a moment ago, instantly became calm and tranquil. The entire heavens and earth had fallen silent at this moment. A hint of a smile appeared at the corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth. "If you take the initiative to attack, you will actually not be able to display your true abilities. Since that is so, this Yin will make the first move," Lu Feng said in a heavy tone. "This old man thanks Mr. Yin for your kindness." "It's fine." Yin Zhaoge strode forward, raising his fists and punching out towards Lu Feng. The heavens and the earth shook in an instant. Accompanied by Yin Zhaoge's fists, the avatars of turtle and snake simultaneously appeared. Yin and yang coexisting, hardness and softness intermingling as movement and stillness combined, heaviness and agility combined within a single body. Beneath their mutual support, their power was majestic, as though it was infinite and immeasurable. As the silhouettes of the spirit turtle and the spirit snake intertwined, the massive figure of a heavenly god was indistinctly visible. He was clothed in black, wearing golden armor, and a jade belt as he wielded a sword and stood on a turtle and snake with a round light above his head. He was mighty to the extreme as he swept through the masses of devils, all evil daring not to act rashly. The spirit-returning sect martial practitioners were all rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. That tall figure directly stepped on Lu Feng's spirit turtle avatar. While the spirit turtle avatar did not shatter, its momentum, which had still been stable, as Mount Tai a moment ago, instantly plummeted, as it was trampled beneath the other party's foot. Seemingly about to be trampled into the depths of the sea, Lu Feng roared madly within his heart. "Of the Xuanwu direct lineage. It really is of the Xuanwu direct lineage." The next moment, Yin Zhaoge retracted his fist, that mighty figure vanishing without a trace. Even as Lu Feng felt a sense of loss, his heart blazed even more intensely. Yin Zhaoge smiled. "I hope that Chief Lu will have some gains." Gains? Of course there had been gains. Still, it had still been lacking just that little bit. Just that little bit. Lu Feng felt the urge to vomit blood as he smiled bitterly within his heart. I might as well not have used that move. Now his mind was even more restless and restless. The other spirit-returning sect martial practitioners were even more excited than he was, also even more restless. Lu Feng sucked in a deep breath. This old man has not visited Changli Mountain for some time now. If Mr. Yin does not mind, how about we travel together? Originally, he had only wanted to escort Yin Zhaoge's group to the Flying Turtle Sea. Now, however, Lu Feng felt that there was a need for him to make a trip to Changli Mountain. Chapter 6:15. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Yin Zhaoge nodded mildly. This Yin has no objections to Chief Lu's interest. Lu Feng said solemnly, "Please." The group continued their journey, but the mood of the spirit-returning sect disciples was completely different. The younger disciples were both excited and anxious. Their gazes towards Yin Zhaoge were filled with fervor. Meanwhile, the seniors of higher seniority all fell into deep thought, as they hurriedly sent sound transmissions to their sect heads to discuss their opinions. The Broad Creed Mountain disciples, adhering to the principle of listening more and watching more, moving less and speaking less, all followed quietly by Yin Zhaoge's side. However, many thoughts also appeared in their minds at this moment. The first to speak was unexpectedly the usually quiet Sikong Qing. Seeing that she had the intention to speak, the North Ocean clone beside Yin Zhaoge expanded his chi flow, forming a formless barrier between them and the people of the spirit-returning sect, preventing their voices from spreading. Qing had originally intended to send a sound transmission through her aura qi, but seeing this, she directly asked, "Senior apprentice Brother Yan, the martial art you displayed just now?" Yen Zhaoge's expression did not change. The supreme martial art of the Xuanwu lineage is known as the Xuanwu Fist Scripture. In the past, when I excavated all sorts of remnants, I obtained some incomplete cultivation techniques. However, when I killed the Radiant Light sect's martial sages, I obtained a rather complete inheritance from one of them. It's one of the direct martial arts of the true martial lineage. It has its merits. Qing nodded. It is indeed extremely profound. The martial arts of the vast ocean world's spirit-returning sect in Green Snake Island were already rather extraordinary just now. However, Senior Apprentice Brother Yan's Jinwu Fist Scripture is undoubtedly much superior. Fu Inshu glanced at Lu Feng and the others before looking at Yen Zhaoge, asking, "You intend to use this martial art to keep them hanging?" Yen Zhaoge laughed. "Since our clan currently does not intend to advance into the vast ocean world, I also have no intention of causing a huge ruckus here. Moreover, having brought some fellow disciples over this time, I originally felt that the Eight Extremities world was too peaceful, hoping to temper myself more here in the vast ocean world. Still, I will be heading to the world beyond worlds very soon. Our lineage does not have any martial saints or sacred artifacts guarding over this place. Changli Mountain is an outsider at the end of the day. It is better to rely on ourselves than to rely on others. Some arrangements still have to be made just in case." Fu Inshu slowly nodded. "Your thinking is very correct." Of those of Broad Creed Mountain, some had looks of understanding on their faces while others still looked rather dazed. Fu Inshu looked at them. "Zhaoge taught the spirit-returning sect a lesson, but didn't he also teach you a lesson?" Everyone pondered in unison as Fu Inshu continued. "Before coming here, I have already told you about the situation of the vast ocean world that year. Still, after the successive changes, the situation here is already very different. That year, of the 7 pillars of good, Changli Mountain and the spirit-returning sect were both close to Water Crystal Palace. The 3 sects joined forces against the Blood Dragon sect, Myriad Sword Pool, Spirit Rhino Island, and the Blazing Wind sect. Currently, the Blood Dragon sect has already been destroyed, Spirit Rhino Island unable to recover from this setback. Meanwhile, Changli Mountain's strength has increased greatly, their chief Gao Tianzhong, having transcended mortality and entered sainthood, becoming a martial saint expert not inferior to the Palace Lord of Water Crystal Palace, Lin Shi. He also does not fear the sacred artifact of Myriad Sword Pool, the floating sinking sword. Fu Inshu said slowly, "The relationship between the great sects is already different from how it was in the past." Those of Broad Creed Mountain all understood. The relationship between Changli Mountain and Water Crystal Palace will definitely turn from being allies to being enemies. With us being close to Changli Mountain, Senior Apprentice Brother Yan's actions are equivalent to pulling the spirit-returning sect, which was still close to Water Crystal Palace, over to Changli Mountain's side. Fu Inshu nodded. "That's right, it is precisely so. Leaving Green Snake Island behind would also leave the spirit-returning sect with a sense of danger, at the same time leaving them with the thought of personally exterminating their mortal enemy. The 2 sides might have initially been competing over Dao traditions, but after so many years, having slain and killed countless enemies, their enmity has long since become as deep as the seas." Ahu blinked. "But what if Water Crystal Palace and Myriad Sword Pool join forces?" Fu Inshu said. "In the Dragon Tomb, Myriad Sword Pool has gained little. While Water Crystal Palace's gains are not as great as Changli Mountain's, they are still considerable. The increase in their strength can be foreseen. While there has been no news of Water Crystal Palace in the vast ocean world these past 8 years, this precisely means that they are currently accumulating their strength, awaiting a metamorphosis. Perhaps Palace Lord Lin Shi has advanced a step further, or perhaps they have refined a sacred artifact of their own." Hearing her words, everyone nodded in unison. This way, Water Crystal Palace's strength will skyrocket, stably sitting on the throne of the number 1 sect of the vast ocean world. It would indeed be impossible for Myriad Sword Pool to join forces with them. Instead, the possibility of them joining forces with Changli Mountain is greater. Taking in the spirit-returning sect and weakening Water Crystal Palace is also a must. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, the people of Broad Creed Mountain all sighed emotionally. While this is so, it is easier said than done. Other than senior apprentice brother Yin, how many others could so easily change the situation of the world? Senior apprentice brother Yin said that he would not go all out, but with just a casual move of his, he has already caused the winds and clouds to change. Fu Inshu looked at Si Kongqing. Before absolute power, all trickery and trickery are useless. These words are true, but how many people are born with absolute power? In the process of unceasingly climbing towards the peak, there are some things that one has to pay attention to. You can choose not to use it yourself, but you have to understand it at the very least, preventing enemies from targeting you. There is a saying called killing with a borrowed knife. You have to be wary of the edge that you have painstakingly sharpened, becoming a knife in the hands of others. Si Kongqing was silent for a moment before she nodded, not speaking. Yin Zhaoge smiled, saying, Senior apprentice Aunt Fu speaks too seriously. I am not as good as you praise me to be. In baiting the turtle this time, it is those who are willing to take the bait. While the spirit-returning sect is being used by us, they will also gain something. Whether they will suffer a loss or gain an advantage is still uncertain. It's just that when we give them, their gains will be in our hands. Saying thus, Yin Zhaoge passed a jade coin to Fu Inshu. Keep this jade coin, senior apprentice Aunt Fu. The contents of the first volume of the Xuanwu Fist scripture are recorded within. It is already sufficient. As for how to keep this turtle on our hook, you can decide. Receiving the jade coin, Fu Inshu nodded, saying, Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. They arrived at Changli Mountain. Some of the Changli Mountain martial practitioners who had received the news earlier were already waiting at the edge of the directionless sea. However, upon learning that the chief of the spirit-returning sect Lu Feng was actually going to Changli Mountain to pay a visit as well, the Changli Mountain martial practitioners were all taken aback. As the news spread, it attracted the attention of all the other major powers, especially Water Crystal Palace. Amidst their shock, the various major powers all mobilized their manpower to investigate. In the end, the news that they obtained left them all speechless for a time. Yin Zhaoge grasped the direct lineage of Xuanwu. The martial legacies of the spirit-returning sect had hopes of improving further. As the news spread, the vast ocean world was shaken. While the spirit-returning sect was inferior to powers like Water Crystal Palace and the Dragon Slayer sect, they had always been one of the few powerful sects of the vast ocean world. They could be defeated, but when had they ever been subdued in terms of martial legacies? Today, however, someone had managed to do so, a living legend of the vast ocean world. Chapter 616. Everyone, please subscribe to the original version. Thank you. As the news spread, Water Crystal Palace and Green Snake Island were the ones who felt the most upset. Water Crystal Palace seemed to already see the spirit-returning sect leaving them, entering the embrace of Changli Mountain. Meanwhile, Guanjingxiong and the others of Green Snake Island wished that they could smash their heads against the ground. The spirit-returning sect desired to see the complete Xuanwu Fist scripture in order to improve their martial legacies. How was it not the same for Green Snake Island? What worried them even more now was that if the spirit-returning sect successfully advanced, Green Snake Island would be facing a calamity of destruction at any time. The chief of Green Snake Island, the Green Snake Madam Guanjingxiong, really did not know how she should face the ancestors of Green Snake Island now. Hearing that Yin Zhaoge had reappeared in the vast ocean world, the other major powers paid close attention to him as well. Even the ongoing great battle between the forces of good and evil had temporarily come to a halt, with no one stirring up any major conflicts, as they all paid close attention to what Yin Zhaoge would do now that he had reappeared. Yin Zhaoge had no intention of doing anything else, just meeting the chief of Changli Mountain Gao Tianzhong. They naturally exchanged some pleasantries. Having successfully transcended mortality and entered sainthood, Gao Tianzhong's strength was comparable to that of Water Crystal Palace's Palace Lord Lin Shi, and the chief of the Dragon Slayer sect Zhao Zhong, replacing the fallen evil Saint Lin Qiansheng as one of the 3 heavyweights of the vast ocean world. However, Gao Tianzhong's mind was very calm. He also thought that while there had been no activity from Water Crystal Palace recently, its strength had actually been increasing in secret. Gao Tianzhong naturally welcomed Yin Zhaoge's reappearance. He now more or less understood that Yin Zhaoge did not intend to reign supreme over a region of the vast ocean world, at least not for the time being. It was just that with more of Yin Zhaoge's fellow disciples appearing in the vast ocean world this time, those of Changli Mountain still secretly paid attention to him. Chief Gao, this Yin will be leaving soon. I still have some matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first. My fellow disciples may be a bother to your sect, so please take care of them. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Gao Tianzhong and the other Changli Mountain martial practitioners were all slightly taken aback. From Yin Zhaoge's words, it actually seemed like he would not appear for a long time. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, but Gao Tianzhong still did not hesitate in the slightest as he replied, Mr. Yin is too polite. Our sect naturally welcomes a friend who has come from afar. With both sides enjoying themselves, Yin Zhaoge and the others left while the spirit-returning sect's Lu Feng remained behind. While they had come for Yin Zhaoge's Jinwu Fist scripture, since they had decided to stay far away from Water Crystal Palace and approach Changli Mountain, the spirit-returning sect naturally had many matters to discuss with Changli Mountain. Yin Zhaoge and the others exited the Great Hall together, their gazes simultaneously falling on Su Fei. Xue Fei and Shi Jun had already remained in the vast ocean world for over 15 years. While Xue Fei still appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, he was actually already close to 50. He had not wasted his time in these years either. He had long since become an Essence Talisman level martial grandmaster expert. His current age was extremely young in comparison to his lifespan. Yin Zhaoge asked, how is sister-in-law Yuzhen? Due to her heavy injuries, Yuzhen's lifespan had been shortened. Now that more than 10 years had passed, if there was no improvement, her situation would not be very optimistic. Xue Fei smiled. Juner is looking after her. Thanks to the purple bamboo immortal pistol we found a few years ago, her lifespan was extended a little. Her situation is already much better now, just that she has yet to awaken. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge sighed in relief. There are purple bamboo immortal pistols in this vast ocean world? That's good then. Methods to extend one's lifespan were rare in the first place. Within Yuzhen's unique situation, many methods could not be used, and many spirit medicines could not be easily consumed. Therefore, there were even fewer methods available. Purple bamboo immortal pistols had not been found in the 8 extremities world and the floating life world. Unexpectedly, they were found here in the vast ocean world. Yin Zhaoge could not help but sigh emotionally at how the heavens always left a way out. They arrived at the back mountains of Changli Mountain. Within a courtyard stood a youth who looked to be around 27 or 28 years of age, his gaze firm, and his features handsome. Senior Apprentice Granduncle Fu, Senior Apprentice Uncle Yin. This youth was precisely Shi Jun. Seeing Yin Zhaoge and the others, a joyous smile appeared on his face. After first greeting Yin Zhaoge and Fu Enshu, he greeted the other fellow disciples of Broad Creed Mountain. While Feng Yunsheng, Xikong Qing, and the others had long since known that the flow of time in the vast ocean world was different from that of the 8 extremities world. Seeing Shi Jun, who looked completely like a handsome youth now, they were still rather unused to it. Longtu raised his head dazedly, looking at Shi Jun, who was almost a head taller than him. Back at Broad Creed Mountain that year, the two had been close in age, their relationship having been rather good. It was just that their former companion had suddenly been more than 10 years older than him. This had truly caused Han Long, or who had already been gradually enlightened, to feel like his brain was no longer enough to process. It was Shi Jun who maintained his smile as he solemnly bowed towards Longtu, Senior Apprentice Uncle Ing. No need for formalities. A rather dazed Longtu stuttered a little. The others had originally still been a little unnatural, but seeing Longtu's current appearance, they instead all smiled, no longer feeling so awkward. Standing beside Xue Fei, Yin Zhaoge secretly sent him a sound transmission, Senior Apprentice Brother Su. In returning to the Eight Extremities world this time, I got Ahu to make a trip to Turbid Wave Pavilion and meet Senior Apprentice Sister Xia. Shui Fei's gaze hardened as he looked at Yin Zhaoge and Ahu. Yin Zhaoge nodded towards Ahu, who scratched the back of his head. Brother Fei, I met Miss Xie Yuchan. According to young master's instructions, I invited her to come to the vast ocean world as well. Miss Xie declined. Still, she said that if you return to the Eight Extremities world in the future, please make a trip to Turbid Wave Pavilion. Ahu was rather puzzled. I specifically asked around and found out that Miss Xie did not have a new lover. Still, why hasn't she come? Yin Zhaoge elbowed him, laughing as he scolded. What are you talking about? Ahu gave a simple and honest laugh, while Shui Fei could not help but laugh as well, shaking his head. I more or less understand the reason for her not coming. Rest assured, after this matter is over, I will definitely find a way to return to the Eight Extremities world to see her. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Now that Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu and so many of our fellow disciples are here, there is no longer a need for you to keep an eye on sister-in-law Yuzhen and Jun. I will leave the lofty prestige mirror with you, also imparting you the mirror dimensional traversing technique. Roughly a year later, when the lofty prestige mirror has fully recovered, you will be able to return to the Eight Extremities world on your own. Make the best use of your time. Otherwise, by the time you return, you will have already surpassed them by 2 generations. Shui Fei ignored Yin Zhaoge's teasing as he instead frowned, asking, I can indeed rest easy here. Still, if you give me the treasure, what about yourself? Yin Zhaoge answered, there is no need to use the lofty prestige mirror in heading to the world beyond worlds. After getting there, I might not be able to use it. Seeing that Shui Fei's brows were still tightly knit, Yin Zhaoge paused for a moment before continuing. Having chatted with Old Man Mo before coming, I heard him mention that there are some things in the world beyond worlds. If they have yet to be severed, I naturally have other methods. The mirror dimensional traversing technique is not the only way to establish a temporary dimensional passageway. Hearing Yin Zhaoge's words, Shui Fei finally relaxed. When do you leave? Yin Zhaoge said calmly, right now. Chapter 617. Now. Su Fei looked rather puzzledly at Yin Zhaoge. Martial practitioners who had yet to surpass the 3rd level of the martial saint realm would be hard-pressed to ascend to the world beyond worlds, as they could only do so via the wounds of the sky. Yin Zhaoge had previously given a simple introduction of that paper fan of divine wood. Shui Fei already knew that Yin Zhaoge possessed a treasure that could protect him from the power of dimensions. But if he wanted to find the wound of the sky, where was it? With Yin Zhaoge's current methods, he was still unable to forcibly rip apart the boundary between the world beyond worlds and the vast ocean world. Yin Zhaoge smiled. A wound of the sky once appeared in the vast ocean world. That person of the dim darkness sect came from there. The wounds of the sky wall will not exist forever. The power of the domain will heal them, but it will be much easier to break open the places that were once torn. As for the place, Yin Zhaoge smiled. Senior Apprentice Brother Su, you should also be able to guess it. When Su Fei heard this, he pondered for a moment, and a look of realization appeared in his eyes. Tribulation Wind Mountain? Yin Zhaoge nodded. While I cannot be certain, if my guess is not wrong, when the dim darkness sect's Liang Jichao descended, the wound of the sky was most likely in the vicinity of Tribulation Wind Mountain. Tribulation Wind Mountain was an extremely dangerous place of the vast ocean world, a forbidden zone for humans, as it was located on the mainland. That place was shrouded by terrifying storms all year round, and even space itself was distorted by them. Even martial sage realm experts did not dare to step into that place easily. Yin Zhaoge said, if the situation in the world beyond worlds is stable, I will think of a way to descend again and bring sister-in-law Yuzhen up. There might be more methods that I can think of over there that will definitely be able to help her make a complete recovery. Fortunately, with the purple bamboo immortal pistol extending her lifespan, we have much more time. Shui Fei said, be careful on this trip. Yin Zhaoge smiled, of course. After bidding farewell to Su Fei, Fu Inshu and the others, Yin Zhaoge set off for the region of Tribulation Wind Mountain. Arriving in the vicinity of Tribulation Wind Mountain, Zhang Xian realized that it lived up to its name. Looking from afar, the sky was filled with storms, and it was impossible to see the surroundings clearly. Standing beside him, Feng Yunsheng and Ahu cupped their eyes with their hands as they looked at the tragic scene and gasped. "Young master, are you sure it's here?" Ahu grimaced. Pan Pan, who was sitting beneath them, was sprawled on the ground, his two front paws covering his eyes as he let out a weak roar, seemingly agreeing with Ahu's words. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. "After investigating the area, I'm even more certain that this is the place." Feng Yunsheng looked up at the sky. "If it's really here, what should we do?" Yin Zhaoge smiled. "I already thought about it back in the Eight Extremities world." He said to Ahu, "Take out all the things I asked you to prepare." The moment Ahu woke up, he hurriedly flipped through his shadow-shrinking pouch, pulling out a large pile of things. Crystal stones, talisman papers, green jade, gold and iron, and all kinds of other things. Every one of them was extremely huge, weighing more than 100 kilograms. Among them, there was even a peculiar sapling that flickered with a faint green light. Yin Zhaoge said, "Let us retreat." Saying thus, he led Feng Yunsheng, Ahu and Pan Pan in retreat, while the Northern Ocean clone took those treasures before flying off in the direction of Tribulation Wind Mountain. The Northern Ocean clone possessed shocking strength, as he forcibly broke through the storms on the outskirts, nearing Tribulation Wind Mountain itself. However, the further in he went, the more intense the storms of Tribulation Wind Mountain became. At the end, even the Northern Ocean clone found it hard to advance. The imperious cold martial armor appeared on his body, the fish dragon spear appearing in his palm. The Northern Ocean clone brandished the spear, a majestic force temporarily parting the storms, opening up a path for him. Just like that, supported by the two sacred artifacts, the Northern Ocean clone forcibly opened up a path, finally arriving at the peak of Tribulation Wind Mountain. Here, the storms had reached their peak, even distorting and ripping space apart. Even the Northern Ocean clone would be hard-pressed to remain here for a long time. He made good use of his time, forcing back the storms and landing at the peak of the mountain. With a wave of his palm, various spirit treasures of various kinds landed at the peak of the mountain, directly forming a massive formation. Beneath the assault of the storms, these spirit treasures were virtually about to be shattered in an instant. Fortunately, the Northern Ocean clone reacted quickly enough, stabbing the fish dragon spear into the peak of the mountain. A massive barrier instantly arose, blocking the storms for an instant. Making use of this time, the formation stabilized. At the center of the grand formation, that jade-green sapling planted its roots, growing with the wind as it actually instantly transformed into a great tree that towered into the heavens. The next moment, a streak of jade light shot into the skies from the peak of Tribulation Wind Mountain. Where the jade light passed, those terrifying storms were actually all drawn over by it, congregating at one point before shooting into the clouds together. In the distance, Yin Zhaoge and the others could feel the heavens and earth shaking unceasingly. The originally dim sky now turned even more blurry and indistinct. Yin Zhaoge's expression changed slightly. He seemed to vaguely see a faint light flickering within the sky. A moment later, he confirmed that it had not been a misconception on his part. Radiance had truly appeared within the sky, a long streak that resembled the sky being ripped apart as a scar was formed. Yin Zhaoge had once seen this scene in the Eight Extremities world, when he had obstructed the descent of Zhang Chao and the others of the Radiant Light sect. It was precisely a wound of the sky. Numerous streaks of light descended from the sky as the sonorous voice of the great Tao seemed to resound by their ears. Feng Yunsheng, Ahu and Pan Pan all raised their heads, their eyes wide as they stared at that shocking scene. Yin Zhaoge howled, bringing the others along as they approached Tribulation Wind Mountain. The storms in the surroundings of Tribulation Wind Mountain temporarily rose into the sky, as the Earth's surface instead calmed down. The Northern Ocean clone swept along Yin Zhaoge and the others, his figure resembling a great rock that soared into the 9 heavens, as he shot directly towards the wound of the sky. As they neared the wound of the sky, they instantly felt a boundless, immense force assaulting them. This boundless, immense force did not just originate from the outside world, as it originated from within the bodies of Yin Zhaoge and the others. It intermingled internally and externally, omnipresent yet irresistible. Not only did the distorted, chaotic feeling cause one's fleshly body to feel pain, as though it was about to be ripped apart and shattered, even one's soul was similarly thrown into disorder, as they virtually descended into insanity. Their cultivation bases were insufficient, as they passed through the wound of the sky. Not only would their fleshly body be reduced to a mist of blood and dust, even their soul would similarly be extinguished. This was truly the outcome of having their body and soul extinguished. Yin Zhaoge inhaled deeply, taking out that paper fan that he had obtained from a dim darkness sect martial practitioner, and opening it with a swoosh. Stimulated by his true essence, radiance that resembled green whilst also gold surged, penetrating the heavens and penetrating the earth. The illusory silhouette of radiance seemed to form a massive tree that resembled a heavenly pillar, enveloping Tribulation Wind Mountain from below, while its crown directly shot into the wound of the sky from above. The light pillar transformed into a perfectly straight tree trunk, while Yin Zhaoge and the others could still feel the terrifying threat of the power of dimensions within. Their movements instantly became much smoother. The Northern Ocean clone made use of this chance, bringing Yin Zhaoge and the others along as they shot into the sky, traversing that crack in the sky which glowed with radiance. While it seemed like it had only been a short instant, Yin Zhaoge felt as though he had traversed the long river of countless years. Vast spiritual qi surged through his body, shaking his mind. When the light had dissipated, Yin Zhaoge could only feel as though the world before his eyes had suddenly opened up, a clear sky appearing above his head as spiritual qi roiled between the heavens and the earth, flowing without end. For an instant, Yin Zhaoge actually felt somewhat like he had returned to the great thousand worlds of pre-great calamity times. This world beyond worlds is truly indescribably wondrous. While this was his first time here, Yin Zhaoge could confirm that he had not come to the wrong place. This was indeed the world beyond worlds. Still, a clamor resounded by his ear. As Yin Zhaoge gazed over, blazing fire rampaged on the vast earth before him, floods surging to the heavens as the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. The flames of war had clearly raged where he had descended. Chapter 6:18. It can't be again? Yin Zhaoge rolled his eyes. The situation before him was extremely similar to when he had arrived in the vast ocean world for the second time. Beside him, Ahu and Feng Yunsheng could not help but glance at Yin Zhaoge. "Young master, why is it that wherever we go, there is a battle?" Ahu grinned, asking. Yin Zhaoge answered exasperatedly. "How would I know?" What was slightly better than last time was that they had not landed directly in the center of the battlefield this time, simultaneously facing the attacks of both sides. Still, the great battle before them was even more intense than the conflict between the spirit-returning sect and Green Snake Island earlier. The two sides were already completely enraged as blood flowed like rivers. Gazing over, Yin Zhaoge and the others could see corpses littering the ground. Fresh blood had already accumulated on the ground, already close to drying up as it resembled a black swamp. Within the sky, martial grandmasters were currently in an intense battle, winds surging and clouds surging as the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. On the ground, there were martial practitioners with lower cultivation bases, who were also locked in an intense battle, the scene even more tragic. Radiance flickered over the distant horizon, a vigorous force that shook one's heart surging unceasingly. Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly, feeling that martial saint experts were currently clashing there. While they were far away, Yin Zhaoge and the others could still feel the great earth beneath their feet shaking unceasingly. Yin Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone both retracted their auras as he carefully appraised the two sides currently battling. To Yin Zhaoge, while the cultivation bases of these people could not be said to be very high, he was still able to see through many things. After watching for a while, Feng Yunsheng and Ahu's expressions grew much more solemn as well. The world beyond worlds is indeed extraordinary. Other than being more abundant in spiritual qi, the martial arts cultivated by the martial practitioners here are mostly outstanding as well. Ahu muttered. I wonder what the background of these people are. Ahu murmured. I don't know what the background of these people are, but the martial arts they are executing, placed in the 8 extremities world, while they are inferior to the direct lineages of sacred grounds, they are also definitely not something the legacies of those first and second-rate powers can compare to. Feng Yunxing pondered for a moment. According to Zhaoge's words of Old Man Mo, while much of the essence of legacies from before the Great Calamity is also missing, it is preserved more completely than in the 8 extremities world. There are even Tao legacies like the dim radiant sect that have not been severed. The level of the martial arts here is even higher than in the 8 extremities world. She surveyed her surroundings. The spiritual qi here is so abundant, and there are many heavenly materials and earthly treasures, as well as resources that are much more abundant than in the 8 extremities world. Ahu stared at both sides of the battle. One side's troops are advancing and retreating in an orderly manner. It looks like they're in a military formation. Yin Zhaoge did not speak. He too had the same feeling. A group of armor-clad cultivators gathered together. Although their cultivations were not outstanding, they formed a formation. Their qi and blood surged into the sky as they attacked their enemies with the weight of Mount Tai. Everyone's power was concentrated in one place, and the quantitative change led to a qualitative change. It was clear that they were jointly using some kind of powerful battle formation. More than 1,000 body refinement martial artists had formed a battle formation, and with their combined forces, they had completely routed the group of evolved masters. On the other side, there was a great grandmaster martial artist. His strength swept across, and even 1,000-man battle formation could not withstand it. However, in this military formation, there were not only body-tempering martial artists, but also many martial Tao grandmasters. Under their guidance, the battle formation unleashed even greater power, at the same time also feeding it back to these martial scholars. The two sides joined forces, jointly resisting the martial grandmaster opponents before them. There was not just a single such battle formation. Under the command of a leader, several battle formations joined together, their power stacking and increasing unceasingly. While there was a limit to the power of a battle formation, the opponent was only a spirit vessel martial grandmaster. For a time, he was also pushed back unceasingly by this torrent of steel. On the army's side, there were similarly martial grandmaster experts leading them. With the assistance of the battle formation, the individual martial practitioners were instantly unable to withstand it. Yin Zhaoge looked calmly at this scene. The higher one's cultivation base, the harder it was for those below to defeat those above to obtain victory through numbers. This was because there were not many battle formations that could accommodate hundreds, or even thousands of martial saint experts. Let alone martial saints. Even martial grandmasters would find it hard to join forces. It was already a very rare situation for him to use the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation to join forces with Yin Di, Old Man Mo, and the others to resist the Flame Devils. However, the Tai Imperial Breaking Formation could only be formed by 4 people. Still, when everyone's cultivation bases were rather low, a massive number of martial practitioners with low cultivation bases joining forces could indeed make up for the difference in their cultivation bases with numbers. This scene before him was the best example of this. Scanning the entire battlefield, Yin Zhaoge's gaze suddenly hardened slightly. Oh? Opening the door with good news, it was smoother than I had thought. With the situation unclear, with even the identities of the two sides still yet to be ascertained, Yin Zhaoge originally had no intention of interfering. He had only been waiting for the battle to calm down a little before casually grabbing someone to ask about it. However, looking carefully, he suddenly discovered a black-clothed middle-aged man. While this black-clothed middle-aged man was already a martial grandmaster, there was also an armored martial grandmaster leading the group, who seemed to be an officer staring at him. Heavily outnumbered, this black-clothed middle-aged man instantly fell into danger. When Yin Zhaoge discovered him, he was currently being stabbed in the chest with a spear. The reason for Yin Zhaoge's attention was that this person's attire was clearly the same as that of the dim darkness sect martial practitioner Liang Jichao, who had died in the dragon tomb. This was very likely a dim darkness sect martial practitioner as well. On the battlefield, facing the enemy's formation, the dim darkness sect martial practitioners were already beginning to crumble as they fled in all directions. Struck by a spear, the black-clothed middle-aged man collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, a youth in embroidered clothes beside him was greatly shocked as he hurriedly carried him on his back before turning and fleeing. Seeing their opponents beginning to crumble, the armored army dispersed as well, beginning to pursue and slay their fleeing enemies. To them, the heads of their enemies were all meritorious deeds. The youth in embroidered clothes fled with the black-clothed middle-aged man on his back, traversing mountains and traversing ravines. After fleeing for who knew how long, there was no one before him. Just as he was about to stop and catch his breath, a sound that resembled the roar of thunder suddenly resounded behind him. Shocked, the youth in embroidered clothes looked back, seeing a martial grandmaster leading a group of armored martial practitioners in pursuit. Looking at the black-clothed middle-aged man behind him, a smile appeared on their faces. Traders of the dim darkness sect are more valuable than other traders. The iron hooves of the enemy instantly arrived before him. The youth's face turned pale as despair appeared within his eyes. Could it be that I am going to die here today? As he thought this, the world before his eyes suddenly blurred. The world before those armored martial practitioners similarly blurred, as they discovered that a handsome youth wearing a white robe and a black-bordered blue shirt had appeared within the forest, blocking before their target. The sabers and spears in their hands descended. The other party did not move at all, as he just stood quietly with his hands behind his back. The next moment, all the armored martial practitioners were sent flying backwards, blood spurting from their mouths as they died on the spot. Yin Zhaoge's expression was as per usual as he swiveled his head to look at the black-clothed middle-aged man, who was already heavily injured and unconscious, before shifting his gaze to that youth in embroidered clothes who was still rather dazed. You are also a descendant of the dim darkness sect. Chapter 619. From the words of Deng Sun, Yang Zhanhua. Sun Hao and the others of the Radiant Light sect earlier. Yin Zhaoge already knew that the current language of the world beyond worlds was extremely similar to the ancient language of pre-Great Calamity times. Although there were some changes, they were very close. In most situations, they could even be used interchangeably without affecting communication. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, a grateful look appeared on this youth's face, but he was also rather guarded against him. He hesitated slightly for a moment before saying, I am not a disciple of the dim darkness sect. Yin Zhaoge smiled. You don't have to be so nervous. I am not on the same side as your enemy, here to trick you into saying something. If not for the fact that this person of the dim darkness sect is currently heavily injured and unconscious, I would have originally intended to question him. I inadvertently found a corpse which was left behind by a transcending mortality martial grandmaster of the dim darkness sect after his death that year. Wanting to return it to the sect now, I sought a descendant of the dim darkness sect. The young man in embroidered clothes cupped his hands. No matter what, I still have to thank you for saving my life. Looking at that black-clothed martial practitioner, he said, The Xian crooks are tyrannical, bewitching the masses. The Radiant Light sect, the dim darkness sect, and the other sects all rose up in revolt, wanting to overthrow the tyrannical regime of the Xian crooks. Martial practitioners of the various lands all responded to this, their followers as numerous as the clouds. I am merely a mere part of them. Mr. Zhang Qiansong is an old acquaintance of mine. It was due to his influence that I decided to join the great cause of resisting the Xian bandits. Still, I am indeed not a disciple of the dim darkness sect. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. May I ask if this is the Royal Reed Sea? The youth in embroidered clothes was taken aback once more. This is indeed the Royal Reed Sea. Sire. Yin Zhaoge spread his palms apart, smiling. I am not someone of the Royal Reed Sea. As I said before, I have come here to send the remains of a senior of the dim darkness sect back home. The young man in embroidered clothes mumbled. You are truly an expert, having the style of the ancients. He relaxed a little, and his chatterbox gradually opened up. Only now did Yin Zhaoge know that many changes had occurred in the royal Reed Sea, as compared to when Old Man Mo had still been around in the past. More than 100 years ago, an expert had descended upon the royal Reed Sea, calling himself the Xian King as he expanded his territory here, finally establishing the foundation of the Grand Xian dynasty. In the end, the Grand Xian dynasty ruled over the royal Reed Sea, which was even vaster than the entire Eight Extremities world. Besides the Radiant Light sect, the Dim Darkness sect, and a few other peak powers, the other martial practitioners who were active in the royal Reed Sea all submitted to the Grand Xian dynasty. The Radiant Light sect, the Dim Darkness sect, and the other powers also temporarily avoiding their edge. However, over 10 years ago, the founder of the Grand Xian dynasty, the Xian King, had perished, causing the overall strength of the Grand Xian dynasty to suffer greatly as well. The Xuanmu kings of the past had always been tyrannical and cruel in their rule. This was especially so for the current third-generation King Xuanmu, who was arrogant and licentious, as he had exerted great pressure on the martial practitioners of the royal Reed Sea. Now that the Grand Xian dynasty was on a decline, internal strife instantly arose. Meanwhile, the powers at the head of the Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect even began brazenly attacking the Grand Xian dynasty. The flames of war currently raging throughout the entire royal Reed Sea. Even as they resisted the Grand Xian dynasty, they were also inciting the experts that the Grand Xian dynasty had gathered to rebel against them, also drawing in the other martial practitioners of the royal Reed Sea, regardless of their cultivation bases, as they rebelled together, shaking the foundations of the Grand Xian dynasty's rule in all aspects. This heavily injured and unconscious Dim Darkness sect martial practitioner Zhang Qiansong and his companions were doing precisely this. Meanwhile, the Grand Xian dynasty was naturally doing their utmost to suppress them as well. The two sides locked in a fierce battle. It was not just here before them, as the chaos of war spread throughout the entire royal Reed Sea. Yin Zhaoge nodded repeatedly as he heard this. The more chaotic the better. The more chaotic the situation is, the more convenient it will be for us to reap benefits from the fire. From the looks of it now, it was not just the Dim Darkness sect who was their nemesis. The Radiant Light sect also had other enemies in the royal Reed Sea. It was just a pity that the Grand Xian dynasty was not a good partner to work with. Just from how the Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect, these two mortal enemies, had even joined forces to attack them, it could be seen how unpopular the Grand Xian dynasty was. Also, this Grand Xian dynasty was used to being domineering and overbearing. Working with them would really be asking a tiger for its skin. Still, the current chaos in the royal Reed Sea was indisputably more beneficial to Yin Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain. After all, if a massive entity like the Radiant Light sect went all out, it would be sufficient to suppress worlds like the Eight Extremities world or the vast ocean world. According to Old Man Mo, ever since the Dim Radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia had perished, the Dim Radiant sect had suffered a great loss in strength, a great number of its peak experts having perished as it had finally fallen apart. Even so, however, the Radiant Light sect had still had experts of the 6th level of the Martial Saint realm that year. Also, as compared to the Eight Extremities world, there were as many experts as there were clouds in the sect. Meanwhile, in the world beyond worlds, their cultivation bases would not be suppressed, as they would be able to fight at their peak state. Looking at the youth in embroidered clothes before him, Yin Zhaoge smiled. After talking for so long, I still don't know how I should address you. The youth hesitated slightly. Yin Zhaoge had saved him in Zhang Qiansong. It would really be impolite of him not to give his name. Still, he was still a little worried that Yin Zhaoge was of the Grand Xian dynasty, and was playing hard to get. The Wei family he hailed from was rather famous in the phoenix-bearing region of the royal Reed Sea. As soon as he said his surname, most people who had heard of him would be able to associate him with the Wei family. It had been his own idea to follow Zhang Qiansong, to rebel against the Grand Xian back then, keeping it a secret from the seniors of his family. After a while the youth sighed, still answering honestly. I am Wei Lang. I wonder how I should address benefactor? I am surnamed Yin Zhaoge. While news of this might reach the ears of the Radiant Light sect, Yin Zhaoge did not give a fake name. Appraising Wei Lang, he said rather interestedly. From the martial arts that you executed, while they could not be said to be supreme, there are still merits to it. The sect or family that you hail from should not be nameless, right? If he was someone of the Grand Xian dynasty, using the name of the Wei family, it would be sufficient for them to make things difficult for him. Hearing Yin Zhaoge's words, Wei Lang instead heaved a sigh of relief, knowing that Yin Zhaoge was indeed not a native of the Royal Reed Sea. Relaxing greatly, he said, "This is a supreme martial art that has been passed down in my family. My Wei family is also somewhat famous in this phoenix-bearing region of the Royal Reed Sea." Yin Zhaoge looked at that black-clothed martial practitioner. He is called Zhang Qiansong? His injuries are rather serious, and it looks like he won't be able to wake up for a while. Do you know how to contact the other dim darkness sect martial practitioners? Wei Lang said rather awkwardly. Brother Yin, I did not lie. I am indeed not a disciple of the dim darkness sect. As for the other dim darkness sect martial practitioners, while I have seen a few of them before, I do not know how to contact them. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge put a hand on his forehead, smiling bitterly within his heart. This really is. After pondering for a moment, Yin Zhaoge communicated with the Northern Ocean clone via a thought, the latter stealthily leaving. In having come to the world beyond worlds this time, on one hand, he had ascertained the situation and contacted his enemies of the Radiant Light sect. On the other hand, he had to think of a way to prevent those of the Radiant Light sect from obtaining the supreme treasure of the Rahu luminary. While he might be able to contact the dim darkness sect now, it was still uncertain when he would be able to make any progress. Therefore, Yin Zhaoge decided to work on both fronts at once. He would contact the dim darkness sect, while the Northern Ocean clone would go investigate the matter of the supreme treasure of the Rahu luminary. With Feng Yinsheng by his side, if he obtained any clues regarding the supreme treasure of the Rahu luminary, he would not have to worry about any delays. Wei Lang naturally did not detect anything at all, as he was currently looking worriedly at the unconscious Zhang Qiansong. Now, Wei Lang's expression suddenly changed as he retrieved a paper crane formed of spirit talismans from his bosom. As the paper crane flapped its wings, Wei Lang was rather shocked. A senior of my family is nearby, currently looking for me. Chapter 620. Requesting subscriptions. Requesting monthly tickets. Glancing at the paper crane, Yin Zhaoge knew that this was a special secret communication technique that was commonly used amongst family members, making it easy for the elders to find and rescue the juniors. A moment later, a group of people appeared before Yin Zhaoge and the others. The one at their head was a middle-aged man. Seeing him, Wei Lang called out rather embarrassedly, "Second uncle." The middle-aged man looked first at Yin Zhaoge and the others before looking at Wei Lang, sighing. "Lang, our big brother and I were both very worried about you." Wei Lang hurriedly said, "It was my fault for making father and second uncle worry." Looking at Yin Zhaoge, seeing that his expression was as per usual, he introduced, "Brother Yin, this is my second uncle, Ascending Yunsheng." "Second uncle, this is brother Yin Zhaoge. He saved me just now." Hearing his words, Wei Yinsheng cupped his hands towards Yin Zhaoge. "Many thanks for saving this nephew." Yin Zhaoge smiled. "You are polite, Mr. Wei." Looking at Zhang Qiansong, Wei Lang said slowly, "Second uncle, Mr. Zhang is injured." "You?" Wei Yunsheng shook his head. "I already told you before not to mess around with those of the dim darkness sect. If they can't stay in the phoenix-bearing region, they can just leave. But where can my Wei family go?" Wei Lang said in a low tone. "Second uncle, the Xian crooks have always been domineering. Our Wei family has also suffered greatly from them, being exploited and oppressed. Now that they have lost their destiny, it is a great time to overthrow them." Wei Yunqing said, "You are still young. Without the Grand Xian, there will still be other powers who will reign supreme. It will not be our Wei family's turn." Wei Lang muttered, "It can't be worse than being trampled on by the Grand Xian." Looking at Zhang Qiansong in deep thought, Wei Yunqing glanced at Yin Zhaoge and the others, asking via sound transmission, "Why did these people save you? Was it just because they saw injustice and drew their swords to help? Actually, they should mainly be wanting to save Mr. Zhang." Wei Lang answered honestly, "This brother Yin is not a native of the Royal Reed Sea. Instead, he is escorting the remains of a dim darkness sect senior back to his hometown. Still, he does not know how to contact the dim darkness sect. You also know that the main altar of the dim darkness sect is mysterious and unfathomable. Few in the outside world know about it." Wei Yunqing mused for a moment and sighed. "Forget it. Since that's the case, bring them back to Labor Wind City first." When Wei Lang heard this, he felt a little uneasy. If I bring them back to the clan, will they bring danger to the clan? If he had to risk his life and spill his blood, he would have no qualms about it. However, there were the old, weak, women and children in his family. If they were targeted by the Grand Xian dynasty, he dared not think too much about the consequences. Wei Yunqing said, "With me protecting you, it would instead be harder for your tracks to be exposed. Otherwise, if you were to be captured by the people of the Grand Xian dynasty while roaming the outside world, your clan would still be implicated." Wei Lang was a little embarrassed. "Thank you, second uncle." He went to tell Yin Zhaoge about it, and Yin Zhaoge did not mind as he immediately nodded. "Since that is so, I will be troubling you." Under the cover of the Wei clan's martial practitioners, the group quickly traversed mountains and rivers. Only now did Yin Zhaoge and the others have the time to carefully sense everything that was happening in the world beyond worlds. Looking up, the spirit qi veins crisscrossed in the sky, almost visible to the naked eye. The clear blue sky was not purely blue. Instead, it seemed to have a faint green luster. Day and night were not so distinct. At night, it was also not like places like the Eight Extremities world, where the bright starry sky could be seen. The night sky was not completely black. Instead, it seemed to be covered by a layer of blurry white gauze as it appeared completely dusky. Extremely bright starlight would suddenly streak across the horizon from time to time. While it was not like the great sun which illuminated the entire world, the starlight was still extremely bright and dazzling. It was only for a fleeting moment, as it seemed to pass through the world itself. "It is like we are within the river of stars," Feng Yunqing murmured. "Even if we are not, we are still close to the sea of stars." Yin Zhaoge smiled. "This is the world beyond worlds." While it could not compare to the heavenly court of the 9 heavens of pre-Great Calamity times, it was no ordinary world either. After traveling for a few days, a majestic city appeared on the horizon. Half of it was on land, while the other half was on the vast ocean, not moving at all despite the waves of the ocean, as it had a rather majestic aura. Gazing at the city in the distance, Yin Zhaoge knew that this was Labor Wind City, one of the major cities of the Phoenix-bearing region of the Royal Reed Sea. The Wei family of which Wei Lang and Wei Yunqing hailed from was the ruler of this place. The patriarch was Wei Lang's father and Wei Yunqing's elder brother Wei Yunchang. Wei Yunchang looked at Wei Lang rather sternly as Wei Lang was unable to raise his head under his gaze. Still, Wei Yunchang did not punish Wei Lang in front of Yin Zhaoge, as he just received Yin Zhaoge's group, thanking them for saving Wei Lang. Yin Zhaoge and the others were settled in. Zhang Qiansong was also taken care of. Beneath Yin Zhaoge's methods, Zhang Qiansong's injuries gradually began to recover, as he soon regained consciousness. Liang Jiqiao? That was a figure of my Grand Master's generation. It is rumored that he went to the lower worlds that year, though there has been no news of him since. Zhang Qiansong's face was pale. Does this mean that senior apprentice granduncle Liang has really perished? Yin Zhaoge held that wooden fan in one hand, waving lightly with the other. Enveloped by streams of clear qi, a white skeleton appeared, garbed in a robe similar to that of Zhang Qiansong's. Zhang Qiansong struggled to place his finger on the skeleton, infusing his aura qi within. After sensing it for a moment, he said sadly, "While I cannot be certain that it is senior apprentice granduncle Liang, it is indeed our sect's legacy without a doubt." He cupped his hands towards Yin Zhaoge. "Thank you for your righteousness." Yin Zhaoge smiled. "No need to stand on ceremony. Speaking of which, it was also a bit of a coincidence that I was able to meet a senior of your sect. It is related to another power of this royal reed sea. Zhang Qiansong raised his brows. Oh, may I ask which power it is? Yin Zhaoge said, the Radiant Light Sect. Zhang Qiansong instantly snorted coldly. Radiant Light Sect, humph? Yin Zhaoge smiled. Do not misunderstand. My sect, and I have no relationship with the Radiant Light Sect. On the contrary, enmity has been sown between us. I wonder if you have any impression of the names Deng Sun, Sun Hao, Lu Feng, Yang Zhanhua and Jin Jia? Zhang Qiansong was shocked. They are all martial saint elders of the Radiant Light Sect. 3 of their direct disciples and 2 of their guest elders. How would I not have heard of them? Among them, Deng Sun is even an expert of the 4th level of the martial saint realm. Even in the entire Royal Reed Sea, he is a famous figure. Yin Zhaoge grinned. Doesn't your sect feel that it has already been some time since we have heard any news of them? Zhang Qiansong was taken aback, only reacting after a while as he looked even more shocked. They're dead? It's related to your sect? Yin Zhaoge smiled. Actually, there should still be 3 more 3rd-level martial saints. Sadly, I do not know their names. Also, they died not long ago. Your sect might not have received the news in time. Zhang Qiansong sucked in a breath of cold air. May I ask which sect you hail from? Chapter 621. While he was grateful to Yin Zhaoge for having escorted Liang Jichao's remains back to the Royal Reed Sea, as well as for having saved his and Wei Lang's lives. As a descendant of the Dim Darkness sect, even though he was currently in dire straits, Zhang Qiansong still had pride within his heart. However, hearing that the disappearance and death of Deng Sun and the others were all related to Yin Zhaoge and his sect, Zhang Qiansong could not help but feel a chill within his heart. Whether they were direct disciples or guest elders, the deaths of so many martial saint experts was a great loss to the Radiant Light sect, which was a major power with many assets. If it was the Dim Darkness sect, they too would be unable to remain indifferent about it. This was especially so when Zhang Qiansong heard that it was likely that 3 experts of the 3rd level of the martial saint realm had perished as well. In total, they had lost a total of 8 martial saints, with 5 of them being experts of the 3rd level of the martial saint realm, and Deng Sun being an expert of the 4th level of the martial saint realm. Such losses were already extremely massive. Deng Sun was one of the top 5 grand elders of the Radiant Light sect's Eternal Light Hall. He was a renowned figure in the entire Royal Reed Sea. Looking at Yin Zhaoge again now, Zhang Qiansong could not help but feel deep veneration. Even if the other party was inferior to his Dim Darkness sect, they were definitely from a major power that could not be underestimated. They might even be even more powerful than he had anticipated. Yin Zhaoge spoke no further as he just smiled mildly. Our sect does not belong to the Royal Reed Sea. I believe that you have never heard of it before. Seeing that Yin Zhaoge did not say anything, Zhang Qiansong did not force him to ask. However, the other party's unfathomable expression did not cause him to look down on him, instead making him even more solemn. If what he said is true, the enmity between them and the Radiant Light sect is already so deep that it cannot be resolved. Perhaps they can become powerful reinforcements for our sect. While we are rebelling against the Xian together now, the Radiant Light sect is still our sect's mortal enemy at the end of the day, Zhang Qiansong thought. Still, we have to be careful of this being a ploy by the Radiant Light sect. While Yin Zhaoge had not mentioned it, Zhang Qiansong had also unconsciously denied the possibility that the other party had come from outside the world beyond worlds. This was similar to the thinking of those of the Radiant Light sect back then, carrying with it some sense of superiority as a major power of the world beyond worlds. In fact, if Deng Sun and so many other experts were to descend into a world outside of the world higher realm, they would basically be able to sweep through everything. There were only extremely few worlds where the martial Dao flourished. While they could not compare to the world beyond worlds, they did not lack experts of the 3rd level of the martial saint realm. The number of people who had ascended from a single world was already not just 1 or 2. However, for one, those worlds were too few in number. Compared to the thousands of lower realms, they were practically negligible. Secondly, even in such a world, there were many sects that existed side by side. Zhang Qiansong had never heard of any lower realm force that had the ability to take down so many powerhouses in Deng Sen's group. As for bringing back Liang Jichao's remains from the lower realms, it wasn't a big deal. Since Liang Jichao could descend to the lower worlds, others in the world beyond worlds could naturally descend and return as well. This, however, was the result of Yin Zhaoge's intentional actions. Everything he said was true, but an incomplete truth was sometimes more misleading than a lie. Zhang Qiansong was merely a spirit vessel martial grandmaster, placed in sects like Broad Creed Mountain and Jade Sea City in the Eight Extremities world. He would not be able to reach the level of core decision-makers, let alone a major power like the Dim Darkness sect. Yin Zhaoge only needed to establish a connection with higher echelon Dim Darkness sect martial practitioners through him. The more exaggerated Zhang Qiansong's imagination about himself in Broad Creed Mountain, the more he would naturally recommend them. As for what would happen after they learnt the truth, Yin Zhaoge was not too concerned about it. The one who had misunderstood was Zhang Qiansong. Anyway, it wasn't like he was going to submit to the Dim Darkness sect. As Zhang Qiansong pondered on how to send news back to his sect to investigate the situation of Deng Sen's group further, verifying the veracity of Yin Zhaoge's words, he said warmly, "This Zhang is incomparably grateful for having escorted senior apprentice granduncle Liang's remains back to the clan. It is just that I am injured now as well, unable to escort his remains. Can I ask you to help me to the end? I will try to contact the senior experts of my sect to come and receive us. My sect's seniors will definitely repay you for your righteousness, as a token of our sincerity." Yin Zhaoge smiled mildly. "It's fine. I originally wanted to remain in this royal reed sea for a period of time. Still, my original intention was to understand more about the Radiant Light sect's situation." Zhang Qiansong chuckled. "In this world, other than their own descendants, it would be our sect that understands the Radiant Light sect the most." As Yin Zhaoge and Zhang Qiansong conversed, elsewhere in the Wei family manor, there were also people conversing, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that they were arguing. "Second brother, why has sixth uncle been alerted?" The patriarch Wei Yunchang, who was also Wei Lang's father, was currently gazing solemnly at his younger brother Wei Yunsheng. Wei Yunsheng's expression was calm as a white-haired old man beside him snorted coldly. Luckily, Yunsheng was alert. Otherwise, even this old man wouldn't know how much trouble you unfilial descendants have caused. His gaze swept across Wei Lang beside Wei Yunchang. Swept by his granduncle's gaze, Wei Lang instantly felt a chill run through his entire body. Wei Yunsheng said mildly, "Let eldest brother know that General Yang's forces are already on the way, arriving at our Labor Wind City very soon." The bodies of Wei Yunchang and Wei Lang simultaneously jolted. Phoenix-bearing General Yang Zhaozhen? The Phoenix-bearing general was the commander of the Grand Xian dynasty's army responsible for guarding the Phoenix-bearing region. Wei Yunchang's face was sunken. Langer acted on his own. Even if he was in the wrong, he would naturally be dealt with according to the family's laws. "You actually reported him to the Grand Xian dynasty?" "Big brother, Langer is ignorant, but you're also so naive?" Wei Yunqing said. "Langer is not the eldest son of the first wife, and he rarely goes out in the past. Most of the time, he stays in Labor Wind City, so there are not many people in the Phoenix-bearing region who recognize him. However, when he joined forces with those of the Dim Darkness sect to rebel against the Xian, the martial arts he executed were those of my Wei family. While it would not be easy for others to discover him in the chaotic situation of the battle formation, there would definitely be people who would notice it and become suspicious. The Grand Xian dynasty has long since grown suspicious." Wei Yunchang fell silent. Old granduncle Wei snorted from the side. "Yunchang, don't think that I don't know. If not for your tacit consent, how would Wei Lang have been hanging out with those of the Dim Darkness sect? However, you are really too muddle-headed. The Grand Xian dynasty is still far from having been completely wiped out. Is that something that can be rebelled just because you say so? Even though we are usually oppressed and exploited fiercely, At least we are still able to maintain our ancestral family business. But now, we may be exterminated at any time. Wei Lang clenched his teeth. I will bear the consequences of my own actions. Do not implicate the family because of me. Our Wei family is a major family. With the current situation, even the Xian bandits would not dare to blindly suppress us. As long as we hand me over, they will most likely still appease the family. Wei Yunqing smiled. Second uncle can be considered to have watched you grow up. How would I want to send you to your death with my own hands? I invited General Yang and the others over to hunt down those of the dim darkness sect, not for you. Wei Lang stared. Second uncle. Wei Yunqing smiled coldly. Otherwise, why would I have so kindly invited them to Labor Wind City? If not for your description of their unfathomable strength, I would have taken them down on the spot. Only their heads can protect the Wei clan. Chapter 622. Wei Yunqing's voice caused Wei Lang to tremble in fear. These people surnamed Yan might not be of the dim darkness sect, but they are jackals of the same tribe who have come to the dim darkness sect. They must be traitors as well. General Yang would be very happy to accept them. Wei Lang's lips trembled. Second uncle, they saved my life earlier. It was also because they believed in us that they came to Labor Wind City. Wei Yunqing smiled coldly. I am also saving your life now, saving all of our lives. Since this brat surnamed Yin is so willing to help others, I believe that he would not be stingy in helping us once more. With their lives, we can save thousands of people of my Wei family. His merit is immeasurable. He should be happy to do so as well. Wei Lang opened his mouth wide, turning to look at his father in panic. His brows knit tightly. Wei Yunqiang had just been about to speak when old granduncle Wei said coldly beside him. Today's events are all due to the reckless actions of you father and son Yunqiang. Amidst his words, a few figures appeared. Glancing at them, Wei Yunqiang's heart sunk. He saw that these were all elders of the Wei family, who usually did not manage affairs, instead focusing solely on cultivating. These old monsters were all not beneath his in terms of cultivation basis. This sixth uncle before him was even the #1 expert of the Wei family. While he was the patriarch, with so many elders simultaneously expressing their opposition, Wei Yunqiang felt immense pressure. Old granduncle Wei said in a heavy tone. Yunqiang, do you still not understand? Yunqing has already contacted General Yang. Why was this old man still forced to leave seclusion? It was precisely because I wanted to capture these traitors with my own hands. Handing them over on our own accord, and having them search for us, are completely different results. Looking at Wei Yunqiang, old granduncle Wei slowed his tone. It is not too late to mend the pen after the sheep are lost. Wei Yunqiang said in a heavy tone. The Grand Xian dynasty has acted perversely. Currently, the entire Royal Reed Sea is against them, while I have tacitly allowed Lang to travel with the people of the dim darkness sect. Aren't you and second brother also standing on the side of the Grand Xian dynasty now? Also, you are the ones who betrayed the dim darkness sect. If the Grand Xian dynasty is really overthrown in the future, we will definitely be held accountable by the dim darkness sect. Also, we will be hated by them even more than the other powers, which are vassals of the Grand Xian dynasty. Wei Yunqiang said rather painfully. Even if you are not on the same side as the dim darkness sect, why must you completely fall out with them like this? Just drive them away from this place. Old granduncle Wei snorted. You as a clan leader have really become muddle-headed. It seems like it was indeed a mistake for the clan to hand you the helm back then. You are just like those mediocre people, only seeing that the Grand Xian dynasty has currently fallen into a low ebb, with its founder King Xianwen having perished, and the current King Xuanmu being powerless to suppress the world. Yet, do you not think about where the founding ancestor King Xuanqing is? Wei Yunqiang was startled. Didn't King Xuanqing die earlier than King Xianwen? Old granduncle Wei said. King Xuanwen's death is something that is certain, but King Xuanqing's whereabouts are unknown. The royal family of the Great Xian dynasty is extremely secretive about it. His death is merely a guess of the masses, who would dare pat their chest and say that King Xuanqing is definitely dead. Wei Yunqiang frowned. King Xuanqing's cultivation base cannot be compared to King Xuanwen's. Even if he is still alive, he might not be able to rule the royal Reed Sea. Old Granduncle Wei waved his hand. King Xuanqing and King Xuanmu are both present. Even if the Grand Xian dynasty cannot win, it will be very hard for them to lose. As long as they do not lose, other places aside, this phoenix-bearing region will still be the world of the Grand Xian dynasty. Our Wei family will still be living and flourishing within the territory of the Grand Xian dynasty. How can we offend them? His tone turned stern. Yunchang, you have already committed a grave mistake. Now it is the entire clan that is bearing the risk alongside you, father and son. Wei Yunqing now said from the side. Sixth uncle, please calm your anger. There is also no need to be in a hurry to act. Old Granduncle Wei raised his white brows. Are you worried that this old man will not be able to take down a few juniors? Such a young martial grandmaster is indeed rare. Still, how high can they be? The Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster realm? Wei Yunqing said. Firstly, there is no harm in being careful. At the end of the day, we do not know their background, also not knowing if they have experts lying in ambush outside our Labor Wind City. Secondly, from what I heard from their words, it seems that they want to contact other Dim Darkness sect martial practitioners over. Under such circumstances, whether the Phoenix-bearing general wants to first capture him or slowly plot against him, it is best that we do not make a decision on our own. I have already truthfully reported the situation to the Phoenix-bearing general. Let's wait for the people of the Grand Xian dynasty to arrive before making a decision. We just need to stabilize the situation here. Hearing his words, old Granduncle Wei pondered for a moment before nodding. Keep a close eye on them. He swiveled his head and glanced at the pale Wei Lang. Confine yourself and reflect on your actions. Wei Yunchang's face tensed as he fell silent. Having learnt some more about the current situation of the Radiant Light sect from Zhang Qiansong, Yin Zhaoge was very satisfied. Old Man Mo's intelligence had already been a matter of over 100 years ago, as it could only serve as a general reference. Zhang Qiansong, however, had first-hand, real-time information that was much more useful. Zhang Qiansong was heavily injured at the end of the day, also having been busy contacting his seniors of the Dim Darkness sect, as well as conversing with Yin Zhaoge. He very quickly found himself lacking in energy once more. After he had rested, Yin Zhaoge left his room. Standing in the courtyard, he gazed up at the brilliant sky up above as he pondered. The intelligence that Zhang Qiansong had provided earlier surfaced in Yin Zhaoge's mind one by one. Luo Ziyuan, the chief of the Radiant Light sect, was already an expert of the late-seeing divinity stage over 100 years ago. While he has yet to break through to the 7th level of the Martial Saint realm and step into the Immortal Bridge stage, he is probably just lacking that final step. It would not be too much to say that he is currently one of the most powerful seeing divinity martial saints of the Royal Reed Sea. They have the high-grade sacred artifact, the Sun-Moon Wheels, guarding over them. Still, the Moon Wheel was damaged many years ago and no longer possesses its former might, causing the power of the two wheels to decline as well. Still, they are treasures that transcend the heavens and penetrate the earth. Yin Zhaoge smacked his lips. The old saying is indeed right. A starved camel is still bigger than a horse. Despite having been destroyed for so many years, the Dim Radiant sect still has some of its foundation left behind. As he pondered, Yin Zhaoge gazed up at the stars above his head, inhaling and exhaling the spiritual qi of the world, as he felt relaxed to the extreme. At this moment, he seemed to feel as though the heavens and earth before him had returned to the era before the great calamity. Within his illusory consciousness, the long river of time seemed to surge on a grand, unstoppable scale. Yin Zhaoge felt as though he was standing in the present, facing off against the long, distant years of time. Many comprehensions, many thoughts, all cleansed and tempered his inner heart. Streams of clear qi emanated, enveloping this courtyard, as those outside were unable to clearly see what was going on within. Beneath the clear qi was a clump of chaos, neither beginning nor ending. The acupoints of Yin Zhaoge's entire body pulsed, numerous runes flying out from within, condensing into a formation, which then stacked on top of one another. jointly establishing a heavenly altar that resembled a pagoda whilst also a sacrificial altar. Atop the heavenly altar, infinite radiance changed unceasingly, as though time was flowing in reverse between the heavens and the earth, returning to before the creation of the heavens and the earth, returning to before the primordial world had been established. All existences finally transformed into chaos, seeming to pervade the heavens and the earth as they encompassed the entire area. Yet at the same time, they also seemed to be congregated at an indescribable point. Amidst the changes in chaos, the figure of a person was seated within, indistinct at times. However, looking carefully, it also seemed as though he did not exist at all. Yen Zhaoge smiled mildly. Entering transcending mortality today, I am able to see a portion of primordial beginning. Chapter 623. A heavenly altar erected above Yen Zhaoge's body, the phenomenon of peerless chaos manifesting atop it. That figure of a Taoist that resembled chaos and seemed to exist yet to exist was the true martial avatar that Yen Zhaoge had established with his own foundation. This originated from his comprehension of the peerless heavenly scripture. Yen Zhaoge's thoughts moved slightly as the true martial avatar atop the heavenly altar suddenly changed, transforming into a giant that seemed to raise a great seal in its hand. As the great seal was raised, it resembled the sky. As it descended, the heavens and the earth seemed to be overturned, the sky collapsing. Yen Zhaoge's gaze resembled water, light shimmering as his true martial avatar changed once more. The true martial avatar that manifested this time was the Broad Creed heavenly avatar of Broad Creed Mountain's martial practitioners, combining the clear chi profound art and the heavenly Broad Creed palm. Still, Yen Zhaoge's Broad Creed heavenly avatar was different from Zhang Kuan and He Ning's. Millions of sword lights were emitted around the tall giant's body, enveloping the surrounding space, as it stood on a massive green dragon, which rose and fell along with the giant. Yen Zhaoge stood up, retracting his true martial avatar, as the clear chi that enveloped the surrounding area vanished as well. Gazing upwards, it was already daytime as the sky was clear before him. Yen Zhaoge smiled, returning to his lodgings and silently meditating. Over the next 2 days, other than cultivating and analyzing the spiritual chi flow of the world beyond worlds, Yen Zhaoge conversed with the dim darkness sect's Zhang Qiansong, gaining a deeper understanding of the current situation in the Royal Reed Sea. Still, Yen Zhaoge vaguely felt that something was wrong. While the Wei family treated him with great respect and hospitality, having servants prepare whatever he wanted as long as he gave a word. Ever since that first day, he had not seen Wei Lang again. "Young master, something really seems wrong." Ahu entered the room with a rather solemn expression on his face. Yen Zhaoge asked, "What is it?" "The Wei family says that he acted on his own, breaking the rules of the family, as he is currently being confined to reflect on his actions." Ahu said, "This is nothing. Still, I feel that the Wei family vaguely intends to keep an eye on us, though they conceal it very well." Hearing his words, Yen Zhaoge pondered. Yen Zhaoge could already tell that Wei Lang had acted on his own, joining the rebellion against the Xian along with Zhang Qiansong. Under such circumstances, Wei Lang would most likely be punished when he returned home. This was to be expected. The only difference was how the Wei family viewed Yen Zhaoge's group and the dim darkness sect. The Wei family did not try to cover things up, lying that Wei Lang was in secluded cultivation or had gone out due to some matters. Instead, they openly told Yen Zhaoge and the others that Wei Lang had been grounded as a punishment. Looking at this matter on its own, there was nothing abnormal about it. However, when combined with some of the details that were revealed, it was hard to avoid suspicion. Yen Zhaoge said to Ahu, "Go and probe the servants of the Wei family. Say that we are preparing to leave this labor wind city within these 2 days." Ahu understood tacitly and left. After a while, Ahu returned, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. "Young master, there's definitely something wrong. When I said we were leaving, the Wei clan members didn't show any reaction on the surface, but they were secretly in an uproar. I don't believe that they don't have something to hide. If they really did not welcome Yen Zhaoge and the dim darkness sect, hearing that they wanted to leave on their own accord. They should be more than happy to do so. Such a huge reaction now undoubtedly meant that they had other plans. If it was to say that the entire Wei family had joined the anti-Xian forces, they could just directly say so. Therefore, the current situation was clearly disadvantageous to Yan Zhaoge and the others. Yan Zhaoge smiled, standing up. Come, let's go to Zhang Qiansong's place. Exiting the courtyard and heading towards where Zhang Qiansong had settled down, he could already see some Wei family martial practitioners on the way, hesitating as they approached him. Yan Zhaoge ignored them as he first went to Feng Yunqing's residence. After picking her up, they came together to Zhang Qiansong's courtyard. Along the way, some Wei family martial practitioners wanted to come over and talk to him. Yet, before they could even get close, a formless wall seemed to appear before their eyes, making it hard for them to move at all, as they could only watch helplessly as Yan Zhaoge entered Zhang Qiansong's residence. Seeing Yan Zhaoge's group enter, Zhang Qiansong was slightly taken aback. Before he could speak, Yan Zhaoge first smiled. The owner of this place doesn't seem to really welcome us. Huh. While he was physically weak, Zhang Qiansong's mind was very clear. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, his expression instantly turned solemn. While Wei Lang had fought alongside him previously, he knew that the Wei family's attitude towards the rebellion against the Xian was very ambiguous. Zhang Qiansong thought for a moment before saying, the Wei family is one of the few major families of the Phoenix-bearing region. While they do not have a martial saint expert, I heard that they have an elder who has merged his essence to form an avatar, having stepped into the transcending mortality martial grandmaster realm. Also possessing the geographical advantage of Labor Wind City, they are still in existence that cannot be underestimated in this Phoenix-bearing region at least. Still, our sect has a martial saint elder active here in the Phoenix-bearing region. There will be no need to worry if we go over to meet him. The Phoenix-bearing region was not the dim darkness sect's territory. With a martial saint elder here, he would have opponents as well. It would be impossible for him to make a trip to Labor Wind City alone. Zhang Qiansong had contacted his fellow disciples earlier, and there were already others hurrying over to Labor Wind City to receive him before meeting up with that martial saint elder. Still, if the Wei family wanted to harm them now, the strength of the dim darkness sect martial practitioners who had come to receive them would appear rather weak. Just thinking about this, Zhang Qiansong felt pressured. Ignoring his injuries, he thought about leaving Labor Wind City first before anything else. Yan Zhaoge smiled, waving his hands towards him. There is no need to be so nervous. I have not come here to urge you to leave. It is only to ensure your safety, lest they try to make a move on you. Seeing Yan Zhaoge's relaxed manner, Zhang Qiansong was taken aback. He explained, while you are young, your cultivation base far surpasses mine as you are a rare genius. Still, our sect and the Xian traders have long since been irreconcilable like fire and water, and the Phoenix-bearing region is not under our control. The Wei family aside, if they have really sided with the Xian traders, wanting to harm us, they should have already leaked our whereabouts to them. The Xian traders general in the Phoenix-bearing region, the Fire Rock Yang Zhaozhen, is an expert who transcends mortality and enters sainthood. At the same time, he is no ordinary martial practitioner, instead being the nephew of the Xian dynasty's Marquis Haicheng. He cultivates in the martial Tao of the Xian dynasty's royal lineage, possessing rather extraordinary strength. Zhang Qiansong said solemnly. While Yang Zhaozhen was battling with our sect's elders earlier, he might not be able to divert his attention to Labor Wind City. Still, we still have to guard against him. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Relax, relax. Not knowing whether to laugh or to cry, Zhang Qiansong was about to continue persuading him when Ahu's voice resounded from outside. Young master, the people of the Wei family have arrived. Yan Zhaoge leisurely left the room, seeing a group of people standing in the courtyard outside. The one at their head was a white-haired old man. Beside him stood a group of Wei family elders who appeared to be around his age. Wei Yunqing stood by the side, yet the family head Wei Yunchang was nowhere to be seen. Why is young Master Yin in such a hurry to leave? Has my Wei family not been a good host in any way? Wei Yuncheng coughed dryly. Chapter 624. Yan Zhaoge looked first at that white-haired old man, and then at Wei Yunsheng. Comparing all that had happened previously, how could he not understand what was going on with the Wei family? Yan Zhaoge completely ignored Wei Yunsheng's polite words, as he just appraised the people of the Wei family, not stopping until he shocked them to death with his words. You wouldn't go to the extent of praying to your ancestors and abolishing Wei Yunsheng's position as patriarch, right? Wei Yunsheng's expression stiffened slightly, the faces of the elders beside him sinking as well. Young Master Yan, please speak cautiously. My Wei family respects you as a guest, but your words just now were a little too rude. Wei Yunsheng retracted his smile, saying slowly. Yan Zhaoge laughed lightly. This old man beside you should be that #1 expert of your Wei family, who is rumored to have already stepped into the transcending mortality stage, the long-time elder? Everyone here, you Wei Yunsheng included, should all be some of the strongest experts of your Wei family. If it is just to keep a guest here, is there a need for such a grand show of force? Yan Zhaoge said mildly. It is already obvious. Why not be a little more honest? Wei Yunsheng was silent for a moment before he said, the Grand Xian dynasty is already suspicious of Lang Er's identity. We have no choice but to draw a clear line between us and the dim darkness sect. Yan Zhaoge said mildly. How do you draw that line? From the looks of it, it doesn't seem like you want to just expel us. You probably want to capture us and hand us over to the Grand Xian dynasty? Wei Yunsheng said. To tell you the truth, we do indeed have such intentions. Still, our target is the dim darkness sect disciple Zhang Qiansong who is in this room. If you are not of the dim darkness sect, as long as you do not interfere, we will not make things difficult for you. Yan Zhaoge chortled. Who are you trying to fool? His gaze sweeping past old granduncle Wei and the others, he said nonchalantly, let alone Zhang Qiansong being injured. Even if he was in perfect condition, you Wei Yunsheng would still be more than sufficient to capture him. With such a grand show of force now, you have clearly included me as well. Wei Yunsheng was rendered speechless for a time. Old granduncle Wei strode forward, his powerful aura expanding unceasingly as it seemed to envelop the entire Labor Wind City. His murky old eyes shone with a terrifying light. Yunsheng, why are you wasting your breath on them? Old granduncle Wei gazed coldly at Yan Zhaoge. Since I've already said it out loud, I might as well tell you plainly that you won't be able to escape today. Yan Zhaoge said nonchalantly. From the moment we first met, you have been mistaken about one thing. From the beginning to the end, I never planned to leave this Labor Wind City. Earlier, I merely had the intention of alerting the enemy. Yan Zhaoge spread his palms apart. I appeared here specifically to wait for you. Everyone from the Wei clan frowned when they heard this. Yan Zhaoge gazed at Wei Yunsheng. From when we first met and you invited us to Labor Wind City, you were already planning to deal with us, right? You have also included me in your plans from the very beginning. Otherwise, why would you have lured us to Labor Wind City? Apart from us, perhaps you've also included your elder brother, Wei Yunchang. Hearing his words, Wei Yunsheng said slowly, you saved Lang Er's life at the end of the day. It would not have been good for my elder brother to make a move against you. Therefore, he was not present. Yan Zhaoge was surprised. With such a thing having happened, while you can allow Wei Yunchang to continue sitting on the position of patriarch, the Grand Xian dynasty will not be able to tolerate him. The Wei family elders did not speak. Wei Yunsheng was silent for a moment before he shook his head, smiling. Whatever you say. Actually, from my point of view, you saving Lang Er's life is but a small favor. Meanwhile, Lang Er was in danger because you anti-Xian people bewitched him, even dragging my Wei family down with you. This is a great enmity. Before such a great enmity, a so-called small favor is naturally not a favor at all. Old granduncle Wei said coldly. Youngster, this old man can tell that you are full of confidence and are not bluffing. At your age, you are indeed a rare genius who has cultivated to the martial grandmaster realm. It is no wonder that you are so confident. Still, youngsters with some talent love to be arrogant. You must know that many times, you are not allowed to be unbridled and out of control. As he said thus, old granduncle Wei strode forward, raising his palm and grabbing towards Yan Zhaoge. just killing a few warriors of the Grand Xian dynasty. Do you think that you can rampantly rampage under the heavens? Streams of qi formed a vortex. As they circulated, gazing upwards, winds surged and clouds surged in the sky above Labor Wind City, forming a massive vortex that enveloped the entire city. Wei Yunxing smiled. Since you acted to save Lang, and are so righteous, I believe that you wouldn't mind helping my Wei family out a little more? My Wei family of over 1,000 people has been saved due to your sacrifice. You have all performed immeasurably virtuous deeds. Yan Zhaoge leisurely raised his head and looked at the vortex up above, saying smilingly, "No need to be so polite. Saving your entire Wei family is indeed but a simple matter for me." As he said thus, Yan Zhaoge's figure suddenly flickered. Old Granduncle Wei and the others could only feel a blur before their eyes, as Yan Zhaoge's figure had already disappeared from their line of sight. Greatly shocked, they were just about to search for Yan Zhaoge when Yan Zhaoge's voice continued resounding by their ears. On the other hand, taking your lives is also just a casual matter. Old Granduncle Wei's stooped body abruptly straightened, all the hairs on his body standing on end. Swiveling his head, he saw Yan Zhaoge clearly standing amidst the crowd, one hand directly clasping Wei Yunxing's neck. Wei Yunxing opened his mouth wide, yet was unable to utter a sound. Yan Zhaoge said slowly, "You can be the first." A crack resounded as Wei Yunxing's neck was directly snapped by Yan Zhaoge's fingers. All the members of the Wei family stared wide-eyed at this scene in disbelief, their minds completely blank. Wei Yunxing was an early Essence Talisman martial grandmaster. His cultivation base was so high that he resembled a divinity when facing martial practitioners below the Essence Talisman stage. Yet his neck had been snapped like a chicken's by a youth who was not even 30 years of age. What sort of cultivation base did this youth possess? Let alone experts being as common as the clouds in the world beyond worlds. Even martial practitioners who had yet to reach the martial saint realm were innumerable, who could kill Wei Yunxing and kill him so easily. Still, they had to be late Essence Talisman martial grandmasters at the very least. This youth before them, those of the Wei family were rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied, feeling as if the world before them was filled with a surreal feeling. The only one who could still react in time was old Granduncle Wei, who possessed the highest cultivation base. Amidst his stern roar, the terrifying power of the winds and clouds up above mightily descended towards Yan Zhaoge. The violent tides resembled a tsunami, as the nearby Wei family longtime elders were all forced to retreat repeatedly. Yan Zhaoge casually tossed Wei Yunxing's body aside like trash before pushing outwards with a palm. The boundless, frenzied tides stirred up by the Wei family's direct lineage martial art, the heavenly falling cloud's palm, instantly dissipated. The old man spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Yan Zhaoge said mildly, "I said earlier that I have no intention of leaving Labor Wind City. You pose no threat to me at all. Why should I leave? If someone has to run, it shouldn't be me." Chapter 625. Requesting subscriptions, requesting monthly tickets. Infinite coldness arose within old Granduncle Wei's heart. The higher one's cultivation base was, the more clearly they could feel how terrifying Yan Zhaoge was. With his transcending mortality martial grandmaster cultivation base, he had actually been unable to clearly see Yan Zhaoge's movements in grabbing Wei Yunxing earlier. Only when Yan Zhaoge had regained his footing and opened his mouth to speak did he discover that Yan Zhaoge had already arrived right before his eyes in an instant. The other party had killed someone while talking and laughing. Old Granduncle Wei had already acted immediately to save him, yet could only helplessly watch as Wei Yunxing's neck was snapped by Yan Zhaoge in the end. This caused Old Man Wei's entire body to feel a chill. He was certain that the Yan Zhaoge before him was not much different from his appearance. However, after confirming this, he was even more shocked as he even felt the urge to turn tail and run. Looking at Old Man Wei, Yan Zhaoge chuckled. "Since I have specially come here to wait for you, you can forget about leaving." Old Man Wei's anger surged upwards as he simultaneously struck out with his palms, the heavenly descending cloud palm being pushed to the maximum. The clouds in the sky billowed as they transformed into boundless, frenzied tides that struck towards Yan Zhaoge. Above Old Man Wei's body, a massive figure appeared. It was his true martial avatar, the heavenly descending cloud avatar. It seemed to be formed of numerous clouds, possessing vast, vigorous power, and ethereal agility, as it displayed the essence of the heavenly descending cloud palm to the point of perfection. Yin Zhaoge just smiled nonchalantly, pushing out with his palm once more as he struck out with the heavenly broad creed palm, the momentum of his palm seemingly enveloping the entire sky. However majestic and mighty the sea of clouds by the horizon was, it was still concealed by the sky at the end of the day. Accompanied by Yin Zhaoge's palm, the heavens and the earth seemed to overturn alongside it, as that roiling sea of clouds instantly shattered. Old Man Wei grit his teeth, roaring in a low tone as numerous runes flickered within his pupils. As they flickered, streams of light flickered in the air above Labor Wind City, intersecting as they quickly formed a massive formation. The power of the formation descended, wanting to bolster Old Man Wei's body, as the heavenly descending cloud avatar, that had almost been crushed by Yin Zhaoge's palm, regained a stable momentum. If someone had told Old Fart Wei that he was fighting with a young man who was not even 30 years old, not only was he unable to defeat his opponent, he even had to rely on the guardian array to protect his life. Old Fart Wei would definitely spit on his face. But now he was only worried about one thing, and that was that his formation was not strong enough. At the same time, he activated the clan's great protective array. A bracelet on Old Fart Wei's wrist lit up with radiance, and streams of spiritual qi were added to his body. With the support of the high-grade spirit weapon, Old Fart Wei felt that not only did his strength temporarily increase, he could even control the defensive array more smoothly. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge's palm did not cease in its momentum, still descending as though the sky itself was collapsing. With regards to Old Fart Wei's actions, he acted as though he did not see anything, and only took a step forward. Yin Zhaoge didn't seem to have done anything, just a simple step forward. Yet the space beneath his feet seemed to have undergone a transformation. The grand formation that enveloped Labor Wind City actually slowed down for a moment as it circulated. Numerous spirit patterns lit up on the ground. At this moment, they resembled numerous long snakes as their tails were simultaneously stepped on by Yin Zhaoge. Smiling, Yin Zhaoge took another step forward, directly arriving before Old Fart Wei. The palm that was raised high in the air also came crashing down at this moment. High-grade spirit artifact shattered. Heavenly descending cloud avatar shattered. Old Fart Wei despaired as he looked at that palm which resembled the sky itself, obscuring his vision, and unceasingly descending. He wanted to struggle and resist, yet discovered that he was actually unable to move his body at all. "All of you stop!" A roar suddenly resounded, coming from the distant horizon and instantly arriving before them. That voice shook the entire Labor Wind City, seemingly causing it to shake for a moment. Everyone within the city felt dizzy as they swayed left and right. The expressions of Feng Yunsheng, Ahu, Zhang Qiansong and the others all turned slightly solemn. Martial Saint. All-encompassing flames blazed from the horizon, instantly enveloping half the sky before pressuring down towards Labor Wind City. The flames were green, brutal as they pierced through the sky, causing everyone within Labor Wind City to feel restless, as though they were about to combust and be reduced to ashes. Then, a speck of white light blossomed amidst the boundless green sea of flames, shooting speedily towards Yin Zhaoge. The white light expanded amidst space, resembling a white crane spreading its wings as it swept along streams of green fire, descending together. Yin Zhaoge smiled. This should be the stone fire art of the 5-fire true art, and the white crane treasured spear of the 7-fowl treasured spear? Indeed of the grand Xian royal lineage, just that it looks incomplete? It is no wonder. You can be considered a distant relative. As he said thus, Yin Zhaoge still struck towards Old Fart Wei with one palm, his other hand clenched into a fist. Yin Zhaoge clenched his fist before punching out towards the white light stabbing towards him from within the sky. As he punched out, he executed the Northern Ocean Divine Spear, incorporating spear arts into his fist as his fist was like the tip of a great spear. A great black sea seemed to appear in the air above Labor Wind City. Amidst the rising and falling tides, a massive fish leapt up, transforming into a great rock as it shot straight into the 9 heavens. Fist against fist, spear against spear, the forces of both sides clashed in midair. Just the aftershocks alone were enough to bring Labor Wind City's Guardian Grand Formation to the brink of shattering. Meanwhile, Yin Zhaoga's heavenly broad-creed palm did not cease at all as he shattered Old Fartway's great head of 6 suns right in front of his opponent's face. The green sea of flames within the sky mightily exploded, a figure walking out from within. That was a middle-aged man in golden armor, his features authoritative as his entire body reeked of blood, possessing a brutal aura that intimidated one's very soul. Just coming into contact with such an aura, ordinary martial practitioners with weak wills would be scared out of their wits, losing their will to fight, as they would wish for nothing more than to surrender and beg for mercy. It's General Yang, Phoenix-bearing General Yang Zhaozhen. Those of Labor Wind City, who recognized this middle-aged general, could not help but exclaim in shock. The other party was the valiant general of the Grand Qin, who had always guarded the Phoenix-bearing region. He had a brutal personality as he had killed countless people. Before the large-scale rebellion against the Xian had begun, he had already claimed countless lives. After the rebellion had erupted, the number of anti-Xian martial practitioners, who had been personally slain by him, was even more innumerable. It was just that the flames of fury were clearly flickering within this General Yang's eyes at this moment. His face, which had originally already been illuminated by the fiery light, appeared even more brutal. Having been slain by Yin Zhaoga right in front of him, his attack having still been blocked by Yin Zhaoga, Yang Zhaozhen instantly felt like he had lost all face. After slaying Old Fartway with a single palm, Yin Zhaoga nonchalantly retracted his palm, meeting Yang Zhaozhen's gaze calmly. "Oh, you've come personally? Is it to use us as bait after capturing us, ambushing and capturing even more dim darkness sect martial practitioners?" Yang Zhaozhen gazed at Yin Zhaoga. "If you are not a descendant of the dim darkness sect, who is your master?" Yin Zhaoga smiled. "Is this very important? Anyway, this person of the dim darkness sect is under my protection." Yang Zhaozhen said coldly. "It is indeed not important. All traitors must be slain." Saying thus, Yang Zhaozhen's figure shifted, white light appearing once more as it swept along numerous layers of green fire, obscuring the heavens and covering the earth as it descended towards Yin Zhaoga. Chapter 626. Although the terrifying spear tip was not as swift and violent as the northern underworld divine spear, but under the activation of the green flames that filled the sky, it was still extremely destructive. Like a white crane flapping its wings, it was even more agile and full of changes. The fiery light and the tip of the spear mixed together, scattering throughout the entire sky, enveloping Yin Zhaoga within. While it had spread out, the terrifying power contained within remained condensed without dissipating. No matter where it touched Yin Zhaoga's body, it would immediately transform into frenzied waves of slaughter and destruction. The corners of Yin Zhaoga's mouth arched slightly upwards as he thought. 5 Fire True Art, 7 Foul Treasured Spear. Rather resembles the concept of the legendary supreme treasure of pre-Great Calamity times, the 5 Fire 7 Foul Fan, just that it has yet to completely grasp its essence. Speaking of which, it can barely be considered as a branch of the clear jade lineage. Yin Zhaoga raised his palm once more. Light and shadow flickered above his head, and a huge figure appeared. It also raised its palm. Seeing this huge human statue, everyone present was slightly dazed. Martial Dao spiritual image. Transcendent Grandmaster. Even they who lived in the world beyond worlds had never heard of such a young transcending mortality martial grandmaster. Yang Zhaozhen, who had wielded the white crane treasured spear with the stone fire art, and wished that he could rip Yin Zhaoga's corpse into 10,000 pieces along the way, was also slightly shocked as he saw this. Carefully appraising Yin Zhaoga, he was instantly shocked in his heart. His true age is practically the same as his outer appearance. A transcendent martial grandmaster less than 30 years old. How is that possible? With that thought, the anger in Yang Zhaozhen's heart immediately dissipated, and he regained some calmness. Where did this kid come from? Still, not waiting for him to change his stance, Yin Zhaoge and the true martial avatar behind him raised their palms simultaneously. The moment he lifted his hand, the heavens trembled. Heaven and earth were overturned. Yin and Yang were reversed. The cosmos was reversed. And yin and yang were reversed. Let alone the fact that your martial arts technique is not completely derived from the fan of 5 flames and 7 birds. Even if it is a martial arts technique formed from the power conception, can your fan of 5 flames and 7 birds defeat my flipping sky seal? Yin Zhaoge's true martial avatar instantly rotated between the broad creed heavenly avatar and the cyclic heavenly avatar. As his palm descended, the heavenly broad creed palm transformed into the cyclic heavenly seal, directly extinguishing the white light and green flames between the heavens and the earth with a single palm. The majestic power of reversing the universe burst out and collided with Yang Zhaozhen's 7 treasured spear. A muffled hum sounded between the heavens and the earth. Then, a series of explosions rang out, sweeping out in all directions. It was as if an invisible force had pierced through the space within a radius of 10,000 kilometers. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a figure was sent flying upwards. With Yin Zhaoge standing on the ground and Yang Zhaozhen attacking downwards from midair. If someone was jolted into the air, then this person would be. Everyone's jaws dropped as they stared blankly at the scene before them. None of them could come back to their senses. As the two sides clashed, the one who was sent flying was the martial saint Yang Zhaozhen. Yin Zhaoge stood where he was, his expression calm, as no changes could be seen in the least. The entire Labor Wind City was deathly silent. Everyone who had witnessed everything that had happened earlier felt as if they were in a dream. And it was unbelievable. The youth before them had not only stepped into the peak of the 10th level of the martial grandmaster realm at a young age, he had even forcibly defeated a martial saint expert in a head-on clash. While Yang Zhaozhen was only at the 1st level of the martial saint realm, the early merging avatar stage, he was still an authentic martial saint expert. As the commander of the Phoenix-bearing region of the Grand Xian dynasty, not only was his cultivation base high enough, his strength was also extraordinary amongst martial practitioners of the same cultivation level. Transcending mortality and entering sainthood, having entered the martial saint realm, it was a completely different concept from martial grandmasters. Now, however, the martial grandmaster Yin Zhaoge had domineeringly repelled the martial saint, Yang Zhaozhen. In the distant horizon, others now appeared as well. They were all clad in armor, their auras imposing as they were all experts of the Grand Xian dynasty under Yang Zhaozhen's command. They had accompanied Yang Zhaozhen in exterminating the anti-Xian martial practitioners. Due to their cultivation bases, they had been slightly slower. It was just that the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners had never thought that upon arriving, the first thing they would see would be their general, the martial saint expert Yang Zhaozhen, being sent flying backwards. Everyone was taken aback, wondering what kind of powerful foe it might be. In the end, when they clearly saw the true martial avatar above Yin Zhaoge's body, they were all instantly rendered dazed. The world beyond worlds was filled with experts as geniuses abounded. It was not that there were no rumors of transcending mortality martial grandmasters contending against, or even defeating martial saints. Still, these were all legendary existences as no one here had truly seen them before. Suddenly seeing it now, they were naturally shocked to the extreme. This was especially so after they had confirmed Yin Zhaoge's age. All of them were rendered speechless, only feeling as though the world before them had become unreal. All of them could not help but ask themselves, having cultivated in martial arts for so many years, had they all been living like dogs? A furious roar resounded within the sky, white light piercing through space, shooting swiftly towards Yin Zhaoge. Amidst Yang Zhaozhen's enraged roar, a jet-black spear shockingly appearing within his hands, a speck of white light exceptionally striking on its tip. Streams of green flames agglomerated on the spear, coating it with a layer of dim green light. The heat of the flames could not be felt, as they instead caused one to feel a bone-piercing chill. Gazing at that jet-black spear, Yin Zhaoge could feel the terrifying destructive power contained within even from a great distance away. Low-grade sacred artifact, dark feather slaughtering golden spear. As the nephew of the Grand Xian dynasty's Marquis Haicheng, a distant relative of the royal family, Yang Zhaozhen was not like others. While he was only at the first level of the martial saint realm, he possessed a sacred artifact. A martial saint wielding a sacred artifact would possess shocking power. Even with the toughness of Yin Zhaoga's fleshly body, a hole would still be pierced through by this spear. It was just that to Yang Zhaozhen, it was truly not a glorious thing for him to have to use his sacred artifact against a martial grandmaster. However, he could not care about that now, as he only wished to kill Yin Zhaoga. As long as he killed this strange young expert before him, nothing else mattered. Zhang Qiansong had long since been unable to stay in the room any longer. Seeing this terrifying scene now, he could not help but cry out in shock. Yin Zhaoga, however, laughed, roaring towards the heavens that resembled the roar of a dragon. Ice blue radiance flickered, a light armor appearing on Yin Zhaoga's body, as an endless icy sea expanded into the surroundings. Numerous ice dragons shot out of the icy sea, intermingling as they blocked Yang Zhaozhen's spear. The eyes of those of the Grand Xian dynasty simultaneously widened. He even has an accompanying sacred artifact. The roars of the ice dragons resounded throughout the 9 heavens. Yin Zhaoga and the true martial avatar above his head did the same thing, as they both extended their palms and flipped over once more. Yang Zhaozhen grit his teeth, resisting with all his might. However, amidst the sounds of explosions, the lofty phoenix-bearing general of the Grand Xian dynasty, the martial saint expert Yang Zhaozhen, was sent flying backwards once more. Everything that had happened earlier had all been futile, as he was still sent flying by a single palm in the end. Yang Zhaozhen's heart was filled with sorrow as he was no longer able to suppress the surging of his injuries, as he spat out a mouthful of blood, spraying into the air. Chapter 627. The humiliation and fury within Yang Zhaozhen's heart reached a peak. Still, his mind had completely calmed down now. While he felt extremely humiliated, while he found it hard to accept, he was now clear on one fact. He was not Yin Zhaoga's match. Even with the dark feather slaughtering golden spear in hand, the youth before him also had a sacred artifact accompanying him. If he continued fighting to the death, there would only be one outcome, and that was that he would die at Yin Zhaoga's hands. There would be no second possibility. Even if there was hope of perishing together with him, the valiant and brutal Yang Zhaozhen would still fight to the death. However, knowing that there was no chance of victory at all, after calming down, he instantly felt the urge to retreat. Gazing over, Yin Zhaoga saw that Yang Zhaozhen, who had been sent flying by his palm, had not stabilized his figure this time, as he instead made use of the momentum of his flight to flee into the distance. The green flames were retracted, white light expanding, which seemed to transform into wings as Yang Zhaozhen directly flew into the distance. Yin Zhaoga smiled. Easy to come, difficult to leave. The roar of dragons resounded in the air, ceaseless by the ear, as a massive palace appeared before everyone's eyes. Numerous dragons of light rampaged between the heavens and the earth, their majestic, authoritative power shocking the surrounding area. Gazing over in shock, Yang Zhaozhen saw that the palace was jet black all over, flickering with golden radiance as countless sigils and runes appeared on its walls. Streams of golden cloud chi suffused the area, transforming into a sea of clouds that directly enveloped the horizon, completely obscuring the space around Labor Wind City. Yang Zhaozhen was not someone who lacked knowledge. Therefore, after clearly seeing the palace before him, he felt even more shocked than the other spectators. While every brick and tile of this massive palace seemed no different from ordinary materials, it actually seemed to have been formed from numerous pieces of dragon bones and numerous dragon scales. Every brick and tile of the entire palace was priceless, as they also contained extraordinary power. Gathered together, it manifested boundless majesty. Aside from Yang Zhaozhen, who was a martial saint, all the other life forms in the surrounding 5,000 kilometers felt a desire to bow down in subservience as they looked at the palace in mid-air. The palace was concealed amidst the numerous auspicious clouds of dragon might, resembling a true dragon hiding its head. Yet, it possessed the might of a monarch descending to all beneath the heavens, ruling over all things. The great gate of the palace opened, a massive suction force emanating from within as numerous patterns of light flickered, wanting to form a frenzied tide that swept Yang Zhaozhen within. Greatly shocked, Yang Zhaozhen hurriedly brandished the dark feather-slaughtering golden spear, circulating his own strength to resist the terrifying suction force of the myriad dragon palace. Noticing from the corner of his eye that Yin Zhaoge had also risen from the ground and was flying towards him, Yang Zhaozhen's face was livid as he raised his wrist, a green fiery light shooting into the horizon. The flames were about to explode in the sky, but the surrounding void suddenly darkened. Yang Zhaozhen's pupil shrank. He saw that the sky above his head was shrouded in darkness. There was no sound, no light, and no light. The green flames were directly swallowed by the darkness. The next moment, a clap of thunder resounded in the darkness. The pale white lightning flashed, as if it was the first ray of light born in the eternal darkness. Lightning exploded, and streaks of pale white lightning struck down on Yang Zhaozhen. Helpless, Yang Zhaozhen could only raise his dark feather-slaughtering golden spear to painstakingly resist the bombardment of Yin Zhaoge's thunder of eternal night. Yin Zhaoge walked neither hurriedly nor slowly before him, smiling at Yang Zhaozhen before he struck out with another palm. Yang Zhaozhen's eyes seemed on the brink of imploding, yet he was powerless to evade as he was sent flying backwards once more by Yin Zhaoge's palm, falling within the great gate of the myriad dragon palace. The great gate mightily closed, intense vibrations quickly emanating from within. After sending Yang Zhaozhen into the myriad dragon palace with a palm, Yin Zhaoge did not rush in to pursue him, as he instead swiveled his head to look at the other Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners. Originally, after their initial shock, the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners had all unconsciously rushed over, wanting to reinforce Yang Zhaozhen as they surrounded and attacked Yin Zhaoge together. However, the situation had changed in an instant. The myriad dragon palace had appeared, directly imprisoning and suppressing Yang Zhaozhen. There were many martial grandmaster experts amongst these Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners, all of whom had usually been ruthless characters who rampaged through the world. However, as Yin Zhaoge's gaze swept past them now, they all felt a chill run through their bodies as they even felt their limbs go numb. Seeing that even the supreme martial saint Yang Zhaozhen, who usually guarded the phoenix-bearing region, was not Yin Zhaoge's match, the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners all felt their bodies trembling uncontrollably at this moment. Yin Zhaoge flicked his sleeve, 1,000 jade green light dragons roaring, as they instantly swept through the heavens and the earth. Numerous green dragons rampaged between the heavens and the earth, sweeping through the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners. The dense sword light caused the entire Labor Wind City to be immersed in an icy chill. It was not just the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners. Even those Wei family elders who had come along with Wei Yinsheng were slaughtered by Yin Zhaoge's sword light. As his sleeve flickered, the sword light was completely retracted. Yin Zhaoge had a leisurely expression on his face as he strode into the myriad dragon palace. Just having entered the palace, all-encompassing green fire surged before his eyes. Within the sea of fire, Yang Zhaozhen's face was sunken as water as he glared unblinkingly at Yin Zhaoge. Now that it was already a matter of life and death, Yang Zhaozhen gave up on all thoughts of fleeing as he attacked towards Yin Zhaoge with all his might. There was only one path he could take now, either killing his way out or dying a tragic death. Golden light surged amidst the green sea of fire as a great rock flew out, shooting towards Yin Zhaoge. 7 foul treasured spear, great rock treasured spear. While it was not as agile and ever-changing as the white crane treasured spear, it was even swifter, even more ferocious, even more violent. The great rock spread its wings, streams of green flames surging along the edges of its golden wings, as they enveloped the heavens and covered the earth. Yin Zhaoge shook his head, extending his palm once more, and returning the cyclic heavenly seal. The green flames were instantly extinguished, the great rock wailing mournfully. Golden light exploded within the myriad dragon palace, specks of light drifting about, resembling countless bird feathers scattering about. An icy sea coiled around him, numerous ice dragons roaring as they grew even stronger as the draconic chi of the myriad dragon palace revolved around them. Garbed in the imperious cold martial armor, Yin Zhaoge extended a hand, directly grabbing the shaft of Yang Zhaozhen's dark feather slaughtering golden spear. With the tip of the spear right before Yin Zhaoge's eyes, Yin Zhaoge could even feel the sharpness of the cold, icy coldness, as well as the scorching, dry heat within. However, the spear shaft was firmly fixed on the spot, unable to move an inch. Yin Zhaoge looked calmly at the tip of the dark feather slaughtering golden spear before him, as well as Yang Zhaozhen, who was just inches away from him, smiling slightly. The imperious cold martial armor on his body instantly transformed into an ice dragon, moving along Yin Zhaoge's arm, and coiling around the dark feather slaughtering golden spear. The shaft of the spear lit up with a magnificent radiance. Within the radiance, a dark-feathered rock flapped its wings and soared high into the sky, its boundless power stirring up wild waves. However, after being swept up by the ice dragon, the radiance instantly dimmed. A layer of frost condensed on the surface of the jet-black spear that flickered with golden light. With a wave of Yin Zhaoge's hand, the dark feather slaughtering golden spear flew out of Yang Zhaozhen's hands, landing on the ground alongside the imperious cold martial armor. The two sacred artifacts were filled with spirituality, possessing majestic power. Currently entangled together, even without their owners, they were still engaged in a heaven-shaking, earth-overturning battle within the myriad dragon palace. However, despair appeared on Yang Zhaozhen's face. Having struck the dark feather slaughtering golden spear with the imperious cold martial armor, Yin Zhaoge did not halt as he instead continued punching towards Yang Zhaozhen with a palm. The heavens and earth within Yang Zhaozhen's eyes seemed to have closed into a single line at this moment. Then amidst that blurry line, a palm squeezed out from the limits of the heavens and the earth. As it flipped, it grew larger and larger, seemingly replacing the existence of the heavens and the earth, everything within the world vanishing as only this palm remained. The sun and moon lost their light, resembling an ancient divine mountain being lifted up by an unrivaled king of divinity, before smashing down onto the head of Yang Zhaozhen. Chapter 628. As Yin Zhaoge's palm descended, Yang Zhaozhen raised his hands, finally managing to block Yin Zhaoge's palm, as he was barely not slain by that palm. However, as he blocked Yin Zhaoge's palm, the bones of Yang Zhaozhen's entire body emitted explosive crackling sounds. It was as if innumerable fine metals were shattering and collapsing at the same time. The acupoints of Yang Zhaozhen's entire body trembled as streams of terrifying green flames spurted out from them. However, just having lit up, the green flames were extinguished in succession in an instant. A boom resounded as Yang Zhaozhen's entire body shortened. His knees weakened from this palm of Yin Zhaoge's, as he nearly knelt down. He roared madly, the terrifying chi and blood of his body erupting as he tried to stand up straight. However, the pressure from above instead forced his body downwards even further, the bones of his entire body bending together. Yang Zhaozhen wanted to forcibly endure it, yet was completely unable to do so. If he did so, the result would be his entire body's bones being crushed. Yin Zhaoge pressed down on Yang Zhaozhen with his palm. Looking at Yang Zhaozhen's already flushed face, he smiled as he raised his other hand. Beneath Yang Zhaozhen's despairing gaze, Yin Zhaoge executed the cyclic heavenly seal with both palms, striking down towards his head. A boom resounded as the sound of explosions resounded from within Yang Zhaozhen's body. Then, the sounds of bones breaking resounded unceasingly, ceaselessly resounding by the ear. Yang Zhaozhen opened his mouth, yet was unable to utter any sound at all, as a great amount of fresh blood spurted out. All the blood of his entire body seemed to be squeezed out at this moment, seeping out from every single pore of his body, as he was dyed completely in blood. All the bones of his entire body shattered, his internal organs all reduced to a pool of blood. The green stone fire began burning uncontrollably within Yang Zhaozhen's body. Within the myriad dragon palace, Yin Zhaoge calmly retracted his palm, watching as Yang Zhaozhen's body broke apart before him, blood and fire scattering. Elsewhere, the imperious cold martial armor and the dark feather slaughtering golden spear were still entangled. However, Yin Zhaoge was already no longer concerned about them. No matter how much they fought, it was still within the myriad dragon palace. Even if the dark feather slaughtering golden spear had thoughts of its own and wanted to flee, it would not be able to do so. Yin Zhaoge turned and pushed open the great gate of the myriad dragon palace, walking out, looking down at the people of Labor Wind City. Everyone within the city raised their heads to gaze at the myriad dragon palace that loomed majestically in the air. With Yin Zhaoge and Yang Zhaozhen having entered, there was no one who wouldn't be concerned about the outcome. Although Yang Zhaozhen had been beaten to the point of covering his head and fleeing, the people's inherent respect for martial saints still made them feel uneasy. Still, seeing Yin Zhaoge remain calm as he pushed open the door of the myriad dragon palace and walked out as though nothing had happened, everyone knew the result of this battle. As a martial grandmaster, Yin Zhaoge had surpassed levels to slay a martial saint expert, the phoenix-bearing general of the Grand Xian dynasty, Fire Rock Yang Zhaozhen. The transcendent martial grandmaster in front of him was not only ridiculously young, but his cultivation was also exceedingly high. Feng Yunxing and who were not the only ones, but the others could not help but feel a little dazed at this moment. The dim darkness sex Zhang Qiansong was currently staring wide-eyed at Yin Zhaoge in midair, completely unable to speak. Hearing Yin Zhaoge mention the deaths of Deng San and the others of the Radiant Light sect earlier, Zhang Qiansong had felt shocked. Still, it had not been completely verified at the end of the day. Also, from Zhang Qiansong's understanding, that was the work of Yin Zhaoge's seniors. As for the Yin Zhaoge before him, as Zhang Qiansong saw it, having already become a martial grandmaster at such a young age, he was already a heaven-defying genius. Never would he have thought that Yin Zhaoge's cultivation base had actually already reached the peak of the 10th level of the martial grandmaster realm. Even less would he have thought that Yin Zhaoge would be powerful enough to actually forcibly slay the martial saint expert Yang Zhaozhen. The process was not complicated, but Zhang Qiansong was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied as he watched on, unable to speak for a long time. Such an age, such a cultivation base, such strength. Zhang Qiansong could not think of a second person in the entire Royal Reed Sea who could achieve this. His dim darkness sect, the Grand Xian dynasty, the Radiant Light sect, and the other powers, even the peak descendants of their direct lineage, would not be able to find a transcending mortality martial grandmaster who was not yet 30. Looking back at the history of the various sects and clans, Zhang Qiansong was at least unable to think of such a shocking figure for the time being. Yin Zhaoge kept the dragon ceiling palace, landing on the ground as he smiled at Zhang Qiansong. Your sect won't mind me directly killing that Yang Zhaozhen, right? I wonder if your sect has any other arrangements in the phoenix-bearing region. Realizing this, Zhang Qiansong said emotionally, everyone has the right to slay the Xian traitors. Mr. Yin having slain him, my sect will naturally not have any objections. Now that he had regained his wits, his gaze that was on Yin Zhaoge involuntarily turned blazing hot. Now, Zhang Qiansong truly felt that his dim darkness sect had to rope in Yin Zhaoge, and the sect behind him. The Wei family manor was already in a mess. Those of the Wei family who had previously been unwilling to act against Yin Zhaoge, Zhang Qiansong, and the others could no longer sit still now. Yet, they dared not approach Yin Zhaoge and the others as they were awkwardly caught between a rock and a hard place. The patriarch Wei Yunchang was silent, no light visible within his eyes at all. Even Wei Lang, who had been imprisoned earlier, was now released as he stared dazedly at this scene before him, resembling a wooden statue made of clay. Look, Mr. Yin. Zhang Qiansong observed Yin Zhaoge's expression. Yin Zhaoge shrugged nonchalantly. Your sect can just deal with it. I had no intention of acting in the first place. It is just that someone is just seeking his own death. Saying thus, Yin Zhaoge leisurely returned to his room. Looking at Wei Lang and his father, Zhang Qiansong sighed. Yin Zhaoge indeed did not care about how the dim darkness sect would deal with the Wei family. Comparatively speaking, Yang Zhaozhen's weight was much heavier than theirs. Still, Yin Zhaoge would still not show any mercy. Very quickly, the people of the dim darkness sect, who had come to receive Zhang Qiansong, arrived. Zhang Qiansong first explained Yin Zhaoge's situation. Hearing this, the eyes of his fellow disciples all bulged out of their sockets, as they were shocked to the point of being unable to keep their mouths shut. They hurriedly informed the highest authority of the dim darkness sect in the Phoenix-bearing region, their elder, Wang Wenmin, a mid-merging avatar martial saint. Wang Wenmin had originally been in a standoff with Yang Zhaozhen. Recently, he had been wondering about Yang Zhaozhen's sudden disappearance. Who knew that when he received news of his death, it would already be news of Yang Zhaozhen's death? What shocked him even more was that Yang Zhaozhen had actually been slain barehandedly by a martial grandmaster. Wang Wenmin was shocked by this. Having clashed with Yang Zhaozhen many times, he naturally knew that Yang Zhaozhen possessed a low-grade sacred artifact, the dark feather slaughtering golden spear. One with the spear, even if Wang Wenmin himself did not possess a sacred artifact, he had still been unable to take down this opponent after clashing a few times. Yet, someone had told him now that Yang Zhaozhen had been slain by a martial grandmaster? Wang Wenmin's first reaction was disbelief. Then, hearing that that martial grandmaster also possessed a sacred artifact, he heaved a sigh of relief, nodding slightly. No wonder then, this isn't right. Even if he had a sacred artifact, with Yang Zhaozhen's dark feather slaughtering golden spear, having been slain by a martial grandmaster as a lofty martial saint, how could it be any wonder at all? Even though Wang Wenmin was used to seeing storms, for just that one moment his mind still buzzed. Chapter 629. Defeating a person and killing a person on the spot were two completely different things. After all, other than a few situations, most people would choose to run if they couldn't win, rather than fight to the death. As a martial grandmaster, Yin Zhaoge had not merely resisted or defeated the martial saint Yang Zhaozhen. Instead, he had beaten Yang Zhaozhen to death in Labor Wind City, not even giving him a chance to flee. The strength he displayed was even more shocking. Wang Wenmin didn't say another word, and immediately hurried to the area of Labor Wind City. At the same time, Elder Wang of the Dim Darkness sect, who had regained his wits, did not forget what he had to do. The current Phoenix-bearing region was precisely a good chance for them to succeed. While the Dim Darkness sect and the other anti-Xian powers were shocked by Yang Zhaozhen's sudden death, the Grand Xian dynasty similarly needed time to receive the news and make a response. Hence, the turmoil in the Phoenix-bearing region instantly became even more intense. The Dim Darkness sect and the other anti-Xian powers wanted to make use of this period of time when the Grand Xian dynasty's control over the Phoenix-bearing region had weakened. After all, in a while the Grand Xian dynasty would be enraged by Yang Zhaozhen's death. Not only would they retaliate, the momentum of their retaliation would also be great. Yang Zhaozhen's death might even draw out the Grand Xian dynasty's Marquis Haicheng. When they arrived at the place, Wang Wenmin was shocked to hear Zhang Qiansong and the others recount what had happened. A transcendent martial grandmaster, who isn't even 30 years old? Zhang Qiansong swallowed his saliva and nodded with some difficulty. I also find it unbelievable. Wang Wenmin gazed upwards. An essence spirit martial grandmaster of this age has never appeared in the 72 regions of the Royal Reed Sea. Zhang Qiansong said. According to what he said, he and the sect behind him are from outside the Royal Reed Sea. At the same time, they were in conflict with the Radiant Light sect. Wang Wenmin knit his brows slightly. Just like us, the Radiant Light sect has been entangled with the Grand Xian dynasty these past few years. How could they have the leisure to offend a power outside of the Royal Reed Sea? Zhang Qiansong said rather hoarsely. The disappearance of the Radiant Light sect's Deng Sun Hao and the others seems to be related to this person and the school behind him. An elder of the Radiant Light sect's Eternal Light Hall. Deng Sun of the early seeing divinity stage? Wang Wenmin's expression turned solemn. Deng Sun can be ranked in the top 5 of the Eternal Light Hall, including his direct lineage and guest elders. Deng Sun can also be ranked in the top 25 of the Radiant Light sect. If what this Yin Zhaoge says is true, not only is he himself shockingly talented, the sect behind him cannot be underestimated as well. Having been able to casually come to the Royal Reed Sea, where the Radiant Light sect was active after having killed Deng Sun and the others, It meant that the other party likely did not care about the threat of the Radiant Light sect at all. If he had killed them, so be it. Not only had he offended the Radiant Light sect, he had even killed a martial saint of the great Qian dynasty, who guarded a continent without any reservations. From another point of view, this also seemed to prove that the other party was extremely confident. Zhang Qiansong suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, "The reason why he could stop Yang Zhaozhen and prevent him from escaping is because of a strange treasure that can actually manifest a giant palace. That palace is overflowing with dragon qi. Every brick and tile seems to be built from the bones and scales of a true dragon. Its value is inestimable. Being able to possess such a rich foundation and accumulation, it does not seem like something that ordinary powers can possess." Wang Wenmin pondered for a moment before saying, "Perhaps he wants to understand the situation of the Radiant Light sect, or perhaps he wants to find an ally in the Royal Reed Sea. Anyway, since he has come into contact with our sect, it should not be that he has no intentions of befriending us at all. Our sect can interact more with him, and the sect behind him. This matter is of great importance. Lead this person to the Flourishing Peace region, to see Senior Apprentice Uncle Wu. I will still have to sit over the Phoenix-bearing region for a period of time." Zhang Qiansong was rather taken aback. "Elder Wu has arrived at the Flourishing Peace region." Wang Wenmin nodded, not speaking. He gazed towards the distant horizon, his gaze seemingly having no focus at all. While Deng's son does not possess a mid-grade sacred artifact, it would not be easy for experts of the same cultivation level to kill him. After all, he cultivates in the radiant light illuminating art and the inextinguishable light body. Zhang Qiansong and the others all had deeply sympathetic expressions on their faces. Having interacted with disciples of the Radiant Light sect for half their lives, they were all extremely familiar with the characteristics of their martial arts. It would be very hard for a dim darkness sect martial practitioner of the same cultivation level to lose to a Radiant Light sect martial practitioner who primarily cultivated in the inextinguishable light body. Still, it would be even harder for them to win. Wang Wenmin retracted his gaze. "Let's go. Let me see this heaven-defying genius." While he knew that Yin Zhaoge was young, Wang Wenmin still sighed endlessly upon truly seeing him. Still, he did not show any contempt on the surface in the least, as he praised Yin Zhaoge greatly. At the same time, he was also probing Yin Zhaoge deeply, hoping to obtain more information from him. Yin Zhaoge exchanged pleasantries with Wang Wenmin, not revealing anything at all. While Wang Wenmin was rather disappointed, he could still feel Yin Zhaoge's goodwill. "Young Master Yin is noble and righteous, sending the remains of my fellow disciple back to the clan. This Wang expresses his deep gratitude." Wang Wenmin finally said, "This Wang will still be sitting over the Phoenix-bearing region in the coming days. With continuous battles, it will not be easy for me to entertain young Master Yin. Still, I would like to invite young Master Yin to our sect's main altar, allowing our entire sect to express our gratitude as a host. What do you think, young Master Yin?" Yin Zhaoge smiled. "I'm fine with that, just that I don't know if it would be too much of a hassle?" Wang Wenmin shook his head, smiling. "Of course not. Young Master Yin speaks too seriously. Young Master Yin can first accompany Zhang Qiansong and the others to the Flourishing Peace region. Our sect's non-brightness hall's elder, Wu, will be sitting over there. He will make arrangements for you." Yin Zhaoge nodded slightly. A guest follows the host's wishes. After their conversation, they went their separate ways. Wang Wenmin still had matters to deal with in the Phoenix-bearing region, while Yin Zhaoge's group headed to the Flourishing Peace region, along with Zhang Qiansong and the other dim darkness sect martial practitioners. According to Zhang Qiansong, Elder Wu is the first seat elder of the non-brightness hall, one of the dim darkness sect's 3 halls. As they walked, the corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth arched slightly upwards. Whether it is in terms of cultivation base, status or seniority, he is even higher than Elder Wang Wenmin. Scratching his head, Ahu said, "Young Master Ah, could they be like that Wei family, seeing that their current strength in the Phoenix-bearing region is insufficient to deal with us, therefore leading us to a place with more experts?" While we are currently on pretty good terms with the dim darkness sect, isn't it impossible to read a person's heart? Your extreme young seal still needs more than a year before it can be used. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, that is still not the case for the time being. Ahu thought for a moment. The strength and potential that you have displayed are too shocking. If they knew that you came from a lower world, they might hope to recruit you into their ranks. Still, now that they think that we have a great background, they will not act rashly. Yin Zhaoge smacked his lips. In slaying the phoenix-bearing general of the Grand Xian dynasty without any reservations, it looks like I have misled those of the dim darkness sect even further. Hearing his words, Feng Yunxing smiled. Isn't this precisely your goal? Yin Zhaoge said righteously. What are you talking about? I clearly could not bear to see the phoenix-bearing region being exploited and persecuted by the Grand Xian dynasty for a long period of time, the anti-Xian rebels being massacred on a large scale. Thus, seeing injustice on the road, I acted out of righteousness, exterminating the evil and bringing peace to the people. Chapter 630. Looking at the righteous Yin Zhaoge, Feng Yunxing and Ahu did not have much of a reaction. Ahu chuckled in a silly manner, while Feng Yunxing nodded very insincerely. That's right, that's right. The most righteous of them all is you. After laughing, Feng Yunxing knit her brows slightly. The dim darkness sect will definitely try to obtain information from the radiant light sect, investigating the actual situation of Deng Sun and the others as well as your background. At that time, wouldn't they know that we are not natives of the world beyond worlds, instead coming from a lower world? Yin Zhaoge chuckled. Being able to confirm the deaths of Deng Sun and the others is already their limit. Feng Yunxing raised her brows lightly. Right. First, not speaking of the fact that so many experts have perished in a single sect of the Eight Extremities world, having already caused the Radiant Light sect to lose all face, just for the sake of the Extreme Yang Seal and the Extreme Yin Crown. The Radiant Light sect would also go all out to suppress the news of this. Even if the Dim Darkness sect has spies within the Radiant Light sect, their level would not be too high. Otherwise, the Radiant Light sect would long since have been destroyed by them many times over. Yin Zhaoge was all smiles as he said, It's fine even if they expose me. Everything I said is the truth. I can't control the associations they form because of this. Ahu grinned. Young master, we need to be strong enough to make them fear us. Otherwise, they won't reason with us. Yin Zhaoge nodded. That's right, it is precisely so. Therefore, we just have to endure through this initial period of time. While I can only wield a portion of the extreme Yang Seal's power now, it is still comparable to mid-grade saint artifacts. At this point, Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Still, it is a pity that I only have the power for a single strike. What I am more concerned about now is that supreme treasure of the Rahu luminary that the Radiant Light sect is currently searching for. Sadly, the Northern Ocean clone has yet to discover anything. Feng Yunxing asked, Your Northern Ocean clone has already entered the territory of the Radiant Light sect? Yin Zhaoge nodded. Indeed. Feng Yunxing pondered as she said, Speaking of this, when the Purple Sun Marshal Saint Zhang Chao and the others descended to the Eight Extremities world for the second time, they only saw Chief and you as well as the Extreme Yang Seal at the world illuminating peak. As for Deng Sun and the others who had seen your Northern Ocean clone in your first descent, not a single one of them survived. Little Wan and Tang Yonghao, who Zhang Chao brought to the world beyond worlds, left before you, and the Northern Ocean clone returned to the Eight Extremities world. Those of the Radiant Light sect should be completely unaware of the existence of the Northern Ocean clone. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge smiled. It is precisely so. The group continued forward, crossing the vast world. Along the way, the flames of war could be seen everywhere. It was not always the Dim Darkness sect martial practitioners who were leading the rebellion. Yin Zhaoge even saw a bloody battle between the Radiant Light sect martial practitioners and the Grand Xian dynasty. After a long, arduous journey, they arrived at the flourishing peace region. This was no longer the world of the Grand Xian dynasty, instead having always been the territory of the dim darkness sect. The person who had appeared before Yin Zhaoge and Zhang Qiansong was not the first seat elder of the dim darkness sect's non-brightness hall, Wu Zixio. Instead, he was an elder of another lineage, the primordial darkness hall, Niesheng. This elder Niesheng was also no ordinary person, as he was the grand elder of the dim darkness sect, who mainly managed the affairs of the southern region of the Royal Reed Sea. Currently, in the southern region of the Royal Reed Sea, within the territory of the Grand Xian dynasty, the dim darkness sect was causing a raging rebellion against the Grand Xian dynasty. Niesheng was the leader as well as the person in charge. It was worth mentioning that Liang Jichao, who had perished in the vast ocean world many years ago, had been of the same lineage as Niesheng. Niesheng naturally thanked Yin Zhaoge profusely for sending Liang Jichao's remains back to the clan, even personally making arrangements for their lodgings. After Niesheng and the others had left, Ahu heaved a sigh of relief. Good fella, this is still the first time I have personally seen an expert of the 4th level of the martial saint realm. Even though he looks amiable and approachable, I still feel all the hairs on my body standing on end. While Ahu had always been very broad-minded, even he felt cold sweat seeping out of his back at this moment. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Martial practitioners who have just entered the martial scholar realm, or martial practitioners who have just entered the martial scholar realm, would also feel the same way as you do now. According to the words of Zhang Qiansong and the others, that first seat elder of the non-brightness hall, Wu Zixio, has an even higher cultivation base, being an expert of the 5th level of the martial saint realm? Sitting in the meditative position, Feng Yunxing asked curiously, from the records left behind in the ancient texts of pre-Great Calamity times, the 5th level of the martial saint realm is known as the mid-seeing divinity stage. Yin Zhaoge nodded, that's right. The martial saint realm is also divided into 10 levels in 3 stages. From the 1st level to the 3rd level of the martial saint realm, it is known as the merging avatar stage. Transcending mortality martial grandmasters merge their essence into an avatar and refine a true martial avatar that belongs to them. If they are able to successfully refine the true martial avatar that they release outside of their body to the point of merging perfectly with their fleshly body, they will be able to step into the martial saint realm, transcending mortality and entering sainthood, as their cultivation base and strength will soar by leaps and bounds in all aspects. Merging the body and the avatar, that is the 1st level of the martial saint realm, the early merging avatar stage. Afterwards, the avatar and the soul will merge, stepping into the 2nd level of the martial saint realm, the mid-merging avatar stage. Finally, the body, avatar and soul will merge as one, no longer being separated. That is the 3rd level of the martial saint realm, the late merging avatar stage. Yin Zhaoge said, after that would be a massive bottleneck, which is the breakthrough from the merging avatar stage to the seeing divinity stage. It was recorded in ancient times that, breaking through space can see divinity. The divinity here did not refer to the gods and Buddhas of the heavens, as well as one's own soul. The divinity here referred to the numerous acupoints of the human body. Seeing the acupoints through inner brightness was something that martial practitioners, at the peak of the body refinement realm, would be able to grasp. However, the acupoints now were still just acupoints, being limited to the human body itself. In truth, the acupoints of the human body were like the stars in the sky of the universe. The human body was like an internal universe, with the acupoints being the stars within, resembling divinities that reigned over the heavens and earth. Martial practitioners corresponded to the heavens and earth of the outside world, tempering their bodies to the point of resembling a single universe. The acupoints of the human body could resonate with the stars of the universe, breaking through the barriers of space between the heavens and earth, as they refined their acupoints to see divinity. Only then could it be considered as breaking through space can see divinity. When an expert of the 3rd level of the martial saint realm was able to refine their first acupoint, it would signify that they had stepped into the 4th level of the martial saint realm, the early seeing divinity stage. After that unceasing tempering, the myriad acupoints and the myriad divinities working together would cause a martial practitioner to become a true martial divinity, immeasurable and flawless. Meanwhile, refining their acupoints to see divinity would also allow a martial practitioner to possess the ability to resist the power of dimensions to a certain extent. Therefore, experts of the fourth level of the martial saint realm would be able to independently ascend to the world beyond worlds, not needing to rely on protective treasures. Yin Zhaoge said. As for after seeing divinity, there would be yet another major bottleneck, which would be attempting to ascend the immortal bridge. The seventh level of the martial saint realm is also known as the early immortal bridge stage. The founding ancestor of the Grand Xian dynasty, King Xianwen, was an expert of the eighth level of the martial saint realm, the mid-immortal bridge stage. Therefore, he was able to suppress major powers like the Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect who possessed high-grade sacred artifacts, but no immortal bridge martial saints, becoming the hegemon of the royal reed sea. Feng Yunxing and Ahu nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. While it was very appropriate for Elder Nye to receive us, that Elder Wu did not appear, also not mentioning the matter of sending us to the main altar of the Dim Darkness sect. Feng Yunxing asked, would there be any special circumstances in keeping us here in the flourishing peace region? Chapter 631. While they were doubtful, Yin Zhaoge's trio settled down peacefully at the branch altar of the Dim Darkness sect in the flourishing peace region. Their movements were not restricted as well as they normally could. If they had any requests, the Dim Darkness sect would mostly do their best to accommodate them. If they wanted to meet higher echelon experts like Niesheng, they would similarly not be refused. Still, the people of the Dim Darkness sect did not mention anything further, especially not the matter of guiding Yin Zhaoge's group to their main altar. Do we have to spend time verifying the news regarding the deaths of Deng Sun and the other Radiant Light sect experts? Ahu scratched his head. Or is there really something else? Numerous cities were situated around the Dim Darkness sect's branch altar, all of them rather bustling. Yin Zhaoge's trio strolled through one of the cities, appraising everything there. Hearing Ahu's question, Yin Zhaoge answered nonchalantly, let's wait and see for now. Surveying the surroundings, he saw many martial practitioners moving about within the city, not just disciples of the Dim Darkness sect. There were also disciples of other sects and powers of the flourishing peace region. While their cultivation bases varied, those with lower cultivation bases made up the majority. Many body refinement martial practitioners could be seen. Of the merchants operating within the city, there were martial practitioners, as well as ordinary people who did not cultivate in martial arts. Walking amongst them, Yin Zhaoge appeared rather interested. The people here were liberal, especially martial practitioners who had few reservations. In just a short while, Yin Zhaoge had already discovered quite a few young girls staring at him with burning gazes. It was just that after seeing Feng Yunxing beside Yin Zhaoge, they all retracted their gazes enviously yet helplessly. I'm still very popular. Looking at Feng Yunxing, Yin Zhaoge chuckled, looking indescribably smug. Feng Yunxing nodded in all seriousness. They should hide you away and not let anyone see you. Exchanging glances, the two shook their heads and smiled. While it was not a well-known market with relatively low standards as well, Yin Zhaoge exchanged glances. Still, as he strolled within, he saw many things that seemed ordinary, yet did not exist in places like the Eight Extremities world and the vast ocean world. These things had not been rare before the Great Calamity. It was just that the Great Calamity had caused many things to disappear. Still, just looking at the trade in this small city, it could be seen that many things had been preserved in the world beyond worlds. Perhaps there were also extinct items that didn't exist here, but existed in the lower realms. Comparatively speaking, however, the traces of the great thousand worlds of pre-Great Calamity times had been preserved in the world beyond worlds the most complete. While Yin Zhaoge's group was guessing what the Dim Darkness sect was planning, after having settled them down, the Dim Darkness sect's elder Niesheng directly headed to the innermost depths of this branch altar. In a quiet room, an old man dressed in black was staring at the spell formation in front of him. This array formation seemed to be shrouded in a black fog, and not a single drop of spirit light could be seen. Niashing entered the quiet room and bowed to the black-robed old man. Elder Wu, the first seat elder of the dim darkness sect's non-brightness hall, Wu Zixio, was still focused on the formation before him, not turning. No need for formalities. Niashing came to Wu Zixio's side and said, "He looks young, but his mouth is tight. I won't be able to get anything useful out of him." Wu Zixio nodded slowly and remained silent. Niashing glanced at the formation in front of him. "Elder Wu, should we send them away first? The day of the sacrificial ceremony is not far away. It would not be appropriate at the end of the day to leave these outsiders, who do not know their depths here. Of course, they definitely cannot be sent to the main altar." Wu Zixio said, "If there are no discoveries, we can only send them away first." "Still," Niashing asked, "Elder Wu, are you suspecting something? Are you suspecting that they are related to the Radiant Light sect? And are you intentionally trying to deceive us? We will know very soon whether Deng Sun and the others are dead or not," Wu Zixio said. "As for this youth, he is not a descendant of the Radiant Light sect at the very least. His martial arts do not originate from the Radiant Light sect. Wang Wenmin should still be able to discern this. A transcending mortality martial grandmaster, slaying a martial saint. This youth is indeed shockingly talented. Also, the martial arts that he cultivates are definitely extraordinary as well. He should have a great background. Even if he is related to the Radiant Light sect, it should most likely be a cooperative relationship, rather than a submission. This old man is inclined to think that he and the people behind him are not of the same faction as the Radiant Light sect." Wu Zixio muttered to himself, "This person claims to be from outside the Royal Reed Sea. That should be believable. The problem is, where does he come from? This youth might have a great background." Wang Wenmin said that the language he uses is purely the ancient language commonly used in pre-Great Calamity times? Niashing nodded. "Yes, that's right. The ancient language commonly used in pre-Great Calamity times is still used by people in the current world beyond worlds." He pondered over Wu Zixio's words. "You already have a guess, Elder Wu." Wu Zixio hesitated for a moment before saying, "This old man is wondering if it might be related to the Southeastern Exalt." Niasheng was shocked. The Southeastern Exalt shouldn't interfere in the matters of the Royal Reed Sea, right? To him this is just a minor matter. Why would he lower himself to such an extent? That's right. Logically speaking, he shouldn't. While he said this, Wu Zixio's expression was solemn, as he showed no intention of relaxing in the slightest. Still, the ancestors of our sect and the Radiant Light sect are different from other powers at the end of the day. Hearing this, Niasheng's expression turned solemn as well. The Radiant Light sect is already a thing of the past, having been plundered time and time again by so many people. After so many years, there has long since been nothing that those major figures would be interested in. If there is, we should be the clearest about it. Wu Zixio shook his head slightly. They might not think this way. After pondering for a moment, Niasheng's expression suddenly changed slightly. Could something special have happened over at the Radiant Light sect? Weren't we still wondering why Deng Sun and the others had suddenly disappeared? Wu Zixio nodded slowly. This is not impossible. If that is so, it would be hard to predict. Niasheng smiled bitterly. While our sect and the Radiant Light sect are sworn enemies, we currently have a common enemy in the Grand Xian dynasty. Currently, the war is at its most stalemate. While I have always hoped for the Radiant Light sect to be destroyed, we are now in the same boat. Wu Zixio sighed. Unable to ascertain the other party's identity, we cannot just casually settle them down, much less send them to the main altar. Niasheng nodded in deep agreement. Ascertaining whether Deng Sun and the others are dead or alive will still require some time. We can use this chance to investigate for the main altar. It is just that. He smiled bitterly. It is just that it is not peaceful over here as well. The sacrificial ceremony is about to begin very soon. We have to cooperate with the main altar. Wu Zixio thought for a moment before saying, "How about we first get our disciples to investigate them?" Niasheng frowned. "How? For a young man with such shocking potential, we either have to befriend him and form a good relationship with him, or we have to use our full strength to kill him. It's a test that's neither too light nor too heavy. If we become enemies with him, we won't be able to kill him, leaving behind a huge problem for no reason. Wu Zixio shook his head. What are you talking about? First, this youngster's true thoughts aside, on the surface at least, he has no ill will towards our sect. Instead, he has formed enmity with the Grand Xian dynasty and the Radiant Light sect. There are many ways to get to the bottom of things. Chapter 632. The myriad dragon palace shrunk as Yin Zhaoge stood within, watching silently as streams of dragon qi coiled within, transforming into a light dragon. The light dragon coiled around the shaft of a jet-black spear, its two dragon claws grabbing onto the spear's tip. The low-grade sacred artifact, the dark feather slaughtering golden spear, was constantly vibrating, its jet-black shaft flashing with a golden light from time to time. Yin Zhaoge reached out, grabbing the end of the spear. The dark feather slaughtering golden spear instantly shook even more restlessly. The spirituality of a sacred artifact far surpassed that of a spirit artifact. Wanting to subdue it, even Yin Zhaoge would have to expend some effort. Still, with the myriad dragon palace suppressing it, this treasured spear was unable to struggle free. As time went on, Yin Zhaoge would eventually be able to subdue it, just like with the Dawn Sun crown he had obtained from the Radiant Light sect's elder Yang Zhanhua earlier. The Dawn Sun crown's temper had long since been smoothed out by Yin Zhaoge, as he now remained peacefully at Broad Creed Mountain. While he did not have the help of the Northern Ocean clone now, as Yin Zhaoge grasped the dark feather slaughtering golden spear, runes lit up on his palm, imprinting themselves onto the body of the spear. More and more runes were engraved on the spear, and in the end, it was as if there were really marks engraved on the spear. As time passed, the restlessness of the dark feather slaughtering golden spear seemed to weaken a little. Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly, retracting his palm. He strolled within the myriad dragon palace. Many spaces had been opened up here, not just the palace itself. In a space, Feng Yinqing sat upright. Her black saber was unsheathed and placed horizontally on her knees. As she breathed, streams of dragon qi entered her body, and faint dragon patterns appeared on her cheeks. Yin Zhaoge appraised him. Seeing that there were no problems, he retreated. After leaving the myriad dragon palace, Yin Zhaoge's figure grew alongside the wind as he reverted from the size of a thumb to his original size. Now Ahu walked in from outside. Seeing Yin Zhaoge, he could not help but scratch his head. Young master, I heard that the situation in the outside world seems to be even more chaotic. While they had been temporarily left in the flourishing peace region, the dim darkness sect did not forbid Yin Zhaoge and the others from obtaining information. In truth, even if Yin Zhaoge's group left just like this, those of the dim darkness sect would most likely not obstruct them. With Wu Zixio and Nie Sheng's tacit approval, most of the information that the dim darkness sect's branch altar in the flourishing peace region could obtain, other than some extremely secretive information, was made available to Yin Zhaoge. Pan Pan's fat body lay there, lazily resembling a small mountain of flesh. Yin Zhaoge also didn't stand on ceremony as he leaned against its body, as though he was nearing a massive reclining chair made of fur. How messy? Yin Zhaoge asked, to which Ahu answered, the current ruler of the Grand Xian dynasty, the third-generation Xian king, King Xuanmu, has left the capital of the Grand Xian dynasty, personally leading the army. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. It cannot be considered a smart move. While King Xuanmu is powerful, being a late-seeing divinity martial saint, he cannot compare to his grandfather and father, being far from being able to dominate the royal Reed Sea. It's fine if he's in his lair, but once he leaves the capital, he'll lose his geographical advantage. How will he face a group of fierce opponents? Even if these opponents of his are also on guard against each other, unable to work together, King Xuanmu's actions are still too careless, unless, Yin Zhaoge's eyes narrowed into slits, unless he has something to rely on. Ahu continued. Also, young master, you killed that one surnamed Yang in the Phoenix-bearing region, incurring the wrath of his uncle, the Grand Xian dynasty's Marquis Haiqing. He has been searching for you in the southern regions of the Royal Reed Sea over this period of time. I heard that he has already arrived in the vicinity of the flourishing peace region. Yin Zhaoge shrugged nonchalantly. Wu Zixio and Nie Sheng, the two dim darkness sect elders, aren't just there for show. Ahu gave a simple and honest laugh. That's true. Yin Zhaoge pondered for a moment before standing up, smiling. Come, let's go out for a spin. Following behind him, Ahu asked, Young master, are we just going to keep wasting time here with the dim darkness sect? Definitely not. Yin Zhaoge said as he walked. There's no rush now. A little later, we will be able to speak. It will be more advantageous to speak for a little longer. Of course, we can't delay for too long. While Yin Zhaoge did not take the initiative to activate the defensive formations of the dim darkness sect's branch altar, he was also quietly comprehending the spiritual chi flow of this place as he walked. It's actually strong in the day and weak at night? I didn't come to the wrong place, right? This is the territory of the dim darkness sect, not the radiant light sect's side. Yin Zhaoge blinked. The formation vaguely seems to be circulating in reverse. Are they preparing some special ritual? As he pondered, the sound of a dispute suddenly resounded up ahead. Gazing over, Yin Zhaoge saw that two dim darkness sect disciples were currently in the midst of a dispute. While the two sides were not very old, their cultivation bases were not low, as they were mostly martial scholars. There were also body refinement martial scholars. Still, they were all very young, looking like new disciples of the younger generation, who had just entered the sect not too long ago. Currently, they were following behind their senior apprentice brothers to join in on the fun. The leaders of both sides were martial grandmasters, who were currently in the midst of a dispute. Listening to the general content, Yin Zhaoge discovered that both sides were of the dim darkness sect's non-brightness hall and primordial darkness hall lineages. What they were currently arguing about here was the superiority of their seniors' attainments in alchemy. As they argued, it was mentioned that both sides were about to engage in a competition. The disciples of the two halls were currently arguing over their seniors, to the point that their necks and faces were red with anger. I wonder what level the alchemy here in the world beyond worlds has reached. I heard that the dim darkness sect's alchemy can be considered rather advanced in this region of the Royal Reed Sea. We might as well take a look. Yin Zhaoge found this interesting as he turned to Ahu and said, Find out where the competition is and whether outsiders can spectate. Ahu nodded, walking over before retreating a moment later. Young master, we can go watch as well. It's not far up ahead. Amidst their conversation, the two sides were already yelling as they headed forward together. Yin Zhaoge went over rather interestedly. Upon arriving, he discovered that this so-called competition was not in pill concoction, but in restoring an incomplete pill formula. This caused Yin Zhaoge to feel even more interested. As compared to actual pill concoction, attempting to restore an incomplete pill formula was a greater test of one's theoretical abilities. In a private room behind the pill hall, Wu Zixio and Nie Sheng sat facing each other. Nie Sheng asked, Elder Wu, I know that the Southeastern Exalt is proficient in alchemy. Still, he is not the only expert in alchemy. How should we judge this? Wu Zixio said slowly, Therefore, it is not pill concoction but pill formulas. This old man likes studying the Tao of alchemy. It is just that I am ashamed to say that I am greedy for more than I can chew, not being sufficiently profound. Nie Sheng shook his head. No need to be humble, Elder Wu. You are our sect's #1 expert in alchemy. Everyone admires you greatly. Wu Zixio said, I am well aware of this old shortcoming of mine. Still, I still have some redeeming features. While I only have a superficial understanding of the pill formulas of various clans outside of the Royal Reed Sea, I am still able to recognize their lineages. It is fine if this young man holds himself back and does not make a move. As long as he is tempted, this old man will be able to tell his origins from the lineage of his deduction of pill formulas. The old man exhaled softly. We shall wait and see. Chapter 633. There were 3 halls within the dim darkness sect, namely the non-brightness hall, the primordial darkness hall, and the dim brightness hall. The 2 parties that were currently competing belonged to the non-brightness hall and the darkness hall. Both sides were martial grandmasters, one at the 6th level of the martial grandmaster realm, late essence spirit stage, while the other at the 7th level of the martial grandmaster realm, early essence talisman stage. Although there were differences in cultivation realms, at this level, the level of attainment in alchemy depended more on one's personal level. Cultivation realm was no longer a decisive factor. It was not rare for a martial grandmaster to have a higher attainment in alchemy than a martial saint. At the very least, after a few glances, Yin Zhaoge felt that essence spirit martial grandmaster, with a slightly lower cultivation base, a dim darkness sect martial practitioner of the non-brightness hall, might have a deeper understanding of alchemy. There was no need for them to actually concoct pills, which eliminated the last bit of influence brought about by the gap in their cultivation realms. Deriving and restoring pill formulas had become purely a competition of theories. While it was a little theoretical, it also allowed Yin Zhaoge to observe more directly. Oh, his level is not low. Yin Zhaoge looked at it for a moment before nodding to himself. From the small to the big, the world beyond worlds has inherited the most legacies of pre-Great Calamity times in the area of alchemy. Or perhaps it could be said that it is developing the fastest, as it is not just a level or two higher than the 8 extremities world, the vast ocean world, and the floating life world. Ahu secretly sent a sound transmission to Yin Zhaoge. Young master, who do you think will win? The one from the non-brightness hall. Yin Zhaoge answered casually. Still, if I were to say it, both of them are losers. Ahu opened his eyes wide, looking rather blankly at Yin Zhaoge. Looking at that pill formula, Yin Zhaoge said casually, how could it be so easy for them to deduce and restore an incomplete pill formula? If it could really be solved in such a short period of time, this pill formula would have been restored long ago, and suitable materials would have been found for use. Why would we wait for them to use it for the competition? The content of their competition is actually to see who can restore more content within a limited time. Of course, the prerequisite is that they can't make a mistake. The one from the Primordial Darkness Palace is a bit faster now, but he has already made a mistake. Yin Zhaoge said mildly. The one in the non-brightness hall is fine for now. Still, slow work produces fine work. The work is too slow. Ahu scratched his head. Young master, do you have the complete pill recipe? Yin Zhaoge said. There isn't. Still, looking at the contents of the pill formula, it should be a pill known as the Scenic Heart Pill. It was rather commonly seen in pre-Great Calamity times, but was lost along with it. I would never have thought that I would be able to see an incomplete pill formula here. He had not lied to Ahu. Yin Zhaoge indeed did not have the pill formula for the Scenic Heart Pill. The reason for that was actually because its level was not high enough. Still, Yin Zhaoge's attainments in the Tao of Alchemy were much higher than those present. With just a few glances, Yin Zhaoge already had a general idea of what it was that both sides were unable to deduce and restore within a short period of time. After all, other than crafting, he was best at alchemy and arrays. Among them, the array formation was something that he had painstakingly perfected later on, and alchemy had always been his forte. It was just that it was not good to show off too much in the beginning, because the impression he left on the people around him in his youth was that he was not very good at alchemy. In the Eastern Tang Kingdom that year, he had helped the eldest prince Zhao Yuan suppress Zhao Hao out of consideration for the Eastern Tang's political situation, being a special case. As his cultivation base rose, and he went to more and more places and experienced more and more things, his attainments in alchemy had also gradually improved over the years, gradually being displayed. Ahu chuckled, egging Yin Zhaoge on. Young master, aren't you going to show them a thing or two? Let them see what true standards are. Yin Zhaoge said nonchalantly. Even if I show them a thing or two, it will not be in front of them. Whether they can understand it or not is also a problem. Ahu's eyes widened, only recovering after a long time as he gave a thumbs up. Young master, I really worship you too much. Yin Zhaoge was calm and composed, resembling a teacher watching two students debating as he leisurely watched the competition between the two dim darkness sect martial grandmasters. To him, it did not matter who won or who lost, or who was superior to them at all. He was merely observing the two of them, and deducing the attainments in alchemy of the dim darkness sect martial practitioners, thereby estimating the level of alchemy in the Royal Reed Sea, and even in the world beyond worlds. While Yin Zhaoge was leisurely, Wu Zixio and Nie Sheng were having a headache. Nie Sheng smiled bitterly as he looked at Wu Zixio. Elder Wu, if he does not participate, what do we do? Could it be that he is not proficient in this Tao? Wu Zixio shook his head, saying decisively, no. From his expression, he is not a layman, looking like he has a card up his sleeve. Heh, he is probably looking down on the level of the scenic heart pills formula. Nie Sheng frowned. Is it out of politeness that he is not speaking, or has he detected our intentions? Wu Zixio pondered for a moment before shaking his head. He should not have detected our intentions. It is either politeness or disdain. The old man sighed. From the looks of it, his level might be even higher than this old man thought. Nie Sheng was silent for a moment before he asked, what if he is unrelated to the southeastern exalt, coming from somewhere even further away? Wu Zixio was silent as well. If Yin Zhaoge was unrelated to the southeastern exalt, coming from somewhere even further away, he would have crossed the line. It would be fine if nothing happened, if it was just an ordinary adventuring. However, if something happened and his dim darkness sect was on good terms with him, the southeastern exalt might be angered afterwards. From the looks of it now, with Yin Zhaoge having enmity with the Radiant Light sect, and having just killed someone of the Grand Xian dynasty, it did not look like he was safe and sound no matter how one looked at it. Wu Zixio exhaled slowly. I really cannot rest easy without getting to the bottom of this person's background. Nie Sheng looked at Wu Zixio for a moment. Elder Wu, you wouldn't be intending to personally participate, right? Wu Zixio said, there is no need for that. Saying thus, he summoned someone in. It was an elder of the Non-Brightness Hall, who was at the first level of the Martial Saint realm, the early merging avatar stage. Nie Sheng recognized him as Wu Zixio's personal disciple Chen Ke. Elder Chen Ke aside, his cultivation base had come from Wu Zixio's legacy as well. His attainments in alchemy were also outstanding, as he was one of the peak figures amongst the dim darkness sect's merging avatar martial saints. After Wu Zixio said a few things to him, Chen Ke nodded. I will obey master's instructions. The next moment, Chen Ke appeared within the pill hall. He bowed towards Yin Zhaoge, as though he had just happened to be here. The dim darkness sect disciples all bowed towards him as well. He waved his hands, indicating for the competition to continue. As Chen Ke chatted with Yin Zhaoge from time to time, Yin Zhaoge discovered that this person's alchemy skills were indeed not bad, being even more outstanding than those two martial grandmasters who were currently competing. With this, Yin Zhaoge was in no hurry to leave as he chatted with Chen Ke while waiting for the competition to end. With this, the two sides no longer had to test and argue with each other, as they instead submitted it to Chen Ke to be the judge. While Chen Ke was an elder of the Non-Brightness Hall, the martial practitioners of the Primordial Darkness Hall did not raise any objections. Chen Ke glanced at Yin Zhaoge through the corner of his eye before commencing his evaluation. Chapter 634. When the dim darkness sect had obtained the pill formula of the scenic heart pill, it had indeed been incomplete. Still, since he had already set his mind on it, Wu Zixio naturally had to make his preparations as he began deducing and restoring the pill formula. The pill formula that would be rather troublesome for his disciples would not be so difficult for an expert of the Tao of alchemy like Wu Zixio. It was just that a pill formula like the scenic heart pill would usually not come to trouble Wu Zixio. The old man had more pressing matters to attend to. His plan this time was to probe Yin Zhaoge. Therefore, Wu Zixio had chased the pill formula out. Chen Ke recalled Wu Zixio's instructions as he calmly evaluated both sides of the competition. As Yin Zhaoge had predicted, the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster of the Primordial Darkness Hall had made a mistake in his derivation process. With a single mistake, a second and third mistake had appeared afterwards. Meanwhile, while that Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster of the Non-Brightness Hall had a slightly lower cultivation base, his attainments in alchemy were superior as he fought steadily and surely. Victory and defeat were already clear now. Chen Ke did not just end things as a judge. Instead, He continued deducing and restoring the pill formula of the scenic heart pill based on the results of the competition. As he deduced, he explained to the dim darkness sect disciples present. Other than watching the commotion, most of the dim darkness sect martial practitioners gathered here were also interested in alchemy. Chen Ke made use of this chance to teach them a lesson as well. The dim darkness sect martial practitioners naturally cherished this rare chance as they listened attentively. Yan Zhaoge was also smiling as he listened by the side. Honestly speaking, he felt that Chen Ke's skill was still not bad as he deduced and restored the pill formula clearly and correctly. While it appeared rather complicated, his deep foundation could still be seen. Still, as he listened, Yan Zhaoge felt that something was wrong. Even as Chen Ke explained to the dim darkness sect disciples, he was actually also secretly observing Yan Zhaoge's movements. Noticing the gradual change in Yan Zhaoge's gaze, Chen Ke's heart jolted slightly as the words of his master Wuxia surfaced within his mind. Your master intentionally left behind an error in this pill formula at the end. Let's see if that Yan Zhaoge can discover it. If he points it out, you can make use of this chance to communicate with him. Listening to his complete train of thought, as he deduced the pill formula of this scenic heart pill, Chen Ke thought to himself. On the surface, he acted as if nothing had happened and continued his explanation. After patiently listening to Chen Ke's narration, Yan Zhaoge thought for a moment before saying to Chen Ke via sound transmission, Elder Chen, forgive my rudeness, but it seems that the pill formula of this scenic heart pill still needs to be considered. While Chen Ke loved to show off, the dim darkness sect was currently still rather friendly towards him. Therefore, Yan Zhaoge did not directly question Chen Ke's pill formula in front of everyone. Instead, he chose to communicate only with Chen Ke via sound transmission. Chen Ke's eyes narrowed. He really found out. Chen Ke also pondered over this pill formula and found that his master Wu Zixio's derivation was very perfect. Although Wu Zixio had purposely left a mistake, it was actually very well hidden. If he did not explain it in advance and let Chen Ke look at it himself, he would not be able to discover it even after looking at it a few times. He would need to look at it a few more times before he could discover the problem. In fact, according to Chen Ke's analysis, it wasn't accurate to call it a mistake. It was more appropriate to call it a flaw. If he directly followed the current pill formula to start the furnace to refine the pill, it was not necessarily impossible to refine the pill, but the quality of the pill would be a little worse. Yet, Yan Zhaoge had actually immediately discovered it. This person shouldn't possess the original pill formula of the scenic heart pill of pre-great calamity times, right? Chen Ke could not help but wonder. While he was doubtful, his expression was calm as he similarly replied via sound transmission. Oh, the pill formula of the scenic heart pill has always been lost after the great calamity. Our sect only managed to obtain an incomplete pill formula by chance. Could it be that young Master Yan has a complete pill formula of pre-great calamity times? Yan Zhaoge smiled. That's not it. It is just that during the competition between your sect's disciples, just now, this Yan also attempted to divine it for a bit. Chen Ke asked slowly. I wonder if young Master Yan has anything to say? Yan Zhaoge said. In the formula, the 1,000 scales blood droplets portion is 5% too much. Haha. Chen Ke was just about to nod when he suddenly felt that something was wrong. This was different from the flaw that Wu Zixio had told him about. So it's someone who pretends to know when he doesn't. A look of surprise flashed through Chen Ke's eyes as he unconsciously wanted to retort. Yet the words stopped at the tip of his tongue. Chen Ke was also someone proficient in alchemy. Carefully thinking about Yan Zhaoge's words, he suddenly felt that it seemed like there might be some logic to it. This caused Chen Ke to feel shocked. Yan Zhaoge, however, continued. Also, the portion of the clear scenic stone has been reduced by 30%. It would be better to add a bit more. Also, the core of the Grand Harmony grass seems to already be extinct. It is not impossible to replace it with the flower core of the bright cloud flower. Still, I think that using the core of the middle dragon grass would be more effective. Other than that, I feel that it would be better to first dry the east acorns before grinding them into powder. That would be more effective. Finally, if the pill is pulled out when the furnace is opened, it would be easier to produce the pill, saving on medicinal ingredients. After saying thus, Yin Zhaoge looked sincerely at Chen Ku. These are all just some minor flaws. I might have been nitpicking a little. Still, I see that Elder Chen's derivation process was extremely exquisite. It is just that due to being rushed, some details were overlooked. If you could pay attention to them, this scenic heart pill's pill formula would basically be perfect. Of course, I am referring to the results that can be achieved under the current circumstances. He had indeed not thought too much about it. On the contrary, Yin Zhaoge really felt that the pill formula that Chen Ku had given him was already pretty good, just that it was rather a pity that it had not been able to be done to its best. Therefore, his earlier intention of showing the other party a thing or two had gradually faded. Now, he felt that he might as well just help Chen Ku out. Chen Ku glanced deeply at Yin Zhaoge. He was already unable to hear what Yin Zhaoge had said afterwards, as his mind was completely filled with the improvements that Yin Zhaoge had made to the scenic heart pill formula that he possessed earlier. Other than the East acorns powdered, which Wu Zixio had already pointed out to him, the other points were all problems that the two of them had never thought of before. Chen Ku was a knowledgeable person. After carefully pondering over it, he felt that Yin Zhaoge's words were all true, feeling that they made more and more sense the more he thought about it. Still, it was precisely because of this that he felt even more shocked. Chen Ku forcibly composed himself, asking Yin Zhaoge how he had derived the pill formula. He wanted to prove one last time whether Yin Zhaoge had long since possessed the original formula for the scenic heart pill. After carefully appraising him with a glance now, Yin Zhaoge nonchalantly gave him a few pointers. Hearing this, Chen Ku completely lost his temper. He had no choice but to accept it. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, who was not even 30 years of age, Chen Ku even felt a little dazed for a time. After taking his leave, he returned to the secluded room where Wu Zixio and Nie Sheng were still anxiously waiting. Hearing Chen Ku's narration, Wu Zixio was dazed on the spot. When the old man recovered, he could not help but smile bitterly. Afraid that he would be put in a difficult position, Nie Sheng hurriedly said, "This person is indeed skilled in alchemy. Still, I believe that Elder Wu should also be able to see through his background. Our target has still been achieved at the end." Target. The corners of Wu Zixio's mouth twitched as he revealed a smile that was even uglier than crying. "I can see through it, but it's the same as not seeing through it. No, it should be worse than not seeing through it." Chapter 635. Nie Sheng looked rather bemused at Wu Zixio. Wu Zixio sighed. He used quite a few different methods to derive a simple pill formula. This old man recognized some of them, some of which I could not even recognize. It probably would not have been so troublesome for him to derive and restore the pill formula of the scenic heart pill initially. Still, he must have seen through our intentions afterwards, and thus intentionally dealt with it this way. Being proficient in so many pill formulas, this old man was instead unable to see through his true methods. It can only be said that his attainments in alchemy definitely surpassed this old man's. Wu Zixio shook his head repeatedly. He is expressing his dissatisfaction. Nie Sheng looked rather shocked at Wu Zixio, only saying after a long time, he intentionally concealed his origins. Perhaps this means that he has ulterior motives. Wu Zixio said, "Who doesn't have their own secrets? It is just a pity that the other party is more skilled this time." Nie Sheng was silent for a moment before he asked, "Why don't we just send someone out of the Royal Reed Sea to meet the Southeastern Exalt? If we let him know beforehand, it would be better if there were any problems afterwards." Wu Zixio said, "If they are related to the Southeastern Exalt, this would inevitably be a taboo." Nie Sheng reminded, "The sacrificial ceremony is about to begin." Wu Zixio smiled bitterly. This old man knows. Nie Sheng shook his head. Wang Wenmin has really sent back a huge problem. While it might be a good thing usually, it is really a headache at this critical juncture. Wu Zixio said, "He does not know that the main altar and the branch altars are preparing for the dim sun cold moon sacrificial ceremony. He does not understand our situation here. Normally, he would handle things very stably, with nothing inappropriate at all. Niesheng said, "Indeed, ignorance is not to be blamed. It is just that we cannot ignore this now." Wu Zixio slowly nodded. "The sacrificial ceremony is of utmost importance. Send them away first. After the sacrificial ceremony has concluded, send them to the main altar for chief to decide. Do not be impolite. Everything else aside, with such high attainments in the Tao of alchemy, it is worth it for this sect to be on good terms with him." Hearing his words, Niesheng said, "That is only natural." Wu Zixio was left alone in the room as he sighed. He is really young. He has actually reached such a cultivation base at such a young age, also having such high attainments in the Tao of alchemy. Where did he find so much time and energy? Wu Zixio laughed bitterly. For the first time in so many years, he felt like he was getting old. Yan Zhaoge brought Ahu back to their lodgings, who asked curiously, "Young master, what do we do next? If my predictions are not wrong, this branch altar of the dim darkness sect seems to be planning something major." Yan Zhaoge said thoughtfully, "It might be some sort of ritual. Still, as for the specifics, there are too few clues at the moment. I can't say for sure." Yan Zhaoge sat down. Under such circumstances, it would clearly be inappropriate to leave us outsiders here. If they have malicious intent towards us, they will make their move very soon. If they don't, I think they will try to send us away from here to somewhere else. Ahu scratched his big head. Will they send us to the dim darkness sect's main altar? Yan Zhaoge shrugged. Maybe, maybe not. It's still hard to say now. In the pill hall earlier, Yan Zhaoge had not thought much of it at the start. Still, when Chen Ku had not only obtained the pill formula for the scenic heart pill, but had even probed into his thoughts on restoring the pill formula, Yan Zhaoge had instantly sensed that something was wrong. The other party seemed to not simply be doubting that he had long since possessed the original pill formula for the scenic heart pill. Instead, he seemed to be trying to probe his path in the Tao of alchemy. Yan Zhaoge did not know what the other party wanted to verify. Therefore, he had spoken cautiously, leaving the people of the dim darkness sect with nothing to show for it. As the two conversed, someone came to visit. It was precisely Niesheng whom they had met earlier. Niesheng told Yan Zhaoge about his intentions in coming, expressing that he was prepared to send Yan Zhaoge's group to the main altar of the dim darkness sect. Yan Zhaoge glanced at Niesheng. While the other party had agreed to send them to the main altar, it was very hard to say when and where they would arrive, and whether or not they would go around in circles along the way. One thing that could be confirmed was that the dim darkness sect, or at least Wu Zixio and Niesheng's lot, currently did not wish for him, Yan Zhaoge, to remain in the flourishing peace region. The other party was currently still rather friendly with him. Therefore, while Yan Zhaoge was curious as to what the dim darkness sect's branch altar was up to, he did not intend to pursue the matter. "This Yan would naturally be happy to pay a visit to your sect," Yan Zhaoge said. "A guest should follow the host's wishes. I will leave it to your sect to make the arrangements." Niesheng smiled, nodding. "Since that is so, after young Master Yan's group has finished packing up, I will dispatch someone to lead the way for you." Very quickly, Yan Zhaoge saw the dim darkness sect martial practitioner who would be leading the way for him. It was precisely Elder Chen Ku whom he had met once before. After exchanging a few words, Yan Zhaoge learnt that this errand had been requested by Chen Ku himself from Wu Zixio and Niesheng. This elder of the dim darkness sect's non-brightness hall, who was at the first level of the martial saint realm, the early merging avatar stage, was rather infatuated with the Tao of alchemy. He clearly wanted to make use of this opportunity to exchange pointers with Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge was naturally fine with this. Still, just as they had left the dim darkness sect's branch altar, before they could get far, an extremely intimidating aura emanated over from the distance. Even with Yan Zhaoge's current cultivation base, he felt his entire body's true essence seemingly going out of control, as it was about to spontaneously combust. His body numb as he virtually felt like he was about to suffocate. Huh? Yan Zhaoge's gaze hardened slightly. Is it that Marquis Haiqing of the Grand Xian dynasty? No, according to the dim darkness sect, this Marquis Haiqing is an expert of the 4th level of the martial saint realm, the early seeing divinity stage. While he is also extremely powerful, this aura is clearly much more powerful. Swiveling his head to look at Chen Ku, Yin Zhaoge saw that Chen Ku's expression was solemn to the extreme as well. After a moment's hesitation, he brought Yin Zhaoge and the others back to the branch altar with a wretched look on his face. In virtually just an instant, the all-encompassing light of fire enveloped the sky, enveloping the entire flourishing peace region, and even the surrounding vast territories, as the sky itself was completely unable to be seen. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. This feeling is probably that of a late-seeing divinity martial saint. The extreme Yang seal can currently only exert the effect of a mid-grade sacred artifact. Even if it could be immediately used, it would probably not be able to do anything to him. Feng Yinxing and Ahu gazed at the sky as well. Even protected by the grand formation of the dim darkness sect's branch altar, their bodies could still feel a blazing pain. Chen Ku said solemnly, "It should be one of the 4 Lord Protectors of the Grand Xian dynasty, Lord Protector Zheng." Yin Zhaoge smacked his li while the former number 1 expert of the Royal Reed Sea, the founder of the Grand Xian dynasty, King Xianwen, had perished and his son King Xuanqing was no longer around. The power of the Grand Xian dynasty, having weakened greatly as rebellions had arisen throughout the Royal Reed Sea. However, as the number 1 power of the Royal Reed Sea, the Grand Xian dynasty, which the Radiant Light sect, the Dim Darkness sect, and the other major powers had to join forces to deal with, still possessed an extraordinary foundation. The 4 Lord Protectors of the current Grand Xian dynasty were all descendants of King Xianwen, King Xuanqing's brothers and King Xuanmu's uncles. All of them were peak experts who reigned supreme over a region of the Royal Reed Sea, acting rampantly without fear. This time, however, this Lord Protector Zheng had not come for him, Yin Zhaoge. He was most likely here for the Dim Darkness sect's current arrangements. "This game is a little big," Yin Zhaoge muttered to himself as he looked at the all-encompassing blazing fire. Chapter 636. At this moment, the raging flames that filled the sky blocked off space and formed a unique domain, isolating the flourishing peace state from the outside world and turning it into a separate world. Immediately, streams of black chi shot into the skies with the Dim Darkness sect's branch altar as their center, transforming into infinite darkness that resembled the veil of night, which devoured the fiery light, returning peace to the world. At the highest point of the branch altar, the Grand Elder of the Dim Darkness sect, the first seat elder of the Non-Brightness Hall, Wu Zixio, had a stern expression on his face as he gazed upwards into the sky. After discovering that it was Lord Protector Zheng, he knew that the other party had not come for Yin Zhaoge, having slain the phoenix bearing General Yang Zhaozhen. Firstly, while Yang Zhaozhen was a martial saint expert, a general of a continent, it was not to the extent where the top 5 experts of the Grand Xian dynasty would pursue and seek revenge against him. Secondly, Yang Zhaozhen's backer Marquis Haicheng was not only not close to Lord Protector Zheng, they even had political disagreements. Marquis Haicheng was the trusted aide of the current King Xian, King Xuanmu. Even if Marquis Haicheng wanted help, he wouldn't ask Lord Protector Zheng. In coming to the flourishing peace region this time, Lord Protector Zheng had specifically come for their Dim Darkness sect. Realizing this, the hearts of Wu Zixio, Nie Sheng and the other Dim Darkness sect experts all sunk. In the end, news of their secret plan to prepare for the Dim Sun Cold Moon ritual was still leaked, causing them to attract a great enemy. Instead, it was Yin Zhaoge's group who had been implicated, as they had been trapped here in the flourishing peace region, caught in the crossfire. It was just that thinking of how he had been unable to do anything to Yin Zhaoge, and had originally intended to send him away, yet now that the Grand Xian dynasty was blocking his way, Wu Zixio could not help but smile bitterly. This Grand Elder of the Dim Darkness sect felt extremely unhappy at this moment, only feeling that not a single thing had gone according to his wishes. Now that things had already come to this, Wu Zixio did not think about anything else, as he first activated the branch altar's Guardian Grand Formation, before clashing with the invading Lord Protector Zheng of the Grand Xian dynasty. Wu Zixio of the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm, the mid-seeing divinity stage, while his cultivation base was slightly inferior to Lord Protector Zheng's. Relying on the geographical advantage of the dim darkness sex branch altar grand formation, he still possessed the ability to battle. The power of both sides clashed between the heavens and the earth, with the dim darkness sex branch altar being concealed amidst the darkness most of the time. But from time to time, the curtain of night would be abruptly cut open by flames. The flames disappeared in a flash, and the world returned to darkness. But soon, the flames would light up again in other directions. Yin Zhaoge returned to the dim darkness sex branch altar, feeling the two powerful forces currently clashing intensely between the heavens and the earth as he fell into deep thought. With a bitter expression, Ahu said, "Young master, a fire at the city gate brings disaster to the fish in the moat. What should we do now? If this branch altar of the dim darkness sect is breached, the Grand Xian dynasty would definitely not mind taking care of us as well." Yin Zhaoge raised his head to look at the sky. Within a short period of time, there shouldn't be any problems. However, as time passes, that might not necessarily be the case. The guardian grand formation of the dim darkness sex branch altar was currently not in a normal state, due to the preparations for the ceremony. Forcefully circulating it under such circumstances, battling an expert like the Grand Xian dynasty's Lord Protector Zheng for a long time, he would definitely be able to see through its flaws and make use of it. Feng Yunxing pondered for a moment before saying, "Previously, there was news that the reigning Xian king of the Grand Xian dynasty had personally led the army. We were guessing that he might have something else to rely on. Logically speaking, an expert like Lord Protector Zheng should be moving together with King Xuanmu, concentrating their strength. Now that he has come here separately, this seems to prove our earlier guess as well. The Grand Xian dynasty seems to be very confident in their momentum this time." Yin Zhaoge pondered as he said, "Let's see how the other powers of the Royal Reed Sea deal with this. The dim darkness sect will not be able to pass this hurdle easily." Hearing his words, Ahu said solemnly, "Young master, that is to say that the dim darkness sect's main altar might not be safe as well." Yin Zhaoge said, "The location of the dim darkness sect's main altar has always been mysterious and indiscernible. Still, with the Grand Xian dynasty having come with such ferocious momentum this time, their chances of success should not be small. If I do not see wrongly, this ritual that the dim darkness sect is currently planning is no small matter, being on a very large scale. I suspect that this branch altar is merely a part of it, the core being their main altar. This way, with the main altar and the various branch altars joining forces, the Grand Xian dynasty might be able to make use of this chance to track them down." Ahu said exasperatedly, "Why doesn't the Grand Xian dynasty go find trouble with the Radiant Light sect? The Radiant Light sect's headquarters are so easy to find. Why must they come to the dim darkness sect?" As he spoke, Ahu suddenly fell silent, a look of realization surfacing within his gaze as he looked at Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing. Yin Zhaoge grinned at him, indicating that he was right. Ahu instantly felt a headache coming on. The three exchanged glances, not knowing whether to laugh or to cry. Because of the extreme Yin crown and the extreme Yang seal, the Radiant Light sect had recently diverted some of their attention towards competing with Broad Creed Mountain and the 8 extremities world outside of the world beyond worlds. As a result, their movements in the Royal Reed Sea had been more low-key than the Dim Darkness sect and the other powers. Meanwhile, the Dim Darkness sect had been especially active in the Anti-Xian War in recent years. Like that, they naturally became the primary target of the Grand Xian dynasty. The Dim Darkness sect's main altar was indeed much more concealed than the Radiant Light sect's headquarters. Still, on the other hand, having a way to find the Dim Darkness sect's main altar this time also became a rare opportunity. Moreover, the ceremony that the Dim Darkness sect was plotting was clearly no small matter. If they were allowed to succeed, it would be greatly detrimental to the Grand Xian dynasty as well. They would naturally have to target them heavily this time. Looking at the Dim Darkness sect's branch altar before him, Yin Zhaoge narrowed his eyes into slits. Danger, danger. With danger, There is also a chance. After pondering for a moment, Yin Zhaoge said, "You all enter the myriad dragon palace first." Feng Yunsheng, Ahu and Panpan all entered the myriad dragon palace as instructed. Currently, many great battles had already erupted in the air above the dim darkness sect's branch altar. Outside the night sky that was filled with flames, a massive hole suddenly appeared. Then, a jet-black spear protruded from within. That spear was incomparably massive, its sharpness seemingly enveloping the heavens and the earth. As it descended, 7 treasured lights flickered together, 7 great divine birds vaguely visible coiling and dancing in the air. There were phoenixes, green swans, great rocks, peacocks, white cranes, swans and owls. As they danced, sigils and runes were inscribed amidst space, seemingly having existed since time immemorial. Fire in the air, fire in stone, fire in wood, samadhi fire and fire of the mortal world. The 5 types of flames merged together, driving that terrifying spear as it pierced towards the dim darkness sect's branch altar. This was different from how Yang Zhaozhen had previously only relied on a single type of fire in stone to wield the great rock treasured spear and the white crane treasured spear. This was a supreme direct lineage martial art of the Grand Xian dynasty, the true perfection of the 5-fire true art, and the 7-fell treasured spear. Beneath this spear, even space between the heavens and the earth was incinerated and destroyed. Facing this spear, Wu Zixio had a solemn expression on his face, as he simultaneously pushed out with his palms. The boundless darkness seemed to transform into a massive vortex, entangling the descending spear from above like a black hole, as it unceasingly unleashed a terrifying destructive power. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the dim darkness sect experts led by Niesheng were also clashing with the Grand Xian dynasty experts who had accompanied Lord Protector Zheng over. As numerous martial saints clashed, with more than a single seeing divinity martial saint amongst them, the terrifying momentum created virtually shook the heavens and overturned the earth. It was only because the spiritual chi circulation of the world beyond worlds was stable, and the boundaries of the heavens and the earth were sturdy. If it was a world like the 8 extremities world, or the vast ocean world, the entire world would have already been ripped apart as soon as the 2 sides clashed. Yin Zhaoge inhaled deeply, directly donning the imperious cold martial armor, as numerous ice dragons hovered and coiled around the surface of his body. His figure leapt up and down, as he leapt towards the high point of the dim darkness sect's branch altar. Chapter 637. The peak experts of the Grand Xian dynasty had come to invade, while the dim darkness sect also had experts like Wu Zixio and Niesheng here. Both sides were locked in battle, and the situation was extremely chaotic. The entire territory of flourishing peace region was overturned by the battle. It was just that, as Yin Zhaoge had predicted, the dim darkness sect's grand formation that guarded this place was currently unable to function normally. Under such circumstances, Wu Zixio, Niesheng, and the others naturally fell into a disadvantageous position. Receiving another spear strike from the Grand Xian dynasty's Lord Protector Zheng, Wu Zixio's aged body bent even more. The dim darkness sect martial practitioner beside him discovered to his shock that fresh blood was vaguely leaking out from the corner of Wu Zixio's mouth. Niesheng grunted and forced his opponent to retreat, but a sword wound appeared on his right arm. He retreated to Wu Zixio's side and transmitted his voice. "We can't hold on like this." Wu Zixio wiped the corners of his mouth, coughing a few times. "The news of our sect wanting to carry out the dim sun cold moon ritual has been leaked. The Grand Xian dynasty wants to make use of this chance to investigate the location of our main altar." Niesheng said, "The arrow is already knocked on the bowstring and must not be released. Even if we do not activate the ritual, the Grand Xian dynasty would already have obtained some clues. Since that's the case, we might as well fight to the end." Wu Zixio fell into deep thought. He looked up and saw that in the sky, streams of fire were rolling and rolling up waves of fire. In the sea of fire, a huge pattern of light condensed and shone down like a bright mirror. After the dim darkness sect's branch altar was enveloped by this mirror light, streams of black smoke arose. The black smoke did not fly straight upwards. Instead, it flew diagonally, resembling a rope with one end connected to the dim darkness sect's branch altar, while the other extended into the unknown distance. If one's gaze was not limited to the flourishing peace region alone, but the entire Royal Reed Sea, they would discover that the branch altars of the dim darkness sect were virtually all suffering fierce attacks at the same time. Above every branch altar of the dim darkness sect, there was a strange bright mirror light illuminating it. Wisps of black smoke extended into the void from different directions, gradually converging and pointing at the same place. Looking at the black smoke above the flourishing peace region, Wu Zixio sighed. They really came prepared. The old man had a determined look on his face. At a time like this, we can only give it our all. Saying thus, he raised a palm, once more blocking the terrifying spear of the Grand Xian dynasty's Lord Protector Zheng up above. At the same time, his other hand slammed down towards the ground beneath his feet. Beneath his feet, rays of light that were neither bright nor dark lit up, and together, they revealed the true appearance of a giant formation. The spirit array suddenly activated, and the center of the spirit array suddenly lit up with a strong light. It actually expelled the darkness in an instant. However, this strong light disappeared in the blink of an eye, and was once again swallowed by the darkness. At this moment the darkness was even deeper, even more tranquil, and even more terrifying. Having received Wu Zixio's instructions, Chen Ku and the other dim darkness sect martial practitioners did not join the battle to reinforce their fellow disciples, as they instead threw all the sacrificial offerings that they had long since prepared into the grand formation. The deep darkness was like a lake or an ocean. Everything that entered it stirred up a few ripples, before quickly returning to normal. If only we could wait for a few more days. Wu Zixio shook his head, and raised his hand to write a profound black-colored talisman marking in midair. After that, he tapped it with his finger, and the talisman marking sank into the darkness formed by the grand formation beneath his feet. Up above, the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners sensed the changes, as well as they could not help but attack with greater urgency. Wu Zixio, Nie Sheng and the others resisted with all their might. The deep darkness began expanding unceasingly, the surrounding world simultaneously dimming, as all light in the vicinity was devoured by this darkness. Even the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioners in the sky up above felt the light of the world around them grow dim. There were only a few peak experts like Lord Protector Zheng, who still emanated the fiery light that surged to the heavens, unaffected by the darkness. However, everyone could feel the intense changes in the Guardian Grand formation of the dim darkness sect's branch altar down below. The next moment, a streak of light that was not bright, instead appearing extremely dim, arose from the center of the grand formation. The light similarly did not shoot straight upwards, instead flying diagonally outwards. The direction that the dim light pointed in was the same as that black smoke, extending far into the distance, its destination unknown. Accompanied by the light, the darkness that enveloped the dim darkness sect's branch altar began dissipating unceasingly. Within the sea of flames in midair, the figure of a man with an authoritative expression surfaced. He looked to be a middle-aged man with a full beard on his face. Seeing that dim light, he could not help but frown, giving up on Wu Zixio who he had been battling all this while, instead stabbing towards that light with his spear. Accompanied by numerous streams of flame and light, the descending spear resembled an actual descending star, dragging a long tail of flames behind it as it mightily struck the dim light. After the two collided, the middle-aged man's spear that seemed able to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth was actually repelled. The dim pillar of light shook slightly for a moment before continuing to shoot off into the distance. This middle-aged man was naturally one of the Grand Xian dynasty's 4 Lord Protectors, Lord Protector Zheng. His gaze focused. What a fella! While this pillar of light seemed dim and inconspicuous, seemingly weak and turbid, the power contained within was vast and heavy, such that even Lord Protector Zheng, a late-seeing divinity martial saint, was unable to destroy it with a single blow. His spear moved once more, Wu Zixio and the others hurriedly coming forward to block it. Whatever you are planning, it will all be futile, Lord Protector Zheng laughed loudly. So what even if I allow you traitors to complete your ritual? You can just be reduced to ashes along with your main altar. Wu Zixio retaliated with a move. Just as he was about to retort, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. Someone from the branch altar had actually been swept into the central region of the Grand Formation, whether intentionally or not. Looking over, Wu Zixio saw that it was clearly Yin Zhaoge. This youngster will be crushed by the power of the formation. Wu Zixio had just thought of this when he suddenly saw Yin Zhaoge struggling, actually vanishing amidst that dim pillar of light. Wu Zixio was greatly shocked. As the controller of the formation, he could feel that someone had shot into the horizon alongside a streak of light from within the dim pillar of light, instantly leaving far away. Wu Zixio heaved a sigh of relief, as he had not affected the formation. However, Wu Zixio did not know whether he should be happy or worried at this sudden turn of events. As the Grand Xian dynasty experts attacked once more, Wu Zixio had no time to consider the problem of Yin Zhaoge, as he could only first face the enemy head-on. Yin Zhaoge was not feeling too good at this moment, as he seemed to have been swept away by a mountain flood, everything before his eyes turning blurry as the heavens and earth spun. Fuck. While there is the Tao Tide reversal formation, the spiritual qi flow is really too chaotic. Yin Zhaoge could not help but want to curse. Having dared to enter, he had naturally been prepared. With the help of a unique technique to protect his body, not only would he not be ripped apart by the power of the dim darkness sect's ritual, he had even borrowed the power of the ritual here, to send him to the dim darkness sect's main altar, the core of the dim sun cold moon ritual. It was just that the feeling along the way was really not wonderful at all. It was like being on a roller coaster whilst also feeling seasick. Yin Zhaoge was shaken to the point of being dizzy. After a long time, he finally arrived, his surroundings gradually calming down. Yin Zhaoge composed himself, appraising his surroundings. Then he saw a great black sun currently slowly rising before his eyes. Chapter 638. A sun rose right before his eyes. Yet, Yin Zhaoge could not feel any heat or warmth. This was because the sun before him was shockingly black. It was no longer a ray of light emitting amidst the boundless darkness. Instead, it was like infinite darkness had been birthed amidst the radiance. Yin Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly. Gazing over, he saw that there was clearly a dim blue moonlight beside the great black sun. The sun and moon stood side by side. The great sun was pitch black, yet the moonlight was also not as bright and clear as usual, as it illuminated the heavens and the earth. This full moon was pale and dim, emanating streaks of ice-blue radiance that caused a chill to arise within one's heart. Dim sun and cold moon? Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge was slightly taken aback. Yet, he also felt emotional that this was indeed the case. While the dim sun cold moon ritual was a ritual that had only appeared after the Great Calamity, he had never come into contact with it before. Still, seeing that great black sun and ice-blue full moon, connecting this with the martial legacies of the dim darkness sect, as well as the current situation, Yin Zhaoge immediately understood why the dim darkness sect had expended so much effort in executing this ritual. Those of the dim darkness sect wanted to artificially create a dim sun and cold moon, before borrowing the power of these reversed sun and moon to undergo a baptism. The current number one expert of the dim darkness sect was their chief Zhou Haoxing, who was an old foe of the chief of the radiant light sect, Luo Ziyuan. Zhou Haoxing, who was also a late-seeing divinity martial saint, had also been stuck at this level for a long time. This time, he wanted to borrow the assistance of the dim sun cold moon ritual to break through this bottleneck of many years, stepping into the immortal bridge stage of the 7th level of the martial saint realm. As Yin Zhaoge pondered, he saw the dim sun and cold moon before him trembling slightly, the unique space of darkness he was in shaking as well. The Grand Xian dynasty has found the main altar of the dim darkness sect by following the vines, Yin Zhaoge realized. They came really quickly. In the southeastern region of the Royal Reed Sea, the sky above the vast sea split apart, as an incomparably massive black hole seemed to appear. In the depths of the black hole, a massive cliff hovered within the air, atop which sat a majestic city. The city and the cliff were shockingly all jet black, as they seemed to have merged as one with the surrounding darkness. The darkness was unceasingly extending into the surroundings, devouring even more light. At this moment, the city and the cliff were connected by chain-like dark pillars of light and black smoke. The dark pillars of light and the black smoke stretched into the void, disappearing without a trace. These pillars of light and black smoke undoubtedly originated from the various branch altars of the dim darkness sect in the distance. Dim pillars of light traversed the heavens and the earth, intermingling as they congregated at the dim darkness sect's main altar, forming a massive spirit formation together with the branch altars that enveloped a corner of the royal reed sea. However, long before the dim pillars of light had lit up, the black smoke that similarly originated from the various branch altars had already congregated at the dim darkness sect's main altar, causing it to be exposed. As the void trembled, a sea of fire swept across the sky. The might of the flames was even more terrifying than the attacks unleashed by the experts of the Grand Qian dynasty at the dim darkness sect's branch altar in the flourishing peace region. The raging fire was not devoured by the black hole. Instead, it caused the black hole to distort and collapse. In the end, it was actually the fire that continued to devour and burn the dark void. The light of the fire gradually dispersed the darkness, and even illuminated the pitch-black city and cliff. Situated within the special space created by the dim sun-cold moon ritual, Yan Zhaoge could feel a majestic will appearing close to him, seemingly enveloping the heavens. It was as if a pair of eyes had opened, and were staring at the raging fire that was surrounding them. The aura emitted by the other party was even stronger than that of the Grand Qian dynasty's Lord Protector Zheng earlier. While they were all experts of the 6th level of the martial saint realm, there were still differences in strength between them. The aura of a veteran expert like the chief of the dim darkness sect, Zhou Haosheng, was even more obvious. Even if this pair of eyes was not staring at him, Yan Zhaoge still felt his entire body turn numb. Silently circulating the peerless heavenly scripture, Yan Zhaoge seemed to have let go of the void, turning into nothingness as he merged with those dim streams of light amidst space, virtually becoming indistinguishable from one another. The attention of the chief of the dim darkness sect, Zhou Haosheng, was currently placed on the outside world. Because the enemy that he was about to face was even stronger than him, the terrifying boundless sea of flames parted to the two sides, numerous figures appearing in an orderly formation as they stood together amidst space. At the center of the formation, numerous experts guarded a dragon carriage, waving a dragon flag, raising a circular fan, and holding a yellow umbrella as a 5-colored canopy enveloped the area. Atop the carriage sat a person who wore a black dragon robe and a flat heavenly crown, his gaze dignified. It was precisely the current king of the Grand Qian dynasty, the third king of the Qian dynasty, King Xuanmu. Beside King Xuanmu, there was shockingly another person seated alongside him, his aura even more powerful than King Xuanmu's. While this person appeared to be in his 20s from the outside, his gaze was heavy and aged. While he was seated alongside King Xuanmu, the feeling he gave off seemed to be that of an even higher level, as one could not help but admire him. Swiveling his head to look at this person, King Xuanmu said slowly, "Please lend me a hand, senior apprentice uncle." The other party did not speak, just raising a hand and pointing towards the dim darkness sect's main altar. A sword light that resembled water was emitted, resembling a long river as it swept over towards that black cliff and city. In the surroundings of the dim darkness sect's main altar, streams of dim light circulated, forming a massive formation which manifested boundless darkness. Where the darkness passed, the blazing fire was instantly halted, even being devoured by the darkness instead. However, wherever that sword light that resembled water passed, all color seemed to turn pale and powerless, as if faced with the erosion of the long river of time, all of it declining towards decay and decay. Light and darkness seemed to have lost all meaning at this moment, as all things seemed to have become mere symbols before time. Within the dim darkness sect's main altar, an expressionless white-clothed old man watched this scene. Above his head, a great black sun and a blue full moon hung high, dim light descending, illuminating his body. Black light lit up on the white-clothed old man's body, dense black incantations suddenly surfacing on the surface of his white robe. He simultaneously pushed forward with both palms, boundless darkness enveloping the dim darkness sect's main altar, isolating all light. The world seemed to no longer have light, as everything returned to the primordial darkness of the universe. That sword light that resembled water was also isolated by the darkness at this moment. However, the sword light zigzagged, coiling around the darkness as it began unceasingly, wearing down the defensive power of the dim darkness sect's guardian grand formation, the primordial wilderness formation. Now, King Xuanmu made use of this chance to attack as well, commanding the Grand Xian dynasty experts, under him, to attack the primordial wilderness formation. All-encompassing blazing fire swept over once more, aided by the sword light that resembled water, dispersing the layers of darkness. Within the dim darkness sect's main altar, the white robe of Chief Zhou Haoxing was already filled with incantations, causing it to turn completely black. The darkness that resembled the descent of eternal night unceasingly resisted the attacks from the outside world. Still, it currently seemed to be struggling to advance. Zhou Haoxing was not looking at King Xuanmu now, instead gazing at that person who had a young appearance but an aged gaze. 7th level of the Martial Saint Realm, early Immortal Bridge stage. Zhou Haoxing paused with each word. That person seated beside King Xuanmu now suddenly stood up, spiritual light flickering above his head as he descended from the dragon carriage. He strode forward, arriving above the dim darkness sect's main altar before stomping downwards. Light circulated beneath his feet as the sword light that resembled water appeared once more, flowing downwards like a waterfall as it descended towards the dim darkness sect's main altar. Chapter 639. Zhou Haoxing's gaze turned solemn. Time sword. Time flowing sword. You are Shen Lingzi's successor. When the Grand Xian dynasty had been founded in the past, its founder, King Xianwen, possessed peerless martial prowess as he had suppressed the royal Reed Sea with his might. At the same time, there had been others who had established the Grand Xian dynasty together with him. At that time, King Xianwen addressed these apprentice brothers, and Shen Lingzi was one of them. Afterwards, when the Grand Xian dynasty had stabilized its position in the royal Reed Sea, and King Xianwen had established the kingdom, Shen Lingzi and the others had not remained behind, as they had instead vanished without a trace. This left the later generations with many speculations, such as the possibility of putting away the bow after the birds have been killed, killing the meritorious officials, and so on. But looking at the situation today, Zhou Haoxing knew that everyone had guessed wrongly. Shen Lingzi's lineage really did not care about the right to rule over the royal Reed Sea. That year, when the Grand Xian dynasty had been founded, they had already retreated. Now that the Grand Xian dynasty's situation was unstable, they had actually appeared once more to lend a hand. While this person before him looked young, his seniority and age were probably even higher than that of Zhou Haoxing and King Xuanmu. His cultivation base having already reached the 7th level of the Martial Saint Realm, having already stepped onto the Immortal Bridge. As the other party strode towards the dim darkness sect's main altar, every step he took seemed to be treading on a formless bridge as he went higher and higher. The so-called high did not refer to arriving above the dim darkness sect's main altar purely in terms of spatial distance. Instead, it was like stepping onto a higher level, overlooking Zhou Haoxing and the others down below. Zhou Haoxing's expression was solemn as he fused with the power of the grand formation. He was like an abyss of darkness as he withstood the impact of the waterfall-like sword lights. The darkness that could devour all things was now resisting everything. The sword light that fell like a waterfall collided with the darkness, but it actually shattered and bounced off, dispersing into nothingness. It was like real flowing water hitting the black rocks below, splashing water everywhere. The young man up in the air glanced downwards at the dim darkness sect's main altar before nodding slowly, the vicissitudes in his eyes growing denser as his features seemed to have become younger. A sword appeared in his hand. It was rusted and decayed, as if it could break by itself at any time. However, as he swung his sword, the water-like sword light became even more erratic. In the world that was tainted by the sword light, The flow of time seemed to become fast and slow, forming a kind of distorted power. Under the attack of the sword light, the solidified darkness was gradually penetrated, like water droplets piercing through a stone. On Zhou Haoxing's long robe, the densely packed black light incantations had already merged into one, forming a black light screen that was indistinguishable from his own martial path fist intent. However, Zhou Haoxing's heart was heavy at the moment. Ordinarily, by relying on the primordial chaos formation, he would still be able to hold his own against this opponent. But now, firstly, he was undergoing the dim sun cold moon ritual, and secondly, King Xuanmu was attacking from the side. Zhou Haoxing instantly felt an immense pressure. The other experts of the dim darkness sect, who were still at their main altar, had all come to assist in battle. Still, the Grand Xian dynasty had as many experts as there were clouds as well. Zhou Haoxing also discovered that other than that expert of the 7th level of the martial saint realm, there were also other peak experts of Shen Lingzi's lineage assisting him. The dim darkness sect was instantly faced with an extremely terrible situation, the primordial darkness formation seemingly about to be broken through. A terrifying spear tip emerged from the void. Wherever the tip of the spear touched, the void immediately split open. The tip of the spear blazed with blazing flames. As the fiery light descended, this corner of the heavens and earth of the royal reed sea of the world beyond worlds seemed to be incinerated completely, leaving behind a blank space. King Xuanmu was expressionless as he wielded the spear in his hands with the 5-fire true art and the 7 foul treasured spear, killing towards the main altar of the dim darkness sect. King Xian's spear. Seeing that spear, Zhou Haoxing paid even more attention to it than seeing King Xuanmu himself of the late seeing divinity stage. Yet, having already been fully drawn in by the time-flowing sword up above, he was currently powerless to resist this terrifying spear. Within the main altar of the dim darkness sect, other experts of the dim darkness sect went up to meet it. Yet, they were powerless against the spear of the King Xian spear. Currently, King Xuanmu, who wielded the King Xian spear, was not any weaker than that martial practitioner who was executing the time-flowing sword in the least. The terrifying spear finally broke through the primordial chaos formation. It was like dawn had broken after the dark night, light returning to the great earth, as blazing flames instantly illuminated the city and half of the cliff. Zhou Haoxing's face was sunken as water as he slowly brought his palms together, before abruptly pulling them apart. The pitch-black sky seemed to be ripped apart as an unprecedentedly powerful light erupted, even obscuring the blazing light of fire and the flowing light of time. Extreme darkness birthed light. When darkness reached the extreme, incomparably pure, incomparably dazzling radiance was born. While it was fleeting, it was incomparably dazzling. The bright radiance transformed into a terrifying saber light that hacked towards King Xuanmu. King Xuanmu retracted the King Xian spear in his hand, sweeping it horizontally within the air as he blocked Zhou Haoxing's terrifying extreme darkness splendor saber. As the two collided, the sky lit up completely white, a rain of fire and a rain of light descending together. The great sea down below was riddled with innumerable holes, as the seawater was virtually completely evaporated. However, amidst the dense white light, that time-flowing sword that seemed neither hurried nor slow hacked towards Zhou Haoxing once more. Zhou Haoxing dealt with it calmly, projecting the concept of light and darkness intersecting, brightness and dimness changing. The bright saber light turned, instantly transforming into darkness, once more as it swept along the sword light that resembled water. Yet, amidst the changes in speed of the sword light, it suddenly evaded Zhou Haoxing's defenses, attacking in another direction. Zhou Haoxing inwardly cried out in alarm, as he realized that the other party was trying to create a diversion. He wanted to change his stance, but King Xuanmu brandished the King Xian spear and attacked once more. Caught in a difficult situation, Zhou Haoxing was hard-pressed to balance his attacks, as he saw that sword light that resembled a long river of time cleave down on the dim sun and cold moon above his head. Swept along by that sword light, the great jet-black sun and the dim blue full moon both descended from above Zhou Haoxing's head, transforming into streaks of light as they descended into the distance. Within the unique space formed of the intertwining dim sun and cold moon, the heavens and the earth were overturned at this moment. Yin Zhaoge stabilized his figure within, not wanting to experience that earlier roller coaster-like feeling once more. Looking at the dim sun and cold moon that were beginning to rise and fall chaotically before him, feeling the connection between this space and the primordial chaos formation of the outside world being severed, Yin Zhaoge exhaled slowly, his gaze beginning to turn sharp. While it is different from what I had expected, there is still a way. At the same time, a vigorous sword light flew over from the distant horizon, surging with majestic momentum. King Xuanmu's gaze turned cold slightly. North Sea Sword Pavilion? They came really quickly. The sword light shocked the heavens, its target being that swordsman, who was currently attacking the main altar of the Dim Darkness sect. The sword lights of both sides clashed in midair, wild tides surging for 10,000 li as they swept through the surrounding area. The pressure on Zhou Haoxing lessened as he hurriedly blocked King Xuanmu and the King Xian spear. A few figures shot out from both camps, speedily shooting in the direction of the descending dim sun and cold moon. Meanwhile, light also lit up in another direction, similarly targeting the dim sun and cold moon. As the light rose and fell, it resembled the alternation of sun and moon. It was clearly the legacy of the radiant light sect's sun-moon interchanging art. While he was enveloped by the dim sun and cold moon, as the other party was close, Yin Zhaoge immediately sensed it, those of the radiant light sect. Chapter 640. As the dim sun and cold moon intertwined, a strange space was formed. Due to the simultaneous descent of the sun and moon at this moment, this independent space was distorting and deforming, as it seemed like it might collapse at any moment. As Yin Zhaoge felt the changes in the spatial domain, and the dim sun and cold moon amidst it, many thoughts instantly flashed through his mind. The originally jet-black spatial domain suddenly lit up as a great amount of light seemed to be illuminating it from beyond space. While it could not be seen clearly due to the spatial domain, Yin Zhaoge could vaguely make out the alternating rising of the sun and moon through the veil of night. The great sun that illuminated the heavens and the earth and the bright, quiet moon circulated alternately. The normal sun and moon outside the veil of night formed a miraculous connection with the strange black sun and blue moon within the veil of night, resembling two opposing extremes that reinforced and countered each other. Yin Zhaoge recognized that this was the sun-moon interchanging art of the Radiant Light sect's martial arts. While they were irreconcilable enemies, the Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect both originated from the Dim Radiant sect that had flourished for a time in the past. The sun-moon interchanging art of the Radiant Light sect's three great legacies, and the dim brightness scripture of the Dim Darkness sect's three great legacies, were of the same source, as they were virtually identical. While the dim sun cold moon ritual was a secret ritual of the Dim Darkness sect, this Radiant Light sect expert, who cultivated in the sun-moon interchanging art, was still able to quickly figure out some things about it. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge inhaled deeply, his palms simultaneously extending outwards. Roiling true essence agglomerated, manifesting as two massive heaven-obscuring hands, one on each side as they grasped that jet-black sun and dim blue moon together within their palms. The Radiant Light sect martial practitioner instantly discovered that something was wrong as he exclaimed lightly, clearly not having thought that someone had actually long since been present within the space formed of the ritual. He similarly spread his palms apart, a great dim golden sun on his left palm, and a silvery crescent moon on his right. Light and darkness intersected as the concept of yin and yang coexisting was unleashed together, seemingly wanting to grasp the sun and moon within his palm. At the same time, however, boundless darkness suddenly surged behind him, wanting to devour the radiance of the sun and moon. This Radiant Light sect expert frowned, spreading his palms apart. A golden sun and a silver moon simultaneously appeared on his left palm, sucking the dim sun and the cold moon that continued descending. A sun and a moon simultaneously rose and fell within his right palm, as well before he turned and struck towards the boundless darkness that was lunging over towards him with a palm. From the darkness, A tall and skinny middle-aged man revealed himself. His 5 fingers formed into claws, grasping at the sky and the earth. "Nong Yuxuan, you want to take advantage of my dim darkness sect?" The tall, thin middle-aged man roared fiercely, ripping apart the radiance of the sun and moon with a single claw. As the gold and silver radiance dissipated, a handsome man who looked to be in his 30s appeared, enveloped by the dim sun and cold moon. While Yan Zhaoge was unable to see the scenes outside, hearing the name Nong Yuxuan, he could not help but raise his brows slightly. That radiant light sect martial practitioner, who attempted to make use of the aura of the Rahu luminary to suppress my extreme yang seal back then? Yan Zhaoge's expression turned rather strange. Enemies often cross paths. Nong Yuxuan looked mildly at the dim darkness sect elder before him, one hand still holding the dim sun and cold moon in place, while the other dealt with moves as they came. With just the strength of one hand, he was able to suppress his opponent's attack. That tall, thin middle-aged man was taken aback. You've stepped into the 3rd level of the martial saint realm, the late merging avatar stage. Body, form, and soul as one. Half a year ago, the two of them had just clashed once. Both of them were mid-merging avatar martial saints. Yet, meeting again today, the opponent before him had already surpassed him. Nong Yuxuan forced the other party into retreat with a palm, smiling mildly. Is Zhou Haoxing thinking of making use of this ritual to break through into the 7th level of the martial saint realm? Anyway, he has already been disturbed by that Xian bastard. He might as well lend me a hand. To the late-seeing divinity martial saint Zhou Haoxing of the dim sun cold moon ritual, its use was to break through that final bottleneck, being manifested more in complete comprehension. However, to martial practitioners with lower cultivation bases, it would be an important baptism, establishing a firm foundation for their future cultivation. The abundant spiritual qi contained within was even more inestimable, such that even martial saints with lower cultivation bases might be unable to bear it, exploding and dying. However, Nong Yuxuan had a confident look on his face, as he seemed to have a card up his sleeve. He said mildly, "Get out of the way, don't get in the way." Amidst his words, the sun and moon rotated on the palm of his right hand, majestic radiance surging, causing frenzied tides as it forcibly jolted that dim darkness sect elder into retreat. This dim darkness sect elder was angered to the point of ascending to the heavens. Even if the ritual fails, how we make use of the power of reversed sun and moon is a matter of our sect. When has it ever been your turn to interfere? Nong Yuxuan laughed lightly. Giving it to trash of your dim darkness sect would be a waste of the power of reversed sun and moon. A sword light that resembled water flew over from the distance, chopping down towards Nong Yuxuan's left hand that was absorbing the dim sun and cold moon. It would similarly be a waste to give it to you. You should just let this young master keep it. Where the sword light passed, everything between the heavens and the earth seemed to age and decay. Looking at his white clothes gradually becoming mottled, the radiance of the sun and moon gradually dimming, Nong Yuxuan could not help but knit his brows slightly. Time-flowing sword. I have long heard of your famed name. It has been many years since it has appeared in the royal reed sea. The sword light flickered, a person in the form of a youth appearing before everyone. That dim darkness sect elder's heart sunk. While the other party looked young, his true age was actually not that young either, his cultivation base not lower than his own. While the time-flowing sword had not appeared in this world for a long time, when it had rampaged through the royal reed sea that year, it had been a supreme martial art that was even more powerful than the Grand Xian dynasty's 7 treasured spear, also surpassing many martial arts of the dim darkness sect. However, this person seemed to be full of vigor, and his attitude and style really revealed some frivolity of youth. The man laughed and said, "So what if I haven't appeared for many years? The time-flowing sword is like true time, cleansing all things, only itself eternal. As long as we appear once more, there will still be no one in the royal reed sea who will be able to stand against us." Nong Yuxuan's left hand continued to hold on to the dim sun and cold moon as he raised his right hand, radiance radiating for tens of thousands of meters, resisting the sword light of the time-flowing sword as he said indifferently, What I actually want to say is that the time-flowing sword is only Esatho. That senior who is attacking the dim darkness sect's main altar aside. You only make me feel that you are not as good as your reputation. The other party's face darkened. How dare you? His sword light rose once more. Yet he saw the sun and moon circulating on Nong Yuxuan's right palm. The silver moon gradually disappeared, leaving only a great golden sun. In the next moment, a terrifying black energy suddenly appeared and engulfed the golden sun. The sunlight and the black energy intermingled, two diametrically opposed forces clashing as an extremely terrifying momentum was formed. Nong Yuxuan struck out with his palm, actually breaking apart the sword light that resembled the flowing water of time. He did not cease in his actions. After repelling this opponent, he struck out with another palm, repelling that dim darkness sect elder, who was lunging over once more. Nong Yuxuan stood proudly within the air, one hand grabbing the dim sun and cold moon, as he fought one against two with his other, simultaneously blocking both opponents. This power of reverse sun and moon, if I say it's mine, then it's mine, Nong Yuxuan said calmly. Now, however, enveloped by the radiance of the dim sun and cold moon, an even more indifferent, calm voice resounded. Whose it is not up to you to say it. Illuminated by the great black sun and the dim blue full moon, Yan Zhaoge laughed lightly, his pupils suddenly changing color, one golden, one silver. Chapter 641. The mass of chaotic qi within Yan Zhaoge's body split into two. One side turned into a blazing sun, while the other turned into a cold moon. Yan Zhaoge stimulated the foundation of his peerless heavenly scripture, splitting his attention as he simultaneously manifested the profundities of two supreme martial arts. Firstly, it was a supreme martial art that he had comprehended from the fist intent left behind by the original owner of the high-grade sacred artifact, the extreme yang seal. It was tough and yang, verifying the true intent of the power of the sun star, the extreme yang scripture. The second was a supreme martial art, known as the Dark Moon Pill Scripture, that had been stored in the martial repository of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace in pre-Great Calamity times. It was of extreme gentleness and extreme yin, originating from the power of the moon star of extreme yin. Unlike the Extreme Yin Sutra, which was a martial arts secret manual that was specially suited for maidens of extreme yin to cultivate, the Dark Moon Pill refinement didn't have any requirements for the cultivator's physique. While Yan Zhaoge did not cultivate in the Dark Moon Pill scripture, he was familiar with its profundities. At this moment, he was using the peerless heavenly scripture to temporarily imitate it. However, he was able to imitate it and obtain some of its essence and essence. Yan Zhaoge's pupils changed. His left eye like the bright sun in the middle of the sky, his right eye like the bright moon hanging high in the sky. He stretched out both his left and right hands. In the palm of his left hand was a golden sun, while in the palm of his right hand was a bright full moon. A martial Tao spiritual avatar appeared above his head. It was 1,000 feet tall, and the surface of its body emitted a half-gold, half-silver brilliance, like the combination of the sun and the moon. The power of the sun and the power of the moon combined into one, triggering the pitch-black sun and the azure cold moon from the inside. Both sides also produced a strange resonance that attracted each other. The connection between Nong Yuxuan and the dim sun and cold moon instantly started to weaken. However, what Nong Yuxuan was most concerned about was that he recognized Yan Zhaoge's voice. It's you. Yan Zhaoge laughed lightly. What else do you think? Nong Yuxuan, whose expression had not changed even when surrounded and attacked by two martial saint experts, now had a sinister expression on his face. You're seeking death. Although he was distracted by the enemies in the outside world, Nong Yuxuan had never overlooked the fact that someone had long since been concealed under the cover of the dim sun and cold moon. Nong Yuxuan, who had originally already been prepared to deal with an enemy, after discovering that the other party was Yan Zhaoge, he could not help but put in more effort. Waving his palm to repel the enemies in the outside world, Nong Yuxuan's right hand once again slapped towards the dim sun and cold moon. The terrifying power of the third level of the martial saint realm, the late merging avatar stage, surged downwards as it sought to overturn the sun and moon. Yin Zhaoge donned the imperious cold martial armor, summoning the myriad dragon palace, a powerful force simultaneously bolstering his body. The black sun and the deep blue full moon started to change and become more and more unstable due to the twisting power of the two sides. Kang Jinyuan gripped the long sword in his hand tightly, the sword light that resembled water pulsating as he stared fixedly at Nong Yuxuan, and that dim sun and cold moon that rose and fell ceaselessly. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never suffered such humiliation. In his rage, he executed the time-flowing sword once more. Wherever the distant sword light passed, time seemed to suddenly slow down. Everything in the surroundings seemed to have fallen into slow motion. Only Kang Jinyuan's voice was normal. "Aren't all of you being too full of yourselves? I've said it before, it's mine." Amidst his fierce shout, Kang Jinyuan's sword light swept through the world, directly arriving before Nong Yuxuan's throat. "Get out of my way." Nong Yuxuan snorted coldly, numerous layers of starlight lighting up on his body, which enveloped him from head to toe, transforming into the form of armor. The power of the sacred artifact, the heavenly starlight armor, merged with Nong Yuxuan's sun-moon interchanging art. Light circulated as it deflected Kang Jinyuan's sword light to the side, deviating from its original trajectory. That dim darkness sect elder now attacked once more. Kang Jinyuan smiled coldly. "Only you have a sacred artifact?" The sword in his right hand deviated, a short sword suddenly appearing in his left hand, its blade transparent as it resembled flowing water. A terrifying sword that was even sharper than before struck towards Nong Yuxuan. Nong Yuxuan's expression was cold as streams of black smoke suddenly surged from his body, transforming into the black dim glorious devilish qi. The terrifying power that swallowed the heavens and devoured the sun merged together with the sunlight on Nong Yuxuan's body that had become stronger. The two intermingled, not merging as they clashed intensely, instantly generating an explosive majestic force. The violent force directly clashed head-on against Kang Jinyuan's time-flowing sword, and that dim darkness sect elder's primordial dark claw. At the same time, Nong Yuxuan's violent force also assaulted the dim sun and cold moon, seeking to force Yin Zhaoge into retreat. Yin Zhaoge, however, suddenly brought his palms together at this moment. Beneath the profundities of the cyclic heavenly scripture, the power of extreme yang and extreme yin instantly reversed their extremities. The entangled dim sun and cold moon suddenly separated and reunited, becoming even more chaotic. Finally, the great black sun and the dim blue moonlight directly merged together, next undergoing a change that surpassed everyone's expectations. The jet black sun gradually changed, no longer being completely dark. Yet it also did not transform into normal sunlight. The great black sun actually turned ice blue at this moment, flickering with dim radiance as cold qi emanated from it. Meanwhile, the full moon that had flickered with dim blue radiance earlier had now turned completely jet black, instead emanating blazing heat from within. Nong Yuxuan looked shockingly at this scene. "What is this? Cold sun and dim moon?" The power of reversed sun and moon, that had already been strange and tyrannical in the first place, changed once more. A terrifying, massive force formed as the two extremities reversed, directly sending Nong Yuxuan flying. Greatly enraged, Nong Yuxuan shot forward once more. Even Kang Jinyuan and that dim darkness sect elder felt shocked. Seeing that strange blue sun and black moon fly off into the distance once more, they could no longer be bothered with Nong Yuxuan, as they similarly shot towards the sun and moon, which had undergone a change. The sun and moon, which had already been unstable in the first place, experienced the two extremities reversed. While their power had sent Nong Yuxuan flying, they themselves had become even more unstable as well. The space created by the power of reversed sun and moon completely collapsed, the great ice blue sun and the jet black full moon looking like they were about to explode. Yin Zhaoge's gaze was calm. "Yunsheng, I'll leave it to you." With just a thought, the great gate of the myriad dragon palace opened, emitting a massive suction force which instantly sucked that cold sun and dim moon within. Nong Yuxuan and the others were all taken aback. If that strange tyrannical power of reverse sun and moon exploded, even they would not be able to bear it. Yin Zhaoge, having accommodated it with the myriad dragon palace, was practically inviting a wolf into the house. Nong Yuxuan's expression was cold, as he was the first to react. He did not cease in his footsteps, as he continued shooting straight towards Yin Zhaoge. Having failed to gain anything from the dim sun-cold moon ritual, Yin Zhaoge had to be slain here at the very least. It just so happened that this kid was greedy, actually wanting to forcibly stop the explosion of the cold sun and dim moon. Affected by this, his strength would definitely plummet greatly. Looking at Nong Yuxuan, Yin Zhaoge chuckled coldly, bolstering himself with the imperious cold martial armor as numerous ice dragons soared, meeting Nong Yuxuan head-on. Tens of thousands of dragons roared in unison at this moment, and the surrounding void completely froze. With a sacred artifact on him, Yin Zhaoge expanded his true martial avatar, its form changing as it was no longer in human form, as it actually transformed into a bright true dragon that was 100,000 feet long. As the dragon scales opened and closed, extreme coldness surged out. It was as if the world had returned to the Ice Age. Dragons have reverse scales, and those who touch them will die. With his peerless heavenly scripture, Yin Zhaoge merged the coiling dragon sleeve sword art and the imperious ocean cold dragon art, creating this unprecedented killing technique. Reverse scale frost. Chapter 642. A dragon soaring over an icy sea, its aura shocking the heavens. Seeing this, Nong Yuxuan's expression turned solemn. A martial practitioner who has yet to step into the martial saint realm actually possesses such strength? He crossed his fists, treading on the air as he stood stably in a fist stance. His hands seemed to embrace the full moon as he brandished the pipa. The great golden sun sank, the silver full moon rising. Secret martial arts of the radiant light sect, setting sun stance full moon wheel. While your strength surprises me, you are courting death and daring to come to the world beyond worlds. Nong Yuxuan said coldly. Did you bring the extreme yang seal? If you didn't, today will be the day you die. As he strode, it was like the sun was tilting to the west with an unstoppable momentum that enveloped the great earth, as he stomped towards the tail of the true dragon formed of Yin Zhaoge's true martial avatar. At the same time, he raised his arm and struck out towards the dragon's head, the edges of his palm like a blade as it carried along perfect moonlight, wanting to directly behead the true dragon. Nong Yuxuan gazed coldly at Yin Zhaoge. I already said long ago that the next time we meet, I will claim your life. Yin Zhaoge similarly looked at Nong Yuxuan, smiling. With just you. Before his words had landed, Nong Yuxuan's expression suddenly changed as he looked at the myriad dragon palace that was still shaking unceasingly above Yin Zhaoge's head, seemingly about to fall apart on its own. The majestic radiance of the sun and moon suddenly dimmed as a great amount of the dim glorious devilish chi emanated from his body uncontrollably. The ferocious power of corrosion instantly devoured and incinerated the majestic sunlight on Nong Yuxuan's body. Even the dim, cold, gentle moonlight was affected by that ferocious power of corrosion. Greatly shocked, Nong Yuxuan wanted to control this power of corrosion, yet lacked the strength to do so. Yin Zhaoge smiled mildly. After not seeing you for a period of time, you have indeed obtained more power of corrosion. I have to praise you. Your talent in the martial Tao is outstanding, as you can be said to be a genius amongst geniuses. Within a short period of time, you vaguely merged the power of corrosion of the Rahu star into your radiant light sect's supreme martial arts, forming an even further counter of light and darkness. Your power is not bad. Amongst martial practitioners of the same cultivation level, your strength is already outstanding in the first place. Now you are even more powerful than before. Nong Yuxuan glared at Yin Zhaoge, whose expression was tranquil. Still, it is a pity that your martial arts are still insufficient at the present moment. It is only at the level of a half-filled bottle. At this moment, within the myriad dragon palace which seemed tranquil, a storm was brewing. Feng Yinxing stood in front of the sun and moon that were about to explode. She raised a half-black, half-white metal fragment high in her hand. That fragment was precisely the strange relic of the dim radiant sect that Yin Zhaoge had obtained from the painting Saint Old Man Mo in the Eight Extremities world back then. Ice blue sunlight and jet black moonlight flickered unceasingly before him, dyeing the interior of the myriad dragon palace bluish-black. Terrifying energy surged. Once it exploded, even a martial sage would die without a burial. Feng Yunqing's face showed no fear in the face of the horrifying scene, where just a little shockwave could tear her into pieces. Her gaze was steady. Recalling Yin Zhaoge's earlier instructions, she waved her hand, that metallic fragment flying into the air, landing between the cold sun and the dim moon. The seemingly ordinary fragment suddenly burst out with a blurry half-black, half-white brilliance that connected the icy blue sun and the pitch-black full moon. The cold sun and dark moon, that were on the verge of destruction, instantly froze in midair. The next moment, the saber light flashed, and the wind and clouds rose. The black saber left its scabbard, transforming into a streak of light as it mightily hacked towards that strange, distorted sun and moon with the momentum of certain death. The myriad dragon palace shook amidst a loud boom, the heavens and earth roiling within. Streams of light transformed into a rain of light, scattering in all directions. Amidst the fluctuating space-time within the palace, the same scene appeared in all the different spaces. The heavens and earth were overturned, the universe shattered, the sun, moon and stars extinguished together. Ahu and Pan watched all this nervously, as that rain of light landed on their bodies. While its concept was deep and vast, it did not cause them any harm, as it instead gave them a carefree feeling of being reborn. It is indeed as young master predicted. Ahu was overjoyed as he gazed towards the center of the light source. There, jet-black moonlight circulated and surrounded it, ice-blue sunlight surging unceasingly at its very core. At the center of the great sun that flickered with a dim, cold light, a figure wielding a saber appeared. It was precisely Feng Yunqing. Numerous ice-blue runes now surfaced on the surface of the black saber in Feng Yunqing's hands, covering its entire body. The mighty, majestic power of the reverse sun was still being infused into the saber in an endless stream. The saber that had originally only been 3 feet long expanded and contracted unceasingly at this moment, sometimes towering like a mountain, sometimes minuscule like a speck of dust. Numerous ice-blue runes also appeared on Feng Yunqing's saber-wielding palm. A violent force emanated from the saber, surging into her body as she felt somewhat unable to bear it for a time. Her pupils turned completely ice-blue at this moment, resembling 2 cold suns that hung amidst the horizon. The jet-black dim moonlight was also attracted by the power of the cold sun at this moment, congregating within Feng Yunqing's body in great amounts. However, even more jet-black moonlight and a small amount of ice-blue sunlight still circulated within the myriad dragon palace. Ahu and Pan had both followed Yin Zhaoge's earlier instructions, borrowing the assistance of the myriad dragon palace to receive the baptism of the reverse sun and moon along with Feng Yunqing. The myriad dragon palace inhaled and exhaled spiritual qi, absorbing the remaining power of the reverse sun and moon. Feng Yunqing's gaze seemed to traverse space-time, traversing the obstructions of the myriad dragon palace, as she felt a concealed, vicious aura that seemed both familiar and foreign outside the palace. She knew that it should be the power of the Rahu star that Nong Yuxuan had refined, as Yin Zhaoge had once mentioned. Sensing that power, the saber in her hand shook unceasingly. Sensing this, Feng Yunqing raised her saber. Accompanied by the rise of the saber, the ice-blue runes on its surface all turned black, transforming into a dark, brutal aura. An illusory image seemed to form at the tip of the saber. Within the image, the sun hung high, illuminating the heavens and the earth. However, the next moment dim black-blue light swept the area, instantly devouring the sunlight, causing the sun to disappear without a trace as the world descended into eternal darkness. It was also at that instant that Feng Yunqing raised her saber, that the true essence within Nong Yuxuan's body suddenly went out of control. The brutal aura of the Rahu star that he had initially refined clashed intensely with his sun-moon interchanging art at this moment. This was not like when he had clashed with Kong Jinyuan and the others earlier, where he had intentionally made use of light erosion to generate a massive force for his own use. Instead, it was a conflict that Nong Yuxuan himself was unable to control and prevent. The rampaging power rampaged within Nong Yuxuan's body, causing him to directly spit out a mouthful of blood as he fell into cultivation deviation. Around his body, the great golden sun was extinguished, the silver moonlight withering. Amidst Nong Yuxuan's great shock, he felt the surrounding space freeze as all was icy cold and deathly silent between the heavens and the earth. Executed by Yin Zhaoge's reverse scale cold, a dragon leaving the icy sea, a violent force struck straight towards Nong Yuxuan's chest. Nong Yuxuan's face was livid as the light of his sacred artifact, the heavenly starlight armor, lit up, blocking Yin Zhaoge's attack. Yin Zhaoge laughed lightly, raising his hand as a 5-foot-long bamboo cane appeared within it, which he struck down towards Nong Yuxuan's head. The infinite radiance emitted by the heavenly starlight armor was instantly dimmed by the bamboo cane. That you're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.